Welcome, Marvel Rivals fans, to the $9,000 Mega Monthly. I'm Vaudable, and joining me is Shibby, the one and only, to bring you the action for the first half of the day. The best teams in North America, also joined by one of the best teams in EMEA in Na'Vi, will be facing off against each other to see who will be the champion after these 3 days of competition, starting at 3 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. in the EMEA time zone. And it's going to be a great ride, Shibby. We have so many great teams, so much talent, and we don't know where they're going to end up after this. This is basically like the Secret Wars, you could say.
Yeah, a lot of rosters shuffling about, a lot of players moving back and forth. I'm excited to see how some of these guys match up against each other. I mean, for a lot of teams in this tournament, this is your trial. This is your moment to make it into Tier 1 League. I'm sure a lot of players are going to be playing their hearts out here on this group stage today, tomorrow, and obviously in the grand finals.
It's going to be a great time, and we have some great matchups ahead of us. But let's look at the groups for those who are trying to understand how the format is going to work for this event. Well, we have a lot of great teams here competing against each other, but only the top 4 out of each group is going to make the playoff stage that starts tomorrow. We're only doing the first 3 rounds because we don't want everyone to be taking their entire Friday. They want to enjoy some of their time, get some scrims in afterwards, and focus up for these best of 3s that'll be going all the way until the final 3 matches of that bracket. But you can see the groups here. Give us your predictions in chat on who you think is going to make it out of each of those. I had some people on Twitter saying, hey, we're thinking Na'Vi, we're thinking Lunex. They're probably going to be the good front runners of Group A. Who are you feeling, Chevy, for Group B?
Group B, look, man, I'm a Jitward fan. I'm out here. Yeah, we lost is gonna make it out of groups. I know that's a crazy thing to say, but I feel like they're gonna be that last team that just sneaks into Group B. I need to ask you, Vaudable, out of Group A, do you think either Flark or Extinction are gonna make it out?
That's a tough one, but hey, this first series of the day might be able to tell us if that is going to be the case, depending on who comes out on top. Flark, Extinction, they're facing off against each other. These two teams might be a little bit on the outside looking into some of those top squads that are in their specific group, but afterwards, for our schedule on stream, we're doing Na'Vi versus Merlin Order. That's our final series we'll be covering, Shibby. Then at the end of the day, Lunex versus the Beast, and then our final premier matchup, Dreamland versus Intergalactic. That's going to be a good one. CB and Diatonic will be joining us on the cast and taking things over for those last 2. And honestly, I got to say, that's the matchup to keep your eye on. If you're going to be watching anything today and you're not tuning in throughout all of it, come back for that one because it's going to be a banger.
Yeah, 100%. Not to say that Flark versus Extinction or Na'Vi versus Merlin's Order won't be exciting. For a lot of people that don't know, Na'Vi, at least a majority of their roster, will be playing from EU, right? So they'll be playing on the Dallas servers. So there is a little bit of upset potential. Merlin's Order could do something crazy here. But I do want to focus on our first match of the day, Flark versus Extinction, Vaudable, because I think both of these teams have something to prove.
They do have a lot to prove. I think Flark, they didn't have as well of a performance as they would have liked through the lower bracket of MRC Season 5, right? They had Aramori on the team, no longer on the roster this go-around. But looking ahead for this team, they have the sky's the limit for them. If they can take down Extinction, that's the start. That's the benchmark for them. And it's only going to get harder from here on out in their groups. But look at the players. You might recognize some of your favorite streamers into this as well. We got Gale, we got Guru, we got Gilbert Noodle, but also joining them is Bedtime Story, Pizza Demon, Breddy, and Cal is the newest member, locking it in for this roster here, Shibby. I mean, anyone specific you think the players, the viewers, everyone should be keeping an eye on from this Flark roster?
I'm telling you right now, guys, keep your eyes on Bedtime Story, because that man is an absolute demon. Not a pizza demon, a different kind of demon here, because I've seen him fry people on Phoenix, Moon Knight, Hela. I mean, he's just a duelist extraordinaire, and if anyone is going to pop off on this Flark roster, it's going to be him.
Well, this is going to be interesting to see the least how this one goes down between these two teams. Again, Flark, they've been together for a decent amount of time, but the team that I think been together the longest outside of Na'Vi, of course, has been Extinction. They have gone through, maybe one roster change here and there, Cleo being the newest addition on the strategist lineup, but Zanji, Pro Builder, Alfie, Aurora, and Fright Knight have been together through thick and thin on different rosters. They used to be named Guilty, and then they got picked up by Extinction. They used to be on Gosu Academy back in, I think it was, Season 4 of MRC. So they've gone through it all. Maybe not had the results that they've wanted, but who knows? This new pickup, this new look could be the difference maker for them.
And I think the really underrated thing that you mentioned is the fact that at least 5 out of 6 of these people have stuck together for so long. When coming into a tournament like the Mega Monthly, where you've got so many different teams pulling so many different pieces together, sometimes having that, joined together roster, the one that's been through it through multiple seasons of competition, that synergy is already there. You don't need to build it. You don't need to worry about timings and stuff like that because everyone knows how to play with each other. So I'm really looking at Alfie and Aurora, this, Vanguard duo to kind of step things up, at least in the early rounds of this tournament.
It's going to be a good one. I mean, Alfie, people might recognize from the old Ignite roster in Stage 1 from Luminosity. They had a decent performance to qualify for it, but unfortunately it fell in at the later stages of that first few rounds. So they're looking to make their names known and their presence shown throughout this tournament. And what a time to do it. If they can take down Flark, that is the way to go forward and say, hey, we're here to show up and show out. And taking down this squad who, again, for those who have seen these players, used to be the Rad Esports roster in North America. So yes, Rad were the technical mid-season winners in EMEA, but they had an NA roster. Then they were this Flark team before, and now they're Flark themselves. So a little confusing, but we're going to see a lot of that throughout these rosters today, Shibby. People that you recognize from other teams that now go by different names.
Yeah, you're also going to see a lot of players that you wouldn't normally see teamed up, right? Coming together. And I think it's going to be really exciting. Some of those crazy armchair analysts, like, what if we put this duelist with this one or this Vanguard with this one? I think it's like any esports watcher, it's their dream to watch some of these guys come together. Ooh. And for our random domination map here, Vaudeville, we get Celestial Husk.
I feel like so many teams try to just ban this one out, specifically if they do have that available to them, and specifically how the map selection is going to work. It's going to be random domination, similar to, the MRC style. Then afterwards, you can select either a convoy or convergence if you are the losing team, and the winning team, of course, picks the side after that. You can't double up, though. We're not having 3 dominations. Sorry, yeah, we lost on that end, or even ego death the way that we saw things go that time around. But it will be a little bit more competitive that way, and this is going to be the advanced bans, Ignite bans. If you ban something, it's banned for the other team, not yourselves. And well, it makes sense that we are seeing the double Gambit ban. That is going to be kind of the storyline throughout most of today, as well as the Loki saves.
Yeah, I don't want to play against one-sided Gambit. It's not fun here. Typically, these first couple picks and saves, or bans and saves, usually are scripted out, right? You see the Magneto, you see the Gambit, the Loki save. It's not until we get to the later rounds where we start seeing something like Phoenix or Groot being saved or let through, right? That's where it gets really, really interesting. And what you mentioned, Vaudeville, early on when we were talking about it, a lot of Mantis bans have been creeping up throughout these pro teams.
Yeah, they don't want to worry about triple strategist, right? Especially with the damage boost, how effective that is, depending on what you're playing on the duelist lineup. We've seen so much Moon Knight Mantis even recently, with the Groot being teamed with that as well. Especially with the team up for Mantis, you have the extra healing wall available to you. And of course, the Groot bans are going to come through this time. We might see a Groot save, though, from Flark, and we know there's a really good Groot player on that side.
Yeah, I mean, just the fact that we have seen, Groot being banned out, paired up with the Moon Knight specifically. Look, chat, I'm sorry, guys. I'm a Moon Knight enjoyer. I love seeing him in the meta. I love when he's damage boosted. He's building an ult every 20 seconds, dropping the Hand of Khonshu on top of you, but we are going to see the Magneto save. So this does anticipate that we probably will see Phoenix paired up with it, because the Magneto-Phoenix ultimate combo, Meteor M plus Ensong Inferno, is still one of the best in the game.
And that's why you see it being hovered for the ban that time. So Flark, they aren't going to be getting their Groot, of course, this go-around. Extinction, though, they might opt for instead to try and counter them a little bit there. But they have a couple different options that they can go for. I think locking in the Magneto also makes it so that you're more hesitant to play the Cloak and Dagger. We've seen Cloak and Dagger resurface so much since the recent buffs, especially with the Dagger Storm, getting that instant 60 HP, not having to wait for your duelist to stay in one AoE for a second and get some heals, please. But on the other side, we might see a ban here for another strategist, so you can focus on that side of things for Flark, or it's just going to be the Phoenix. That makes a lot of sense. Not give it one-sided to either team, because how effective and how meta we have seen Phoenix be.
Yeah, so unfortunately, Extinction do not have access to Magneto, Gambit, Mantis, or Phoenix. On the side of Flark, no Groot, no Gambit, no Mantis, and no Phoenix here. So the big difference maker, we have one-sided Groot and one-sided Magneto. And this is where the mind game starts to come in, Vaudeville, because if you're a good enough Magneto player, you can simply eat up the Strangling Prison with your Meteor M, and that is an absolute backbreaker for the Groot team.
Oh yeah, I've personally, unfortunately, experienced that in ranked a couple of times. So, you know, even the best group players out there, not saying I'm one of them, but do have that struggle sometimes. And it also makes it more difficult for you to try and go for those combos depending on what your composition is going to look like. And that's the biggest question mark here. What is the composition going to be? I think locking down the Invisible Woman is massive. That way you can have the Invisible Boundary pretty much take up the entire objective, right? But we are seeing some of our favorites, Daredevil for Zanji, Pro Builder on the Namor. Same for the other side, though. You have the Hela Namor team up for Flark, and actually maybe not even going for that Tim the Tatman, not the actual Tim the Tatman, by the way. We're seeing a couple names that you might say, oh, is that the actual person? No, that's just one of the actual players on the side of Flark. Just took that name before Tim could even get it.
Yeah, Guru doing a little bit of trolling here, and wonder if we're actually going to see them bust out the Deadpool here. They're going to walk out Flark on this Deadpool plus Namor combo. Namor Hela, obviously another very good team up. The anti-heal being able to applied so liberally is really good. The AoE anti-heal specifically is going to put a lot of work onto Extinction, as they're going to walk out with the Groot, the Emma, and instead of the Hela Namor, they're going to go Hela Bucky here.
Okay, I respect it. The Bucky has always been very solid, especially if you get a bit of an eye on the other side, and that's why they were playing the Daredevil before, so they can have some vision on what is being played by their opponents. A lot of people have been doing that in the spawn, so they get a bit of an eye on things early. But Pro Builder, we're trying to keep an eye on them as best as we can, see if they can get some early chip damage against their opponents and lock down this early team fight. We've seen in the stats, shout out got Moxie for that specifically, around 80% typically when you see that first fight won on domination, the rest of it goes your way. So that's what both these teams are vying for here.
Yeah, and Gilbert already takes down Aurora. Extinction in a 5v6. Nice pull, though. And we see Guru obviously land the Deadpool ultimate, but it looks like Extinction are still making things work despite being in a numbers disadvantage. Both invisible boundaries are going to come through here, and Guru on an absolute diabolical flank here. Not really sure what he's doing, but Bedtime Story has the Horn of Proteus available, and Flark have taken initial control of the point. And just like you mentioned, Vaudable, 80% win rate on that first point win.
We saw such an early invisible boundary come out. I feel like it might have been preemptive from Extinction. Yeah. They used it to see if they can lock down the space and make it easier for them to get those eliminations against Team Flark, but it just didn't work out as they were hoping it to. And now you see the ult economy advantage for Flark. They are ready and waiting for this next engagement by Extinction. And well, Pro Builder, they do have that Kraken impact. It's going to be having to be very impactful if they want to do anything with it here.
Ooh, Meteor M coming in from Gilbert. Counter the Kraken impact. Unfortunately, whiffs here. Goddess of Death is going to come in from Gale, and Pizza Demon finally copies that invisible boundary to give Flark more percentage to keep them onto the point. Big Strangling Prison. Is there any follow-up available? No, unfortunately, no eliminations are going to come through here. Extinction are just throwing everything in the kitchen sink to get this point, but they still haven't capped it just yet. Finally, Guru's going to come in with that Deadpool ultimate, and Cleo from Extinction side is going to drop that invisible boundary. Zanji, although on this Hela, absolutely takes down Cal. That's one strategist taken down for Extinction. And here we go. Goddess of Death gets immediately burned out here. Vaudable, all this time, Flark is still gaining percentage.
All these ultimates being used, but they eventually are able to get the eliminations necessary. So they realized, okay, yeah, we had to give all the ults away, and eventually we'd be able to get something for us. But I do worry a little bit that they used too much, as you mentioned. We saw almost everything in the tank used by them. Alfie, of course, was the one who went down the earliest in the first engagement, but they do have their Psionic Seduction available to them. So maybe they'll be able to shut things down and try to pop out a support or a strategist ultimate from the side of Flark. You might see Cal, who's the one that has the numbers name, by the way. 041022 is Cal, for those who might be wondering.
Yeah, this Psionic Seduction going to be very crucial in at least keeping Flark at bay. Mind you, Extinction have to make up quite a bit of percentage. Zanji, though, on the flank here, maybe looking for a 1v1. Pizza Demon has taken out their counterpart in Fright type, and Flark have already eliminated too. Zanji, you are watching your team waste away, and the point should get flipped by Flark here, and they're already gaining percentage. Vaudable, what was Zanji doing?
trying to solo the world, and unfortunately they were not the hero of the story. They were the villain, and they got vanquished, as Hela typically has been. But the portal does come through from spawn through Aurora. Try to see if they can use it as some extra cover on the objective. But look at those 3 ultimates available for Flark. They're ready to use them at a moment's notice. And here comes the Horde of Proteus. Does knock down the Doctor Strange, and well, there's going to be a grasp of contention against them. And well, eventually we do see the Gods of Death and the Meteor M popped, but it's still not enough for an elimination. They need to focus it down and eventually to come through.
Yeah, 2 limbs from Flark here. Pizza Demon as well ended up copying the invisible boundary, and Flark very efficiently take that first round here. It looked like Extinction maybe was going to come back with that Sonic Seduction, but really them going down early while Zanji was on the flank, I think that's what sealed the deal for round 1.
I think the problem here as well, Shibby, was that we saw so many ultimates burn to win that first team fight for Extinction after they gave so much percentage to Team Flark that they realized, oh, we got to be a little bit more cognizant of when we are using our ultimates, but they were too hesitant to use them. I mean, as you mentioned, Alfie holding on to that Sonic Seduction for basically 2 minutes, it felt like, and they could have gotten some more utility out of it, baited out some of the ultimates earlier on. Instead, we saw perfect synergies from Team Flark when they used theirs together. So they just have to say GG go next on to the next capture point here for domination on Celestial Husk, but not the best footing that they wanted to start off on for the first series of Mega Monthly.
Now we're going to see some adjustments being made here. Guru, I think they're going to try to go for the kidnap Flark. Specifically, you'll see that Force Phase coming out. Once they get somebody in, they'll pull them right into the full team. Let's see if they can actually get somebody instead. They're just going to look for that first point, and they actually take down Cleo. That's a good first fight win, if I'll say.
Especially with how effective Cleo was building her ultimate before. Woo. So taking her out of contention immediately is the way to go. Get a strategist for just the portal usage. Yeah, they'll take that any day of the week. And Alfie does get one back themselves, but their backline, unfortunately, is not there to sustain them as well as they would like it to. So Flark able to take this early percentage on the objective as best they can. Good stall, though, from Aurora, waiting for the rest of their team to get on the objective. And even the first team fight, you might have said it was won by Flark, but Extinction, Alfie finally uses Sonic Seduction.
Ooh, Alfie's gonna pop that open. Massive Sonic Seduction, multiple members here. And yeah, just a fantastic stall. That pick onto Cleo actually just meant nothing. Flark, unfortunately, do lose one of their duelists here. Gale does go down. Guru has something available. Cal pops the invisible boundary, but Pro Builder has already taken down 2. This ultimate is wasted. It's not worth it anymore because Extinction have already eliminated multiple members of Flark.
I think it was also to just keep them away from the objective, right? Make sure they can lock down this first team fight, especially with how quickly things were won by Flark last go around. So unfortunate that time for Gilbert Noodle. He found himself between a rock and a hard place, or an entire Avengers roster of Extinction at this time. So bedtime story, just trying to get some pot shots, wait for the Horn of Proteus combo, maybe use that with the Feast of the Abyss from Gilbert as well if they need to. Really need to find some sort of synergy like they showcased on that first capture point if they want to take this next team fight.
Big thing to look at here. Look at Extinction's ultimate economy, guys. They have Horn of Proteus, they've got the Loki copy, and they've got Invisible Boundary. Flark need to get an initial pick. I think if they take a 6v6 fight straight up, they are just going to lose that war immediately here. And we already see Horn of Proteus coming out, takes down Zanji. So the Invisible Boundary unable to save the duelist, but they're still going to try to stall on this 5v6. The Horn from Pro Builder comes in. Goddess of Death coming in from Gale. Unfortunately, you're firing into an Invisible Boundary. You're firing into something you can't see. You're just getting hit markers here as we see Guru with that Feast of Abyss. All the meanwhile, Extinction have gathered percent, 57, 58. Flark unable to finalize some of these eliminations.
They do take out Cleo, though, on the back end. So is Pro Builder and Aurora. Dropping like flies is the Extinction roster, and eventually we will see a lockdown for Team Flark. It took a little bit longer than they would have wanted to, but again, it just goes to show that usage of their ultimates has been perfect from Team Flark. Extinction, they were a little bit hesitant, but they used it at the right time to get that first team fight win. So we might see them be able to engage with that Feast of the Abyss, with the Sonic Seduction if they want to, with Alfie and Aurora, the combo that's been together for such a long time in Marvel Rivals Esports, and they know when to pop those ults as best as possible. But on the other end, Flark, they know that these ults are available to their opponents. They've been keeping an eye on when the usages have been coming out for Extinction, so they know when they need to engage, when they need to back off, like Gilbert Noodle does there, and just keep them off the point as long as they can.
Extinction's goal here is to get Cal's Invisible Boundary out early, right? That way they can either use the Psionic Suction or the Feast of the Abyss to take down multiple members for Flark. And it already comes out relatively early here. So we're going to see Extinction play that kind of slow game, right? Baiting it out, waiting for it to go down. And I expect Alfie to pop the Psionic Seduction pretty quickly, or at least the Feast of Abyss. Never mind, they're just going to take down multiple members of Flark without using a single ultimate. That's going to set up this next team fight perfectly for Extinction.
That's the way to do it. Not have to use your ultimates and hold things down as best as possible. Aurora, unfortunately, doesn't have much health available to them, but their team will keep them sustained. They really just had to finish off that Guru, Tim the Tatman impersonator, as you could call them, here on Team Flark. But Gilbert Noodle does have the Feast of the Abyss available for themselves, so might be able to get something going with that. Bedtime Story, almost have the Horn of Proteus too. Really all the Duelist ultimates available, but not as much as they would like on the strategist side. So Pizza Demon really needs to look towards getting their copy as best as they can just to get into this next team fight, but all of Extinction has theirs available to them.
Yeah, Feast of the Abyss is going to come through. Pro Builder already takes down his counterpart in Bedtime Story. That's a big pick onto the Duelist. Most likely he's going to swap over to that Doctor Strange so he can get his team back onto the point. Never mind, Extinction have only burned 2 ults. 1-1 so far. Guru swapped over to that Doctor Strange, so expect a portal coming in. Invisible Boundary coming in from Pizza Demon. That's copied as Alfie and Cleo are going to match in fold with Psionic Seduction and their own Invisible Boundary. But mind you guys, Pro Builder still has the Horn. Fright Type still has the Loki copy. This should be Extinction's fight to win as long as they don't mess it up. And the Horn gets dropped down. Unfortunately, no eliminations. Bedtime, sorry, in the meantime, takes down Alfie. So Extinction are fighting at a numbers disadvantage with that portal coming in from Guru.
Alfie did have the portal available to them now if they want to use it as well. Fright Type, they do have the copy as you're mentioning. And here comes the Invisible Boundary from both ends. Bedtime Story, really going to come down to the timing when they use their team up with Pella and the Horn of Proteus. Unfortunately, they don't get the elimination that they want to. Guru, though, with the Eye of Agamotto, trying desperately to knock down the dominoes on the objective, but it's not enough just yet. Only Aurora dropping for now. Pro Builder does as well, and the overtime just as a sliver. They need Team Flark if they want to stay on this objective to win this team fight and knock them off of their pedestal, at least for now.
Extinction coming back in. Aurora just as quickly as he went down, he's back into the fight here. Beautiful rollout from this Venom, and he's already building towards that Feast of the Abyss at 100%. Cleo as well with the Invisible Boundary. Flark have no resources really to work with. They gotta wait for at least Gilbert to get this Feast of the Abyss. Pizza Demon does go down, and Extinction, despite going down early, despite being at a numbers disadvantage, they are cleaning Flark up one by one. Guru falls. Cal is left. Gilbert goes down, and Extinction take the round and the match.
Your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man making a bit of an appearance at the end there as well to save the day and swing in. Maybe a bit of a distraction style on that end. The Pro Builder knew what they had to do to save the day for their team. So Extinction did what was necessary for the victory, but looking at those ult charges a little bit more in favor of Team Flark, where the difference was Team Extinction had more going for them into that second capture point. So it's all going to come down to point 3. This is already Cinema Chibi for the Mega Monthly match number 1 in round 1. Of course, still more matches happening on in the background. Definitely recommend it checking out those co-streamers and the other series that are going on through the Marvel Rivals directory. But this is the one you want to pay attention to see who comes out on top in our first random domination. Then it'll go to either Convoy or Convergence, selected by the loser of this first map.
Apologies. We still got one more round here. My bad.
Yeah,
guys
it's
got
all
a little
good.
too
You got
excited.
It's okay.
Flark ended up taking that round here. I thought Extinction had it, right? They were getting all these eliminations, but instead, we're going to come into round 3 here, and actually somebody will take the match. I'm not going to lie this time around, as Zanji and Alfie do have the Eye of Agamotto and Goddess of Death above here. Pizza Demon, though, already has that copy, and I'm expecting him to burn that relatively early once Zanji uses that Hela ultimate.
Now we'll have to see when the Eye of Agamotto is also going to be used too. And there it comes out from Alfie. It does bait out the Lanterns here as well. But Cleo and Zanji also getting their own. Cleo actually popping off here on the Invisible Woman, getting a double for their team. And unfortunately for Team Flark, they didn't even have enough time to use any of their ultimates. First team fight again going the way of Extinction. It was a bit of a hiccup, a bumpy ride at the start for that first capture point where Flark took them down and won the opening team fight. But from here on out, Extinction's been looking like the top dogs.
Yeah, and Zanji still holding on to that Hela ult. Flark, though, a lot of resources available, right? I mean, they're walking in with 5 ultimates. Gilbert just has to make sure he survives here. And Guru already popping the big test. We've seen him pretty much opt in for that every single time as a debuff, as the Hell Unleashed is going to come in from both Extinction and Flark here. Let's see if they can get any. But Zanji's immediately goes down here. Fright type copies the invisible boundary. Cal kindly responds here. Bedtime scoring going to drop the whale onto multiple members, but unfortunately, none of those eliminations can actually get confirmed. But look at Pro Builder has the legendary available. Pizza Demon has to be absolutely on point with this copy here. Runes go down. Nothing is going to be taken down immediately. And Cleo pops the invisible boundary as well. Aurora, Feast the Abyss comes in. And Extinction are still building up towards percentage. 55 so far.
That's a great protection, though, that we saw from the side of Flark.
Yeah,
Gilbert Noodle defending Cal on the back line, using the bubbles so that they could stay alive, at least as long as they needed to. And eventually the team fight would go their way. Didn't have to use as many resources as they liked either. You mentioned it, the big test has been the focus here for the Vanguard version of Deadpool for Guru. And I think a lot of that is to focus on either, the strategist who is popping off on the other side so that they can't go for the heals without taking damage themselves, or locking down a Vanguard who is a little bit harder and just kind of throwing out a lot of those shots as best as possible on their end, so they can't be as effective. And we'll probably see a lot of that going on. The Deadpool in your area too, very effective, so you get that enhanced rate of fire that you can use with this Vanguard. So we see a lot of that being used, and the bubble just creates some space here as well.
Yeah, and I'm really interested because now we're at a nearly fully upgraded, right? He's maxed out on all the points here. So this is where Deadpool really begins to shine, when he has all his upgrades available. I think that's been the major complaint for a lot of people, right? He takes too long to skill up, he takes too long to come online. But when you're 3 rounds into a domination map, hopefully you can survive a little bit longer than that. Cleo ends up taking down Guru here. But Flark are still building towards that percentage, nearly matched up to Extinction here. Nice slam coming in from Aurora, but no Feast of the Abyss means he's got to swing out of there almost immediately. And both Flark and Extinction are just having an immense poke war right now, just fighting for this line of scrimmage on the point. We see a TP actually coming out from Guru.
Guru just making sure they can get it back on the objective and also create some cover for their team on the point. Shutting down the line of sight for this Hela on the other end makes it a little bit more difficult for Zanji to do anything. They have the Goddess of Death available, but there is going to be a Feast of the Abyss in the backline from Aurora. Not the best timing, though, because they do just get meleeed by the other Loki of Pizza Demon. So, unfortunately, Loki, the god of mischief, is going to be the one to make some mayhem on your front line and make it that much more difficult for you to even do anything. Maybe one last touch from Extinction, but this seems to be going the way of Team Flark, especially with the Goddess of Death unleashed again.
Wait, the Goddess of Death coming out from Extinction might actually result in something. Big Eye of Agamotto, though, I think landed from Guru. It's already taken down multiple members for Extinction. And Gale takes down Zanji. Extinction, they've got to trickle onto this point expertly. Emma's already on with Alfie, but Flark are just simultaneously taking them down one by one by one. Alfie does pick down Bedtime Story, but Gale is just free-firing Elim after Elim after Elim. And finally, guys, Flark does take them round, and they take the match here 2-1. Very well played from them. I talked about watching Bedtime Story, but guys, I forgot they got the man himself, Mr. Gale Adelaide, on Hitscan.
Great performance from both sides, honestly, in this first domination map. But yeah, my personal MVP's got to be Gilbert Noodle. The way that they were able to defend their strategist is the reason they won at that third point. We saw all the ultimates coming out. We saw the Galactic Legend also happen from the Star-Lord. I believe it was Pro Builder who was using it at that time. Just get shut down completely. They didn't even get a single pick from it. And when you are using Star-Lord and the Galactic Legend, you're able to build it up so quickly. Unfortunately, they got no value out of it. They wasted the ultimate because of the protection we saw from Gilbert Noodle. So great heal that we saw from the front line, the Vanguards on the side of Flark, and then everyone really picked up the pieces from then on out. As we also saw, too, Bedtime Story doing a great job on their side. So great performance from Team Flark. We kind of expected it to go in their favor just based on how these two teams fare against each other. But Extinction, they gave it their all, and I'm excited to see what map they choose for either Convoy or Convergence after this.
Yeah, I mean, 3 rounds here against Team Flark. Extinction doing a fantastic job. Also, Gale, final hit farmer, living up to his name. 12 finals, the most on the team here. But I just want to draw back to that point, right? Fright type, Cleo, obviously, Pizza Demon, and Cal, just the nerves of steel, right? You saw a lot of them not willing to burn their ultimates up super consistently, right? Oh, I have runes. I have, we can patty cake. We have invisible barrier, right? We have all these different tools where we don't have to burn our ultimates. That is the mark of a fantastic support duo. That is the mark of a fantastic support player. So really good on them, like you mentioned, to essentially bait out the Galactic Legend and allowing them to get pretty much 0 value from that Star-Lord ult.
I also love the way that they were using the big test, as you saw it there on his end. You couldn't really do too much if they were going to miss their shots. And eventually, once you have the upgrade version, they just take constant chip damage. So easier to focus them down. And instead of using the big AoE that does give you some bonuses, it's more of an isolating tactic instead. So it was neat to see that be used, and great that we got to see some of our newest hero that was added to the roster on this map. But it all came down to the synergies of Team Flark. The front line did great. The back line did great. The duelists did amazing for getting those final hits that we saw. I mean, so many from their side, and really dwarfed the comparison on the other end. We didn't see double digits from anyone on the end of Extinction. 12, of course, that we got to witness from Gale, and then the 11 from Bedtime Story. It was so close, too, from Flark coming back at the end here, but Extinction looked pretty solid, and I had hopes for them to show a strong showing in this third point, but they just got shut down too many times and couldn't really find their footing.
Yeah, and I had my reservations about this Namor. We've been seeing a lot of solo Namor. We've been seeing it paired up with the Hela, right? And I always feel like it's not getting the value it needs. But honestly, these horns from Bedtime Story, using it towards the end of the invisible boundaries, right? That's where that kind of knowledge comes in. You're timing the invisible boundary. You're saying, hey, I'm going to knock them all down while their healing ultimate is done, and then we can just pounce on them. I think that is just insane and very, very well timed from Flark there in Bedtime Story to coordinate with this team every single time. A lot of people look at it and go, oh, why are you throwing the horn into the invisible boundary? Well, he's actually throwing it to make sure that they're ready for the follow-up. So very, very well played from Flark. And yeah, I love Guru's use of the big test. Typically, we see the other ultimate, right? Typically, the knowledge was, hey, we're going to get the big AoE, we're going to run in. But the fact that you're essentially cursing somebody on the enemy team is really, really valuable.
Yeah, I like the usage of it too. I'm curious if we're going to see it on some of the other maps as well, depending on which ones we get selected here on their side. So again, they can go either Convoy or Convergence for Team Extinction, and the side will be chosen by Team Flark. We could just see it 2-0. Again, these are first to twos here at Shibby, but hopefully for the fans at home, we will get a longer series there. You know, Flark just want to clean things up and get ready for round 2. There's a lot of matches to go through. Again, 3 rounds being played today of the group stages, 3 tomorrow, plus some of the bracket. Tomorrow's the long haul for a lot of these teams, and the final hours of the bracket will be on a Sunday, 3 p.m. EST, again, for those who are wondering time-wise for when all of these are going to be starting each day of today, tomorrow, and on Sunday. But, I mean, any notes you would give this way to Shibby for Extinction on how they can improve going into this next map?
Yeah, I want to say a lot of those fights, they were coming in with like 6 ultimates to 2, right? And it felt like they were very, very, trigger happy, I'll say. Like they were burning 3-4 ultimates at a time, right? And I was like, okay, surely when we set up these fights, when Flark is down 4-2 ultimates or 6-4, right? Surely we're keeping track and we're saying, hey, we're going to use this to bait this out. We're going to take Invisible Boundary for Feast of the Abyss. We're going to use Silent Seduction for this. But it felt like they were getting a lot less value. It was like 3-for-1 trades or 2-for-1 trades. And Flark was just really good at kiting out Extinction's ultimate usage. And that's ultimately, no pun intended, what this game comes down to sometimes. How are you using your resources in a way that's coming out in even value or net positive? I think Extinction, that's what they kind of need to work on, right? Flark is doing a very good job making do with less, essentially.
It felt like Extinction got lost in the music during a lot of those team fights, and unfortunately they weren't able to find the rhythm and footing afterwards. So maybe if they put on some more of those disco costumes, that'll be enough for them to find their way forward. But who knows? I mean, again, shout out to NetEase, because the way that they've been putting out these costumes back to back to back and like seeing the different like visual effects that they added to the ultimates is great. I mean, the Invisible Boundary just has the music. I wonder if we'll see any Psylocke as well. Also, the new Groot that just came out too, the like Mecha Groot is so cool. So I don't know. I'm just such a big fan of the way that they've been able to showcase their skill in this game, but also showcase their style with the costumes there too. But either way, waiting for this map, I mean, where would you go if you were Extinction? We saw, some of their scrims yesterday. They had a couple of good looks on Convoy specifically. I feel like that might be the way to go for them.
Listen, Vaudeville, I'm not really sure where they would go, but I know what my heart wants. I want Museum of Contemplation. I want the new map.
They did good on that. They actually won that map during the scrim, so
they did. They
could
win.
happen.
I think that map is arguably one of the more interesting Convoy maps because point 1 and 2 super close together, but we throw that all out the window because we got all of the Dahlia, which is fine, right?
I get it.
That's okay. That's going to be their convergence map here. It's been in the rotation for such a long time. It's relatively figured out, and in my opinion, I think it kind of favors Flark a little bit because they've got, in my opinion, the better hit scan players, right? Hela is dominant on that second point.
You got to ban Hela.
Go up into that high ground, right? Yeah, you have to ban Hela if you're Extinction. If you're not willing to match it, or you maybe feel like you're not winning in that Hela exchange, I don't know. It feels really tough, especially going against Flark here. But like I said, guys, the first couple bans and saves are relatively scripted out. Like we know, hey, Gambit's going to be banned out, Magneto's going to be saved, Groot is going to be banned somewhere in between. It's that second round where we really get into the individuality of both of these teams.
Shout out to production as well, showing us, what the ban and protects were for map number 1. Now we kind of get to see the differences, the changes that'll happen here for map 2 as well. And we do see the Magneto save this go around on Extinctions, and they want to make sure that they lock that down. We're maybe feeling as confident on the Groot. So now changing things up. One-sided Loki, though, that's going to make things a little bit difficult because you go for that Magneto save, you don't have that Loki available to you, and that is going to mean that there'll be a lot of strategist ultimates available for the side of Flark. So might need to target some of those strategists a bit more on your ban phase for Extinction.
Whoa. Well, I saw that Hela ban. I take it away. Just do it. Extinction.
There we go. Okay.
Yeah. I think taking that double hit scan, the hit scan sisters, as I call them, away, especially on this map with tons of high ground, forces you to play what I like to say a little bit more honest Marvel Rivals.
It does, yeah. So we don't see any looks actually at the strategists. We might see one here because they did ban the 2 favorites, but also we did see a lot of effectiveness out of a Solo Namor. Solo Namor with the recent buffs is actually pretty good. So getting that off the equation, off the table there specifically for Bedtime Story, who is so lethal with it, would make sense. But I also do get the Mantis ban that coming through. You don't want to give them Mantis Loki when it's already one-sided enough. You're going to have so much triple strategist having to worry about that. Well, they don't have to worry too much there, and you need to make sure you lock down your backline. So they are going to go for that Invisible Woman save or protect, as we saw last go around. So not too much change. I think the biggest one here is that we do, instead of the Groot and Loki, we see the Magneto save, and we see the ban on the Hela because of how lethal we saw the Hela come out for Gale specifically on that side. So final ban, who are you calling here, Shibby?
I mean, it's Groot. Angela maybe could be here. Venom.
Okay, we saw a lot of Venom.
Vaudeville. 2 specific heroes are available for both of these squads. Groot and Moon Knight combo.
That's true. That's true.
It's going to work its way. It's going to come, guys. I promise you. I think either Extinction or Flark should pick this up, especially with the hit scan sisters being removed from play specifically for Flark. Unless Gale is going to go to his Patton and Punisher, which could be possible, even though Magneto is on the table.
Probably not.
I feel like this is the best time to pick Moon Knight Groot. It's open with Venom being removed as well. I think we're going to see maybe some Angela. I know Guru plays Angela.
Oh yeah, Angela was banned last time too.
Yeah, not sure if Guru is going to stick to the Deadpool that we saw, the Vanguard pool specifically, or if he's going to opt in for the Angela. We've seen a lot of Angela Daredevil on this map before. I feel like Daredevil as well has kind of fallen out of favor. I don't think it's due to the nerfs, just because the heroes around him have changed, right? Thing is coming back in, and at least we see Aurora on the Angela so far, at least on the attacking side.
Yeah, Aurora typically one to fall back upon the Angela, especially on maps like this. So not too surprised to see that come out for them. Extinction, because the Hela didn't get banned for them, they're actually going to be picking it up for Pro Builder this go around. So they're going to have the hit scan sisters, as you mentioned. And we're getting Fright type on the Luna Snow this go around, wondering if they're going to pop that Snowflake onto Aurora so that they can feel a little bit more safe. And that's exactly what they're doing as they go and terrorize the backline.
Yeah, I love that. I mean, relatively build that ultimate up super quickly here, but I like Flark's composition just a little bit more. It's more interesting to talk about, right? They've got Gale on the Hawkeye, Bedtime is back on that Namor, and Guru sticking with the Vanguard pool specifically. I like it. Hey, I think the debuff, right, the curse, the big test, I think it's really, really good, especially like you mentioned, into those hit scan sisters.
Also noticing that Bedtime Story is going to just stick on the Namor, having both Hela and Phoenix available just to take out the squids and get them from their entrenchment on this first capture point is kind of a good way to go about it. But they're just more building up their ultimate at this stage, waiting to see if they get a single pick on to Team Flark, and then that might be the way to go. I'm loving this positioning, though, that we're seeing from Alfie. They're trying their best to protect their middle of the pack as much as possible, but Zanji getting the first initial elimination onto Gilbert Noodle makes it to the front line, is already weakened by Flark. Even with this angle for Bedtime Story, not as effective as you'd like, but he almost has the Horn of Proteus.
I don't know if they're going to be able to get the TP off here. Big Test does come in. Tank Pool is going to be able to stall onto this point. Cleo as well, going to pop that invisible boundary, at least on the back end of that point. They're going to kite it out just a little bit. Gale pops the Hunter's Mark. Unfortunately, not able to get anybody, but they have pushed back Extinction so far, and finally we see Fright type go down. Gale hitting that Hawkeye arrow, and about 33% or 63%, sorry, has been captured for Extinction.
Yeah, good percentage for them on that first engagement, but you forced Gale to pull out the Hawkeye, and they are a menace with the bow and arrow here, just waiting for the angle, seeing if they can get the Angela this time and force them to question when they are going for the engagements on it to the capture point. So one good pick is all it's going to take to shut things down on the other end, and the Vanguards need to push up and deal with Guru and Gale as much as they can. Bedtime Story, though, you notice they still have the Horn of Proteus available, waiting for some sort of combo there. Visible Boundary does get procced, and we do have Dance Time on the objective for Fright type, but I feel like maybe that was used a bit too early from Cal. Here comes all the ultimates, though, from Flark.
Ooh, big Eye of Agamotto onto multiple members of Extinction, and that's going to allow Flark to clean up that fight. Gilbert just came out of nowhere with that.
Beautiful from Gilbert. I mean, knew their time to strike, waited for them to be distracted on the objective, and dominated. Here comes the portal, though, from Zanji, swapping things over, and there is the big test also happening from Guru, so they don't even have to worry too much because they're getting all the damage, all the value, and forcing them back from whence they came into their own spawn. They can't even push out the objective. This might be a full hold, Chibi.
Yeah, potentially here. And I've got to praise Guru, man. The usage of this Deadpool ultimate, the big test, just slamming it onto one of these hit scans for Extinction, kind of just puts them in a really bad position, right? Can't really fire. Yeah, it's essentially a time you're getting put in the corner with the dunce cap on, and you're like, well, what do I do, guys? It's essentially a 5v6, at least momentarily, and Flark holding this position very well defensively. 77% has been captured by Extinction, though. Invisible Boundary comes out from Cleo. Alfie has also channeled a Meteor M. Guru, though, is on the flank looking to pressure. Cleo takes down Gilbert, so maybe Extinction finally get this point here. Pizza Demon on Flark's side is going to pop that Invisible Boundary here, but Pro Builder does get his ultimate immediately sniped out of the sky, and Extinction, despite having a numbers advantage, still have yet to fully cap the point. It's at 95% right now. Surely Flark make a misplay. Surely Extinction can extend it, and there they go. Finally, after back and forth between Flark and Extinction, they're able to take the point and finally move on to the convoy section of this map.
Lots of time wasted there as well, which is massive. And they still kind of have control of the convoy here. So it's a good look for Flark. Yes, they did give things up. Yes, they got pushed off a little bit, but force all of the ultimates from Extinction. They still have a couple available to them, building them up as well for Alfie and Aurora. I think the combo that we might see there, Meteor M into the Heaven's Retribution, could be deadly against the backline of Flark if they time it properly. But you do have the Hunter Sight available for Gale. That's going to be lethal, to say the least, against this Extinction lineup, and they're just waiting for their time to strike.
Yeah, we could also see Meteor M plus Ensong Inferno. As I say that, though,
yep.
Zanji goes down immediately onto multiple members. A Quadra combined with the Heaven's Retribution. Woo! Flark did not know what was coming.
Ensong Inferno used beautifully. And we saw in the scrims where last time they were fighting above the objective and it passed by them. But this time they're like, hey, we actually have to have people sticking on the convoy this time. So they've learned from their mistakes in scrims. They've improved from then on out, but they still have a long journey to go if they want to guarantee themselves a tied series. Got to go for the long haul, go for the 3 points, and a forced overtime if Team Flark also get that far of a journey of their own on attack. But we do have the Hunter Sight coming out this time from Gale Meteor M to try and counter it. Doesn't get the final hit though, and some great heals from the strategist lineup, but we'll see if it's enough from the Feast of the Abyss. More ultimates come through. Horn of Proteus available for Bedtime Story, but they're not using it just yet. They get taken out by Pro Builder.
Yeah, Pro Builder on this diabolical flank here is able to take down multiple members of Flark, and a good ult from Cleo, the invisible boundary to keep Flark onto the point. Surely Gilbert Nudo is going to try to stall as much as he can. The second point might just be Extinctions, 0.43 meters, but Pizza Demon copies the invisible boundary, and Bedtime off the top ropes. Cleo and Zanji do go down, and Flark are able to clean Extinction up. Never mind, they see, wait, what?
They did not see where it was coming from at that final moment, Chivy. So unfortunately, they could not get there in time to prevent the Horn of Proteus from going through. Unfortunately, we didn't see the touch from Team Flark before the Horn of Proteus came through. So they still touched the point and got some extra time for them. But I think that was a little sneaky, a tongue-in-cheek move from Team Flark to say, hey, you got to keep it in the back of your mind that we could do this at any moment and expect the unexpected for these ultimates.
Unfortunate for Team Flark there. Surely you would have thought they were able to at least stop that. 0.35 meters was the difference here. And Extinction is going to pop that Goddess of Death, and kind of a bit of a bad positioning here. Column blocking that left side does force out at least Cal's invisible boundary here. Fright Type's gonna come in. That's a damage boosted Ensong Inferno. Unfortunately, not able to get the Quadra like he did last time, but Aurora is able to pick up Gale in the meantime with that Heaven's Retribution. You're bungeed there. You cannot escape. An Extinction, maybe they took my advice, because their ultimate usage has been fantastic so far.
Much improved since we saw them at the start of the series, but will it be enough? Again, not much time remaining, 30 seconds, less than that now to get that third checkpoint. Still something left with a Hunter Sight available to Gale. Try and get a pick, Meteor M to shut it down as best as possible. A good snipe with it, but not enough damage. Invisible Boundary does come through. Another Meteor M, this time from Gilbert Noodles, seeing if they can at least get one pick from it. That might be enough to make the dominoes fall in their favor, but Extinction holds strong as they can. No ultimates available to them. Bedtime Story almost with a Horn of Proteus. They're waiting for their final time to strike. They need to get this elimination on the Pro Builder to at least engage well enough against their opponents and lock them down before that final tick goes through.
Oh, Bedtime in a 1v2 situation does go down. Pro Builder walks him down on the Hela. Although Cal does pop that invisible boundary, buys them a little bit more time onto the point. And unfortunately, Pro Builder goes down. It's the strategists for Team Flark that have come out with the eliminations. Although the TP has come in, it gets taken down immediately. Fright Type, unfortunately, getting pushed back. Aurora and Alfie. Oh no, Extinction unable to get that final point. And Flark, off the back of their strategists, come up big here and stop them right before the 3-point mark.
Perfect alt usage yet again. Hunter Sight to bait out the Meteor M, knowing that they didn't really need to use it at that moment. Would have been better to deny some of the strategist ultimates, which were so crucial with securing them only the 2 points at the end of the road for Extinction. So Team Flark, they know they just have to get to the end of their journey, and they will be the winners of their first series of the day. Every series matters here in the round robin phase. Again, you play every single team in your 6-team group. It's 5 matches to try and make it into that bracket stage on a Saturday and a Sunday. Only the top 4 of each of those groups, 12 teams total. You can do the math yourself, make it into the playoff stage. So a lot on the line just for this series. Of course, the map points do help with tiebreakers. So if Extinction can turn things around, lock it down before Flark are able to sweep them, they'll be that much more better set for the rest of their run throughout this tournament.
Flark on the offensive. Guru on the Penny lineups, potentially. I don't think he's actually going to get anything, though.
He's hoping.
Surely he's not locking in offensive Penny here.
No.
Right? Wait. He hasn't swapped, guys.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Gave us our own fright for a second there.
Yeah, all right. He's back on to the
Angela this time.
Whoa. He just swapped like 3 different times. Okay, I think he was maybe waiting, potentially seeing if there's another Angela. I think Aurora kind of showed the power of this Angela plus comboing it with that Ensong Inferno. So I think Guru's job here particularly is just going to be running air interference, right? Taking them off this high ground, similar to what Aurora was doing when the sides were swapped here. Flark, though, on the offensive. Nothing much has changed, though. Gale off the Hawkeye is onto the Star-Lord. And we saw how good Extinction and Flark were at baiting out those Galactic Legends.
I like these change-ups in terms of the hero pool that they're playing for now, but the question is it going to be enough? They need a lot of time wasted, Extinction specifically, to make sure that they can go toe-to-toe as best as possible through each of these objectives. And right now, we're seeing some great looks from Guru, but they are getting frozen out and not as effective as they would like to be. Already, that's percentage 1 tick taken by Flark, and so much dispossession off the objective, and this is much faster than Extinction were able to lock things down.
ProBuilder is channeling the TP here, so they're going to at least get one more fight onto this point. But Cal immediately takes down Aurora. Fright Type goes down to Bedtime Story. ProBuilder is just dancing in between the portals. Fright Type has used the res from his own Atom, and we'll see if they're able to at least get something off here. But unfortunately, Extinction, yeah, you're right. They are just getting thrown off this point, and Flarka doing a fantastic job. Gaining percentage 97%. Both invisible boundaries do come in, so this allows for a little bit more stall. Gilbert Noodle misses the Meteor M, but Bedtime Story is just undisturbed on this high ground here, and finally, through a little bit of back and forth, Flark are able to get onto the second point here much faster than Extinction did.
Cal also using the push to keep everyone off the objective at the last moment. Saw that they could have touched, and that was crucial for them to secure the first point. But they still have a long road ahead of them, and there still could be potential for Extinction. And ProBuilder's now on the Spider-Man to save the day, but they will be shut down by the King of the Seas.
Now, Flark have essentially 4 plus, about a minute or 2 that they're going to gain from that second point to make it all the way to that victory. And that's a lot more time. That's at least minimum 4 more team fights between Flark and Extinction. Although Extinction have swapped to a hodgepodge comp of sorts. Fright Type is on the Rocket Raccoon. We could see a damage boosted Ensong Inferno. Instead, we see the Heaven's Retribution comboed with the Horn of Proteus, and then Bedtime Story is going to come in and immediately take down Fright Type. ProBuilder is going to take down Bedtime Story, but here comes the Galactic Legend, countered by Alfie's Meteor M. And unfortunately, so far, Gale isn't able to get anything. As I say that, though, Cleo goes down trying to hide, and Flark looks like they're going to take this team fight momentarily, but Alfie does pick up Guru in the backline. ProBuilder takes down Gale, and Extinction kiting back away, and they're able to push Flark back very, very well played. Despite losing Fright Type early, Extinction in a 5v6 situation bring the team fight back.
That was a good look for Extinction, too. They needed to win their individual duels, and especially ProBuilder had to pop off for them to stay on this objective and stay alive in round number 1 for the Mega Monthly. Again, $9,000 on the line throughout the tournament, $6,000 for the first place finishers, and second place gets the rest of the lion's share of that prize pool. But as you mentioned, Guru trying to see where they can position themselves to have that high ground against Aurora, going toe-to-toe with them in aerial battle, and one of them will come out with the victory, but maybe just going towards that front line. They collapse in midair, and the bubble on it too. This Angela has been crucial from both sides. We saw it used when the Heaven's Retribution earlier came out from Aurora. We saw it here too to keep Guru alive on the point. I'm loving this positioning from both of the front lines.
Aurora does get rezzed here. Fright Type does have that Cosmic Dawn amplifier. I'm sure ProBuilder wants to drop the horn onto multiple members. Gilbert, though, whiffs the Meteor M. Guru does take down Alfie in the meantime. Cleo's going to drop the invisible boundary. ProBuilder goes down. Horn of Proteus does come through, but unfortunately unable to confirm any elimination. Zanji, though, on this high ground area, gets pushed off immediately. Has to use the Ensong Inferno just to stall onto point, just to keep his life alive here. Are they going to be able to actually confirm any eliminations? No! And here comes the Galactic Legend. Alfie's has to pop that Meteor M just to try to absorb something. Unfortunately, Pizza Demon does go down, but Gale's going to take down Zanji, and maybe Flark are finally able to get the second point. As I say that, though, Gale goes down. Extinction from the backside. Alfie and ProBuilder stalling once again.
Oh, great back and forth between both of these squads. Extinction showing, hey, we got the respawn room to work with, and we'll be able to turn our tide as long as one of us stays on the objective long enough. And again, as I mentioned, that front line holding it strong for Extinction. This is their final moment, their final battle to give themselves the best chance to win this series and turn things around. Again, this is their map that they have chosen. If they can't win here, they might struggle to win the series at the end of the day. But here comes Mecha Groot from Gilbert Noodle this time. See if they can shut down that front line, as I mentioned.
Maybe they're looking for the combo here, right? 75% already on that Strangling Prison. Horn of Proteus available as well. Guru can obviously combo that Heaven's Retribution, and that's exactly what they're looking for. Horn's gonna get dropped onto multiple members, and that's a double for Bedtime Story. What a beautiful combo. Alfie does get res, so still a 5v6. Cal's gonna pop that Invisible Boundary as well. CYA comes in from Fright type, and that's a damage boosted Horn. Unfortunately, unable to get anybody, and Flark are just cleaning Extinction up off the map. Sure, you can stall once. Sure, you can stall twice, but Extinction, third time is the charm for Flark.
Can't leave Groot on the table in these matchups. They are one of the best in slot at this point. Vanguards for a reason, because of how lethal they are, because of how they can shut off any access to that backline strategist heals, especially with the Ironwood wall that we saw behind them. They could not escape. They could not even come from their spawn room to save the day at the end, like we saw happen twice in a row at that final hold. But there's still some time available for Extinction to win things at the end of the day. And here we have the changeup that we've been waiting for, the promised land of Moon Knight. Hand of Khonshu, potential with it to be comboed at the end of the day with that Strangling Prison.
Return to Moon Knight. Hitscan Sisters overrated. Moon Knight is gonna come in here, and Zanji's already built up. Aurora as well has a Strangling Prison. The Hand of Khonshu available. The combo is on deck for Extinction, but when can they use it? When can they find the right time? Gilbert Noodle does have his own Strangling Prison available here. Flark have to be very careful not to group up because they can get wiped out immediately. Invisible Boundary from Cleo. Pizza Demon's gonna copy in kind. Both Invisible Boundaries coming in. Big Groot ultimate from Aurora gets blocked out. Zanji drops the Hand of Khonshu, and they just walk out. Flark are like, what's that up in the sky? I don't care.
The Invisible Boundary is pretty much shutting everything down. Gilbert Noodle doing everything that they can to stay on this objective, and nobody really focusing as much as they would want. You know that front line saying, Groot run, Groot one, and nobody is taking them down. Another Hand of Khonshu coming out, this time from the side of Gale. Meteor M available, trying to see if it can get blocked by the Angela or even the bubble from the Namor. Horn of Proteus, speaking of, it did come through and didn't get anything. Have Retribution though towards the back line. They need to stay alive as best they can. Gale eventually able to back up enough so they can get healed, and just trying to push people off the objective. Using this Angela might be enough for them. Another Invisible Boundary comes through though.
Pro Builder as well pops the Goddess of Death and gets taken down immediately. You got to look at Aurora and Zanji here. They have the Hand of Khonshu coming up at about 10%. Pizza Demon's going to copy that Invisible Boundary themselves. They are slowly but surely working towards that point win. 3.66 meters for Flark. Aurora drops the Strangling Prison. CYA comes in as well, and Pro Builder is knocking them down. Extinction are trying to come out on top. They're trying to take us to a game 3. Hand of Khonshu just for good measure, as you see Guru flying around, but the overtime bar is ticking, and Extinction takes us to map 3.
What a final hour finish from Extinction. The defensive efforts that we saw from the front line, the flexibility of changing the heroes when it mattered most, and said, hey, you can play it, I can play it better. We saw the Groot swap up, it worked out well. The Moon Knight came out for Extinction, and then they realized, oh, we have a pretty good combo ourselves. We've been practicing in our back pocket. Aurora MVP this time around too. You see the Vanguards really being the difference maker between these two squads, Shibby.
I talked about it early, right? Aurora and Alfie trying to do their best here. I mean, I feel like Gilbert Noodle did do a good job, right? Like, he was swapped over to the Groot, instantly got that Strangling Prison, but I think Extinction just, maybe they're tapped in, maybe their coaches said the same thing. Hey, be more mindful of your ultimate usage. Understand what you're getting out of it. And that last kind of Strangling Prison coming out from Aurora to set up Pro Builder for those takedowns was beautiful. You can see he's 13 finals to his name, and yeah, really well played from Extinction on that last point. They understood how desperate Flark were to kind of push that across, what, 2-3 meters? And I think they waited it out very perfectly. That's the mark of a very good team, and that's why we're going to a map 3.
I love it. This is what we were hoping for this first series of the day. Shows the competition at a certain level and then levels up from then on out. And that's what we've seen Extinction do. They upgraded their performance throughout this series so far. Had a little trials and tribulations in domination for Celestial Husk, but now here they are able to showcase that we know what we're doing on defense. We went to this map for a reason. The combos were great from Zanji, as we saw there, the quad, as he talked about before, using that Heaven's Retribution. I love the ways that they were using these Angela ultimates, either with the Ensung Inferno or with the Horn of Proteus. The ultimate usages were brilliant from both teams, and it looked like it was a dire situation for Extinction, especially at this moment in time when they gave away that first checkpoint to their opponents. It seemed like it was all said and done for Flark, but that just goes to show the resiliency of a team who has stuck together through thick and thin through multiple months of competition outside of the main circuit. Mind you, they have not been in Ignite. Alfie, I think the last time that they were specifically was in stage 1 of Ignite. So it's been a number of months, almost a year at this point, since they were at the pro level. But now they're going to show that they can go toe-to-toe with the best of them. Flark, who has teams and members who were on that rad NA roster who competed in this last stage of Ignite. Now tied 1-1, both these teams know what everyone is capable of, and I'm really excited to see how this pick and ban phase is going to go down for our final map of our first round of best of 3. A lot of matches going on in the background. We'll get some updates after this one to let you know how those have been going as well. Might be a bit of a staggered schedule because this is an early start time on a Friday for a lot of those players, so we'll keep you updated as we can. But Shivy, the only updates we need to know is what that map's going to be for this final one, because I'm just hyped to see where we go to for our final convoy map of the series.
Yeah, I think the big difference there as well, Extinction stuck onto that rocket, right? I was like, oh, maybe they just swapped for the point defense so they can get the res, but they kind of stuck to it, and it effectively countered the double invisible boundary from Flark, right? Because Pizza Demon was on the Loki. We saw the Invisible Woman, obviously piloted by Cal, and the damage boosted, either it was the Hela or the Namor, absolutely ripping through a lot of these individuals. Also, the damage boosted Moon Knight at the end there. So it's kind of funny, a little bit of irony for Flark losing to Rocket Raccoon here.
Really, I wasn't going to bring that up.
I got it. Don't worry. You don't got to worry about it. I wonder if Extinction are going to kind of go back to that well now that we're going to be on a pure convoy map, or if they're maybe worried about Flark potentially locking in that Phoenix, which wasn't available to them. Mind you, the Hitscan sisters were banned out against Flark.
I think that was a perfect ban. I mean, going back and looking at what these bans were as well, seeing it on both sides of the table, not having either of the key hit scans in the meta available to Team Flark was the difference. Even though we saw some great looks, of course, on the Namor, it just didn't prove to be enough. Even when we saw some of the ultimates from some of the other duelists that were available to them for Flark, still didn't prove to be that difference maker for their team. And having it be so one-sided for Extinction was part of the reason why they were able to come off, but also because those individual duels, those last second holds, and eventually coming out with that victory there does give some more wind in the sails of their team. And we're going to Museum of Contemplation for the first time ever on the Marvel Rivals channel. This is going to be great, Shivy.
I was so excited. I had my crystal ball, right? I was like, surely I can just will it into existence here. Museum of Contemplation is going to be our map of choice. I think this is the first time a lot of our audience is going to see professional teams piloting this map. I think when it came out, a lot of people were like, oh, can we play dive? Can we play brawl? How does poke here? There's a lot of disgusting Loki angles on this map with all the different high ground.
Also great res spots for Adam Warlock too. Like you can go into like the rafters and be like a bat, just dangling above all the action, and no one can notice where you're at. I love also the separation with the different barriers, as you were mentioning too. We've seen some decent like dive looks as well. Not as good poke as we've seen either on that end too, but double Loki comes out again. The group ban comes through because they saw that Extinction is too deadly with it available to them, and I respect that on both ends of this matchup.
Yeah, like we said, first couple bans, usually teams have kind of figured it out here. It's not until we get to that latter half that's where we potentially see maybe the Hela Phoenix ban. But funnily enough, a lot of teams have been saying like these poke heroes, right? Hawkeye, Hela, Phoenix, specifically on Museum of Contemplation, it's a lot harder to pilot. I've been seeing a lot more Moon Knight, potentially Storm Moon Knight coming in here
as well, actually.
Yeah, a lot of thing. And what the pro teams, guys, this is a tip for you in the chat. Duo with a Mantis player and get those damage boosted haymakers. they hurt and they do a lot of damage.
Probably part of the reason why we do see the Mantis banned out from both sides. We'll likely see the Magneto Sade from both ends, but instead we are seeing a bit of a ban focus from Extinction on the backline this time. So getting rid of the Invisible Woman so they won't have double Invisible on that side, which means they're likely going to have it banned against them too. If you're going to lock in the Magneto, you probably don't want to give them one-sided double invisible boundaries. Actually focusing though on the hit scan instead. Okay, maybe I spoke too soon on that one. Instead, they want to make sure like, hey, we can't give you both Hela and Phoenix like we did last time. Yes, it might not be as effective here, but we know that you're really good with it regardless of what the map is. So we're not going to let you have it as free as you can.
This also opens up Extinction to lock in that rocket once again, right? I mean, no Phoenix, no Phoenix on the other side. It's like Flark to lock in that rocket here specifically. I'm interested to see if we're going to see that. No Phoenix being here. One-sided Phoenix is kind of tough to play against. One-sided Hela Phoenix is even tougher here, but yeah, Museum of Contemplation opens itself up to a lot of different strategies, and I'm very interested to see what these teams have cooked up. These are one of those maps, especially when it's new, where an on paper, right, worst team can come out on top because they've practiced the map or they understand a strategy that really works well. This is where kind of being the team that figures stuff out first or finding that cheese composition really comes into play.
We've seen a lot of pull holds right before that third checkpoint because that's where things get crazy and you have the Doctor Strange warping convoy available to you. So we'll see what the different strategy is going to be, but not too surprised that we see Zanji on the Moon Knight. Moon Knight is so effective on this map, especially because there's so many different hollows you can duck into, different angles you can get people with the Onks against them. And of course, Aurora, as I mentioned, on the thing. We've also seen some great looks, too, from the Punisher, just to push people off of the objective and create that space for that. As you can see, that Adam Warlock that I was alluding to, available to Flark. So, Cloak and Dagger, we've seen them also rise through the ranks of play time in pro play. So, this is going to be some interesting compositions, to say the least, from both sides.
So, guys, just get used to hearing the moon fall like 1,000 times, by the way. Hand of Khonshu, I'm going to be saying that. Vaughnable's going to say that a ton here, as Moon Knight has shown to be really, really dominant on this map because of the close quarters combat. The Ankh gets a ton of value here. You already see Zanji 75% on the Hand of Khonshu. He's just going to drop it to zone Flark away, most likely on Extinction side.
Lamps are to use, though, from Fright types. So it does make things a little bit difficult for them. So we will see an elimination, though, onto the back line. Final hit farmer. Gale cannot stay alive to save themselves. And that's why you got to be careful of these off angles.
And both ultimates being used here. Pizza Demon is going to copy that Eternal Bond here. So at least it's going to give Flark some time to stall onto this map. Tim, or Guru, right, is going to pop that big test. Meteor M, though, unfortunately unable to land. Good fade from Cleo and a big clobbering time from Aurora. 1-2, just beating the backline here. Luckily, Gale does have the Atom ultimate available, and Pro Builder has gone into full shotgun punny mode. He said, screw the assault rifle. We're playing close quarters combat. Nice sonic seduction, though, coming out from Bedtime Story. This is a triple tank composition, mind you, from Flark into the triple support. Here comes Final Judgment, though. Surely this will start cleaning individuals up along with Alfie.
Trying to do as much damage as possible just to push them off the objective and lock things down. And they were sectioned off behind the point. Makes it that much more difficult for them to get those heals necessary to stay alive. And I'm loving this forward positioning that we're seeing from Pro Builder just to try and cut them off from their lane of entry onto the convoy. So first point, we might see a portal come through this time from Gilbert Noodle. They're waiting for the timing to strike, seeing if it'll stop things enough. But that is a great timing of the Hand of Khonshu. So as soon as they go out of the portal, they'll be taking immediate damage and they can't even push forward.
They can't get onto the point. Big body thing here. Aurora just blocks the portal, says, no, you don't have the entry fee for this club. You've got to go back, change your outfit. Extinction, take down Flark immediately.
Bounces them off the objective and back from whence they've came. Not the way that they wanted to start this first checkpoint, but now the long haul goes from here on out. This corner, this turn is going to be the most difficult for a lot of teams, but I'm loving this forward push that we see from Extinction. They are not afraid of danger, not afraid of the flanks based on the composition. We have seen it from Team Flark, even with the clobbering time coming through. Unfortunately, they do fall, both a Vanguard and a Duelist dropping down. So Extinction do have to push back at least a little bit, but they have bought themselves plenty of space to work with.
Unfortunate caster curse from you, as Extinction, the first time they actually, are praised for their ability to play up forward, they go down here. But, ProBuilder's going to lock that TP in mainly for a tempo play. And I kind of like that, right? Getting your team back in. Cleo, as we see Zanji drop the hand of Khonshu here. Alfie does take down Guru here, so no Emma available. Aurora is going to take down Cal as well. Pizza Demon has popped the Eternal Bond, so it's going to allow Flark to stick onto that point. No movement so far. Here comes the Ensong Inferno from Bedtime Story. Unfortunately, does not get anybody. Gilbert Noodle is trying to confirm something here, but Cleo dodges the Meteor M expertly, and Gale goes down, Gilbert goes down, and Guru, a desperate psionic seduction at best, as Extinction are moving the bus forward.
Looking at the way this counter map pick has been going so far, Shibby, you would think Extinction are the one who chose it. They are just having free reign with this bus, driving down Main Street without much contest. Finally, we do see the ultimates coming through. Cal putting it down, their own Eternal Bond, and they'll be able to at least get some possession of this cart. But how long will it last for them? Again, Gale just trying to lock it down as best as possible on the front line. Goddess of Death does come out from Gale. This go around 2, and there's 2 picks. Bedtime Story getting 1, and finally they win a team fight, the first the entire time of this attacking side for Extinction.
And Flark has swapped over to the Hitscan Sisters, right? I mean, Gale was trying a couple different heroes before finally swapping over here, and not sure I'm in love with this Flark composition. Gilbert is on the Captain America, Guru's on the Emma, but it has allowed them to stabilize just a bit here. Extinction, not working with too much Cleo, building towards that Eternal Bond. Aurora, 15% off of that Meteor M here, but Bedtime does have the Ensong Inferno, so I expect big things here. Extinction going around, not going through main. Very, very smart, and ProBuilder going to close quarter combat, as we do see Psionic Section coming out from Gilbert as well, or sorry, Guru, as well as Bedtime Story with the Ensong Inferno, and that's going to take down ProBuilder immediately. It's a 5v6 for Extinction at the moment. Despite Cleo popping that Eternal Bond, it doesn't matter. Flark and a 5v6 are actually going to lose multiple members here, and Zanji picks up Bedtime, although Gale is trying to become the hero that this team needs. We do see Hand of Khonshu potentially available. Gilbert Noodle's going to pop the Assemble. Get behind me. He's going to beat him down. And wait a minute. Gilbert Noodle, hands to the face. Gonna stop Extinction.
Delivering freedom swiftly and with all the justice necessary to lock down the objective. This was the hold that they needed. And this is what I talked about as we went onto the Museum of Contemplation here, is that you typically do see full holds happen right before this second checkpoint. And because of the long hallways, because of how long it takes for the attacking side to even get back to the objective, makes it that much easier for the defensive end to stop things. Even once it goes to that third checkpoint, they have the respawn room so close to the convoy itself. So gotta come down to how Extinction are able to turn things around with their ultimates, and they're gonna be using their Eternal Bond, but it comes out from both sides as well.
Ooh, ProBuilder pops the Final Judgment. Multiple numbers are going down for Flark here. On top of that, the Hand of Khonshu, just an extra bit of damage. But wait a minute. Pizza Demon on top of the Ensong Inferno. Eternal Bond, and we see the Hell Unleashed coming out from Gale. They've got to take that down immediately. If not, it's going to provide them a lot of space here. Flark have taken back control of that convoy. You see that overtime bar ticking. Aurora trying to make sure they have some sort of semblance onto the point. Alfie's going to pop the Psionic Section. Cleo with the Eternal Bond here. Hopefully they're able to confirm some of these eliminations. ProBuilder with the shotgun does take down Guru. There's just one member on Flark contesting the card at the moment. They're so close, Extinction can taste it. And finally, they're able to confirm that second point. And we get to the favorite part of this map. Guys, this is super fun. The convoy ends up changing into a Ducky Doctor Strange.
Doctor Strange, as you may know them from the comics. But We'll see what the strategy is going to be. Again, it does change a little bit on where you can position yourself on the cart itself. Of course, it has a little bit of a spout that you can just bump up and down and around and have a pool party yourself if you are a strategist. You typically see some Loki players like you see here as well lock things down as Fright Type is doing. And you got to be careful of where you're positioning because, again, you have to be on the actual Doctor Strange to still be contesting it. So it makes it difficult for certain heroes to contest. But that was a great one from Zanji.
Yeah, nice little flank here. Gonna allow Extinction to at least open up a little bit more percentage, a little bit more distance on this point. They only have 30 seconds because that second point took so long for Extinction. They don't really have too much time. A good minute has just been used escorting Doctor Strange here, and Flark 5 ultimates in the bank, and Guru's gonna rip that Psionic Suction immediately. Fright Type has to be very careful on this copy to make sure that he doesn't get taken out. Although Gale is gonna take down Alfie, Ensong Inferno comes in and takes down Fright Type. Their ultimate goes down here. Final hit farmer, aka Gale, is coming in, and they're just gonna wipe Extinction. 10 seconds left. I don't know if they're gonna be able to get that teleporter off. Zanji is trying to stall as much as he can. Has he popped it into overtime? I don't think so. Flark, beautifully well played there. Amazing defense on that last point here. And there's a world where Flark can take this and just win this series.
That's where we typically see things kind of end, especially because it's so defensive sided at the end there. The respawn room's so close. There's some different spots you can position. We saw the high ground dominated by Guru time and time again, where no one could contest them. And once that high ground is taken by the defensive end, like, you don't really have too much wiggle room. The different alleyways you can duck in and out of aren't as numerous as we saw in the first and second checkpoints. So it's a tough spot to be when you're on the attacking side, but they did what they could to get past that second checkpoint. A lot of teams struggle to even get that one activated. So now all eyes on Team Flark. Can they close out this best of 3 and make it so that they win it all and start off the day strong with at least a victory in their tally? Again, every single victory going to matter, every single point, every map taken also to determine who will be those top 4 teams out of each of our 2 groups to move on to that bracket stage tomorrow.
And Extinction gonna go for that triple Vanguard, triple strategist composition, but surely they know that Flark is just gonna play Moon Knight and Punisher and farm these ultimates. It's almost a mind game at that point, right? Like, do you still lock it in just because it's so good at stalling the cart here? I felt like Flark, when they were on the defensive end, they got routed relatively quickly, hoping that Extinction potentially can do a little bit more damage, as we do see a teleporter. Ooh, maybe this is going to be the classic Season 0 strat. Are they going to have a turret lined up behind it? Yes, they are!
Trying to see if they can at least get the Cloak and Dagger, and Cleo does go down, unfortunately, on the trade there. So Team Flark will be the ones to take the initiative off of that portal play. I love the ingenuity from them. They realized that this full hold strategy could come out from Extinction and know how efficient that they are on building their ultimates. So they knew they had to choose something that might be unorthodox that they wouldn't have expected. But unfortunately, we do have the pause that come through this time. Hopefully it does resolve itself pretty quickly. I'm assuming some sort of connection or disconnect, but we'll get back into that game as quickly as we can. Either way, though, the portal play, chef's kiss on that one, and hopefully we see a bit more of that. The kind of difference I was going to make here, Shibby, that I was hoping to see before the portal play came through, is faster ult charge built by the strategists. We needed that from, you know, the triple of the Vanguard and the backline style of the full hold strategy that we've seen. And that was a struggle for Team Flark at the start because they didn't stay alive long enough to get those strategist ultimates off and keep them on that first objective. And now going down the way that we saw it happen for Extinction, it's deja vu here, where none of them are able to build up their ultimate as quickly as they would like, and it gave free reign to the attacking side to move forward.
I mean, this first team fight pretty much went identical when the sides were swapped, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Karmic Revival not even really available. They lost that first team fight immediately. Little cheeky portal play, but I love that, right? That turret does AoE damage. You don't actually have to land all of those bullets onto somebody. It could just provide a ton of AoE. Couple that with Moon Knight, who's bouncing onks, who's bouncing and ricocheting everything. Yeah, it's a kind of overwhelming. And when you're these big bodies, Thing, Emma, Strange, whatever, right? Any of these Vanguards, it's really tough to not incidentally get your supports farmed as well. So really interested to see what Team Extinction come back with on this defense, if they're just going to stick to this triple, if the first person that went down is going to swap over to that Strange, usually that's what we see, right? Whether it's a strategist, whether it's a Vanguard, the first person that goes down will swap over to the Strange, just trying to chew as much time as possible. But it really does feel like Flark just have the right comp. Punisher and Moon Knight are going to farm you.
Speaking of chewing, I feel like maybe there was a Rocket Raccoon in one of the PCs of the Flark members, because theirs did crash, so they are getting a quick reset so that they can get back into the lobby as quickly as possible to give you guys a bit of an update on what's going on. But it seems like their backs will be going in relatively soon. And shout out to the pro players. They don't pause in the middle of the action. They wait till the team fight's won and then reset, and that's what we like to see. So Team Flark back on top of the world and the bus here. I love how it has a Deadpool and bats or DP on the back of it too. All the different differences that you can see with the Easter eggs throughout these maps as they have been released. But the cart actually goes through the portal. It does not stop things with the placement there. So it's going to be a little bit difficult for Extinction to even go through it.
Bit of a janky portal, but yeah, you can go through the backside here. Fright type popping that Eternal Bond here for Extinction. Mind you, Zanji just went down immediately. Pro Builder 55% to that Karmic Revival here. And unfortunately, I think Flark are just going to be able to take this. Swapped over to the Moon Knight. Finally, they're off. You know what? No triple. It's not worth it. We do need some damage here. And Gale is going to pop that Final Judgment, layer that on top with the Eternal Bond. And that seems like a recipe for a team fight win here.
Great team fight win. I mean, that's perfect from Gale just to pick up the pieces. And this is much faster than we saw Extinction take that first objective, right? We saw a bit of a hold from Flark, and this just goes to show the difference between how we witness things on that Convergence map, where it looked really strong from the get-go for Team Flark, right? And then Extinction were able to turn things around at the final hour. I think that was due to the bans that they had against the main duelists, main damage dealers of Team Flark. Looking at those ultimates available to Team Flark, well, they have a mobile turret, they have the Hand of Khonshu, and a Meteor M that they can dunk whenever they need to against this Extinction roster. Sonic Seduction now going to start things off with this team fight.
Both of these Sonic Seductions are going to come in, and Bedtime has already taken down Fright type, a key strategist for Extinction. Cleo probably feels like they need to pop this Eternal Bond soon if Flark get any more distance or if they get another elimination here, but instead they're going to hold on to it as Flark ends up losing Bedtime Story, who's now swapped away from the Moon Knight and directly onto the Hela. So a double hit scan composition for Flark. Extinction kind of matching a little bit, although they're sticking to that Moon Knight. Hela versus Hela, Pro Builder versus Bedtime is that matchup to watch. But this cart has gotten quite a bit of distance, not even a single contest around that first corner. And this is where we saw Extinction get stopped early on in their second point when the sides were swapped.
Happens every time, especially because there's such a long hallway into this corner. When you try to turn things around, only a couple of cubbies you can duck into to try and stay alive. And if you aren't synced with your team, you can't really do too much. Aurora with a double, Pro Builder with the cleanup, and Aurora maybe looking for the third, but giving it up to Alfie. They're just going to be giving all of the spoils to the rest of their team because they care about the objective. They care about winning this series, taking a Flark down, because they know this will be the benchmark for both these teams. If they can win here, they just need to rack up a couple more maps and wins from then on out to move into that top four and through to the bracket stage afterwards. So a lot on the line for this next about 3 minutes, a little less so, for both these teams.
Gilbert, Meteor M available, but Extinction have way more to work with. The Eternal Bond is going to get copied here. Maybe Aurora is going to pop the Meteor M as the Eternal Bond does come out at the last second. Are they going to layer that on top with Gale's Final Judgment? They're going to hold it just in case, and now the Meteor M from Gilbert is going to look to potentially combo here. Nice block from Alfie there. Beautifully played, and Flark are going to pop this Final Judgment. Oh, Sanji's going to drop the Moon Knight on top of his head. There's just too much healing, though. Very, very well played. Sonic Seduction coming out from both of these rosters. Fright type has copied the Eternal Bond, and they're going to go right on top, layering one after another. Aurora, if he can land this Meteor M, should turn the team fight around, but instead Pro Builder does take down Gale. Bedtime takes down Fright type, and Pro Builder is still going on. Pizza Demon goes down. Flark are losing multiple members here, and surely they lose the fight as Aurora finally takes down Bedtime Story.
Bedtime's been having such man-on-man coverage against Fright type. Just had their number, it's felt like, and unfortunately it hasn't been enough for Team Flark to make a difference. Aurora winning the 1v1 there, got some assists from their friends, but didn't really matter as much in the grand scheme of things. It was a good stagger, though, on to Guru. Now it all comes down to potentially 1 or 2 more team fights, depending on how the portal plays come through. And we do see Gale swapping over to the Moon Knight again. We've seen a bit more of flexibility out of this Flark roster, depending on who's feeling as confident on the hero. And you're going to see a lot more Moon Knight throughout the day, today, tomorrow, and Sunday because of how much they've had a bit of a resurgence as a hero.
Yeah, I think just too good, right? Build his ultimate up super quickly.
That's why.
Yeah, Zanji taking down Gilbert Noodle immediately, and that's going to stall this Flark offensive. 45 seconds left. We maybe have 2 team fights available if they can get that end time portal coming in, but Cleo, Eternal Bond in hand. Pro Builder winning the 1v1.
Wow.
Like you said, man coverage. He's pressing right on top of him. Pro Builder just doing that with his skill is 43% away from that Goddess of Death. Bedtime Story, Pizza Demon, and Gale looking for an opportunity. But look how much damage Gale takes, not expecting it. Although we do see Alfie pop that Sonic Seduction, I don't think they're really allowing Flark to breathe. They are just sitting square on their chest right now.
They're not even going to give them a chance to even teleport. They know they have to lock things down here now because of how many ultimates are available to a team of Flark. Eventually, some might come through. Aurora, perfect bubble to save the day after the kidnap came through. Meteor M still available as well as they're building up their own ultimates. But this could be the final fight here for Team Flark. They need to use their ultimates perfectly if they want to win things and still have some left in the tank to take it to that final hour, the final journey to that checkpoint.
Meteor M coming in from Gilbert, lands it onto Cleo. That's what we needed. Can we respond in kind? Aurora, unfortunately, whiffs the Meteor M, and Bedtime finally going to win the one onto Pro Builder with a little bit of help of his ultimate. Alfie does take down Bedtime in the meantime. Fright Type drops the Eternal Bond, and here we go. Gale used the Hand of Concho. Unfortunately, not able to get anybody here. Nobody on Extinction side even remotely close to their ultimates. Alfie looking to build towards that Sonic Seduction, although Guru does pop the Heaven's Retribution. Multiple members contesting for Extinction right now, and it's a duel. He's just trying to go in. Pro Builder takes down Guru, and Gilbert looking onto the point for Flark. Extinction, despite being in an ultimate disadvantage, might just take this. Although do we see Bedtime Story pop the Star Lord? Sanji does take down Pizza Demon. Sonic Seduction, Alfie, that's the ultimate we talked about. Surely this is going to be the game-defining moment, and Extinction take it over Flark.
What a victory by Extinction. Waited to the final moment to use their ultimates to secure the victory. Knew that Flark weren't feeling as confident on this map. The counterpick did not work out in their favor. The Museum of Contemplation needs to be contemplated a little bit further for Team Flark, and it will be Extinction taking the victory at the end of it. It wasn't necessarily the Vanguard line who took the win for their team. Fright Type, even after losing some of those individual battles and fights against Bedtime Story, they were able to get enough of their attention away from the rest of their team that they could not build their ultimate up fast enough to take them out early on in these team fights. And it worked out well enough where Loki could just position wherever they needed. Look at the heals coming out for them. 50k plus each for both Cleo and Fright Type. They kept them alive this entire game.
I mean, I think this Vanguard, Aurora 14 finals on this Magneto, just completely outplaying Guru and Gilbert on this map. I mean, yeah, Extinction looked practiced. They looked very, very well oiled. That first domination map might have just been a fluke for Flark, as Extinction's ultimate usage, their economy just got better and better over the course of the series. And Pro Builder, I think crucially, winning a lot of those 1v1s, right? On the Hela. I mean, I can count like at least 4 or 5 different times on that second point how many times Flark had to pump the brakes because Extinction were able to get one little pick, right? They're able to get that initial elimination onto somebody like Gale, onto somebody like Bedtime, and that's a lot of time wasted. Mind you guys, they had nearly 4 minutes to get it to point 2, and they got stalled out. Excellent play from Extinction, and a big win for this squad.
I think the big difference maker between these teams when it comes to escorting a payload is that at the start, it's great for Team Flark. They usually get that first checkpoint faster than anyone else. But then afterwards, they don't really have too much wind in their sails to keep them going forward on their journey to that second checkpoint. And that's where Extinction thrived. They're able to get into their minds, win those individual battles, and make them question their decision-making and positioning. And that's where they were so much stronger. That goes to show why they have stuck together as a roster and what that does as a team. I mean, Virtus Pro, to even talk about a team who's stuck together the longest out of any pro team, part of the reason why they've won so much is that they can trust each other. They know, hey, I got this 1v1. You can go and focus on someone else. And that's exactly what we saw with Extinction throughout every single map. So, well, it's great for Team Flark to showcase their skills, but we need a little bit more from them if they want to make that top 4 now, especially after dropping the series to Extinction.
Yeah, I mean, Extinction coming out on top, a nice little 1-0. I see it in the chat, guys. Put some respect on the Extinction boys. I agree. I 100% agree here. They look very, very good. And yeah, I think that trust is really what was the big difference maker. Because normally when, you know, someone's using an Eternal Bond, the immediate response is to use that Meteor M. But instead, we're responding in kind. We're waiting stuff out. We're kiting these ultimates. I really thought that the nail in the coffin for Extinction was going to be Flark, specifically Gilbert Noodle, landing that Meteor M onto Extinction's strategist.
Man.
But I was like, oh, wait a minute. They
didn't do much
coming
with
back in. Unfortunately, they couldn't. Guru goes in, loses the 1v1, and unfortunately goes down here, and then it began to fall apart. So well played to Extinction, but honestly, Flark taking them this far, I don't think you can actually count anyone out in this tournament. I know a lot of people are looking at Na'Vi, they're looking at Dreamland, Intergalactic, but some of these, you know, weaker on paper teams seem to put up a fight.
This just goes to show why tournaments like this are necessary. Going into this tournament, not to discredit Extinction, of course, a lot of teams were thinking, oh yeah, you know, Flark should take this. It might be a 2-0, could go to 3 maps, who knows? But Extinction really showing when it matters most, they show up. And that's exactly what we saw here. Chibi, I need to ask you a quick question. I know production are also wondering as well. Who are we feeling for MVP from this series? I mean, there's a couple names that come to mind for me personally, but I'm going to trust your judgment on this one.
Oh, do I just show my bias? Can I give it to 2 people? Can I give it to the
No, you gotta choose one. You gotta choose one person. It's
no,
tough.
Don't make me do this. Don't make me do this.
I'm putting you on the spot, man. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm gonna give it to Aurora. I'm biased. I'm giving it to Aurora.
Yeah,
I'm giving it to Aurora. I'm a Magneto player. He was doing some wonderful things on that hero. I think I can guess the name that you're potentially thinking of. There's a couple, right?
There's a couple, yeah. I mean, Zanji specifically towards the end there for me, but I think Aurora is throughout the series. Like the reason that they won that second map, because they swapped to the Groot, right? We're able to section them off so they couldn't get healed by their strategist and got the final cleanups. When we saw the Strangling Prison, I mean, in terms of the reason that they were able to even get to a 3rd map to win was Aurora. So I think throughout the series, you can name a number of MVPs, but at least for this series, we got to give it to Aurora on this one. Shout out to them on the Magneto, but also a couple of different heroes that we saw throughout it. And everyone, honestly, on the Extinction end did what was necessary, what was required of them to get these wins and gave it their all. I mean, it wasn't one-sided. I mean, the only, like I say, one-sided affair we saw was just 0.1 for domination.
Yeah, everything else was neck and neck. I mean, it literally came down to either less than 10%, less than 3 meters, right, for a lot of this. And you just mentioned Aurora, that hero flexibility. We saw him on the Groot. We saw him on the Venom. We saw him on the Angela. And then at the last moment says, whoa, guys. Whoa, Meteor M coming right at your face, bro.
Oh.
Like, yeah, just dropping it with the Magneto. 4 different Vanguards played here so far. And who knows how deep his bag is. Maybe, just maybe, we see Doctor Strange, potentially one of my favorites, a Captain America in there. I don't know. We'll see. But I'm excited for this Extinction roster. And hopefully we get to see more games of them, at least on stream, potentially in the playoff bracket, or maybe into multiple round-robin phases.
Yeah, we are trying to show every single team during this bracket stage. So you'll be able to keep up with some of the action during the co-streams and some of their own individual streams in the Marvel Rivals category on Twitch or YouTube, depending on where people are streaming it. So definitely recommend, if you have a chance, to go back and check on some of those matches. I'm curious what the results or the standings that we have so far for the off-stream matches have been so far. So let's go through them. Na'Vi with a 2-1 versus the Beast. That's actually massive for the Beast. They were a relatively unknown team who actually got top 16 in MRC recently. Lunex, not too surprised. They're the ones who took down Merlin's Order. Of course, we just watched Extinction beat Flark in map 3. Racecar, pretty much most of the old FlyQuest roster beating Intergalactic. Dreamland, a lot of that old roster that we saw from Dark Zero taking the 2-0 over Shikigami, and then kind of the best among the rest. Yeah, we lost, not losing against Ego Def. They got the victory there. I'm curious if we saw saw some Spider-Man compositions there. As you mentioned, Jitward, the one to look out for on that team.
I'm the #1 Jitward fan, guys. If you ask Vaudable during our prep this whole week, I was like, I just want to watch Jitward play. You got to watch out for Yeah We Lost. Like, I'm so happy that they got the victory, unfortunately, over Ego Death. I mean, there's a lot of players that I have, a big fan of, but so far the standings looking pretty interesting. Flark and Merlin's Order on that 0-1 being cut away from that playoff, and Shikigami and Ego Death. Right? I think the shot I made is that Yeah We Lost is going to make it into the playoffs here. And so far, Vaudable, I'm looking pretty good.
Yeah, well, looking good with your predictions at this point in time. So I think we have a couple matches that'll be coming up in a little bit, but we do have our next series that is going to be getting ready in the background. That is going to be Na'Vi versus Merlin's Order. And then that'll be our final series, should be on the stream here, but we'll be back tomorrow. But who will be picking up the pieces afterwards will be CB and Diatonic. If you've been in the scene, you kind of know those names a little bit. Lunex and the Beast, and I'm actually more interested to see that now because the Beast took a map versus Na'Vi. Of course, they're playing on ping, but that's still massive. They were the mid-season champions for a reason. And then Dreamland versus Intergalactic to end off the night. Dreamland, I mean, with the way that they're looking, might be an easy victory for them. But it's going to be pretty interesting to see how the rest of these series in the background go. Again, these groups are as heated as can be. We've only been done with round 1. Shivy, any final thoughts from you before we put a curtain call, at least for a little bit here?
With how exciting Flark versus Extinction was, I think it's tough to not expect potentially another 3-game banger here. I think expectations, you can at least throw them out the window momentarily because so far the results have been kind of what we expected, but not really, right? I mean, yeah. Beast, like you said, taking that map. Obviously, Yeah We Lost, my team, my favorite team there, taking the victory over Ego Death. I think there's a lot more that this tournament is going to unfold as we get later into the day.
It's going to be a good one. A lot of great action to happen here for the Mega Monthly on the Marvel Rivals channel. I've been Vaudable, we've been Chibi, and we're going to be back in just a little bit after this break. Welcome back, everyone, to the Mega Monthly. We just witnessed Team Flark fortunately vanquished at the final hour by Team Extinction. You know, the Team Extinction fans are ranting and raving about that victory, but they got to still continue things from here on out through the final 4 rounds of the group stage if they want to make it in the top 4 towards that bracket playoffs. But our next series on the docket, Chibi, is going to be a good one. Team Na'Vi, arguably the second best team in the world right now, as they made it to the grand finals that happened at DreamHack Atlanta. It was a great time to see, with a little bit of some changes of their roster versus Merlin's Order. Tell me a little bit about this team and what we can expect from them, Shivy.
I mean, this is light in the gang, right? This is light in the Kooky Boys here. Monster, Window. I mean, I'm really interested to see how this team kind of comes together. I feel like it's been a while since we've seen Light really play up against like the best of the best, right? We saw him in those early FlyQuest rosters. He was playing stuff like Star-Lord, Spider-Man. Then he kind of, I think, shifted over to more like a streamer, and, you know, his rant videos, some of the best in the business, by the way, right? On Twitter and YouTube and stuff. So I'm really interested to see how he kind of stacks up against this composition. I think he's probably the most interesting player in terms of where is his level at? What is he going to play? He's listed as Flex Duelist. Yeah, Hero Pool is what I'm really interested in, because he's listed as Flex Duelist, right? So that could mean Star-Lord, that can mean Spider-Man, Black Panther. I don't know, just like literally anything.
Daredevil,
yeah.
We only saw a little bit of Daredevil as well, and it wasn't actually prioritized in the bans for a lot of these teams. And I feel like Daredevil maybe been falling a little bit by the wayside in terms of expectations. You also have to know, like, if the other team has a really good Daredevil and if they're going to be effective, depending on the composition. So both these teams kind of realizing they don't really have the best Daredevils. We're going to focus on other things as well. But let's look at the round 2 matchups and what we could expect from these. Again, we have only this one of Na'Vi versus Merlin's Order on our stream, but on the other streams and matchups that are going on in the background, Extinction versus the Beast. That's going to be a good one. Lunex versus Flark. Good luck on that one as well. Racecar versus Shikigami. Yaoi Lost versus Intergalactic. And Dreamland versus Ego Death. I mean, any early predictions you might have for this one, Chibi?
You know what? I think Yaoi Lost is going to take it over Intergalactic.
Ooh, okay. I respect it.
Listen, I'm wearing it on my sleeve, but also I think, funnily enough, Extinction versus the Beast could be a lot closer, especially because that wrinkle, right? The Beast ended up taking a map over Na'Vi. We don't know how much of that ping disadvantage played into that, but still taking a round or taking a map off of arguably, like you said, one of the best teams in the world definitely makes that Extinction have to be on their toes here. I think everything else though, Racecar versus Shikigami should go Racecar's way. Dreamland versus Ego Death, would be surprised if Ego Death take a map there. Yeah, actually, funnily enough, I think Yaoi Lost, Intergalactic, and Extinction and the Beast are 2 of the other really, really interesting matches here. But the match that we have today for you guys is Na'Vi versus Merlin's Order. And we've got our rosters here for Na'Vi. I'd be surprised if nobody knows it. Vaudable, you're very familiar with these gentlemen, aren't you?
Yeah, the newest member on the roster, of course, being the Captain Kanda, as I'd like to dub him, is Terra, just carrying the torch as the best duelist, as a lot would say, from the Americas, moving over to the EMEA region, going toe-to-toe with Sparker next season. Yeah. I can't wait to see it, but we get to see a little bit of a preview of that in this tournament. Of course, Fate and Level 1 Crook on the backline, Rojaro and Trust Me on the front line, and Jerky rounding things out on the duelist lineup. You know them, you've seen them, and they are ready to conquer the competition as best as possible. Play on Northern Virginia servers, so maybe not as much of a disadvantage if they were on Dallas, which does make things a little bit more even in terms of the ping this time here at Shibby. But again, they can't afford to underestimate their opponents that they will be facing off against.
Yeah, Merlin's Order, we talked about it. I think it's a hodgepodge group of guys, all right? Zex, Light, Havoc, Monster, Window, Low Blazer, and obviously Nook kind of rounding out that roster here. I'm really interested to see, again, like it's Light and Zex versus potentially the best DPS or duelist duo in the world, right? Terra and Jerky. Like, I really want to see how they
one of the best for sure.
Yeah, right. And Havoc and Monster, we've actually seen these guys play before, right? As Vanguards, but against Rojaro and Trust Me, it's a tough matchup, right? I don't want to put people's expectations any different. Like Merlin's Order, if they take this over Na'Vi, is an upset. Like, I don't think that's a crazy thing to say.
No.
I think even Merlin's Order is like looking at this matchup and like, okay, we like got to try to take a map. We got to bring out something. And I'm really interested to see if Light's team is going to come out with some sort of cheese or some different strategies that maybe Na'Vi haven't been practicing.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the better rosters we've seen Light tagged up with since they were on FlyQuest back in the day. So it's nice to see that his project team has come together, and we'll see if it sticks through the roster mania that's happening in the background going into MRC, which starts next week, which is wild. So you'll probably see some of these teams still competing in that as well, or others just waiting, biding their time for Ignite 2026. It's gotta be great. But what is also great is Hell's Heaven, gonna be our first random domination map that these two compete on, and Na'Vi are no strangers to the danger of Hell's Heaven. They have been so clinical in the past on this one. As soon as they get that first capture, they cannot be stopped.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is, I wonder if Trust Me is going to bring out the Vanguard pool. We already saw Guru bring it.
Could see it.
Trust Me is one of the highest rated.
The connoisseur, you could say.
Yeah. Him, I think it's like Spark Chief. Those are the two I really think of when I think of Vanguard plays, the replays I was watching here. So really interested to see if they're willing to bring that out. Shocker. Oh, gee willikers. Yeah, I think we're going to see the Loki save here. Like we said, guys, a lot of these first couple bans, it's pretty standard. You don't want to face off against one-sided Gambit or anything like that. It's not until we get into the later, picks and bans and stuff like that where we really start to see these teams kind of shine. Although I do love that early Cloak ban. Double Terror Cape is disgusting, but throw that out the window because Strangling Prison is a lot worse.
Especially on this map with the different corridors that you have to go through to get to the points, and just being able to lock people down right off the objective if a last second push is coming through. It is so effective to be able to use that Strangling Prison and just use the walls to section people off, as I keep saying, from your strategist heals. So we are going to have the double Loki. We're probably going to have a double Mantis ban, typically how it goes. I mean, this is a standard affair for the current state of the meta. And eventually, as these maps continue to be played, we'll see more of the target bans and protects coming through. And it's typically what we'll see here from Merlin's Order and Na'Vi at this stage. If we are going to see the group ban from Merlin's Order, if they're going to go with something a little bit different. Also, right now, at least for now, Spider-Man on the table for Light if they do want to play it. So we could see that be in the action. And getting rid of the Phoenix is one way to make sure you can still play it.
100% here, but opting in for that Phoenix ban now leaves the Groot save open, and
I'll take it.
That's tough, right? If I see the Groot save, I'm insta-banning Moon Knight. I'm sorry. Like, I don't want to deal with Hand of Khonshu Strangling Prison, especially on how fast those ultimates build up. You can get multiple off in a single round of domination, and it's really, really tough to play against. Even if you don't land every single elimination, Hand of Khonshu zones your team away, and it's really tough to play into it.
Ooh, getting rid of the Cloak and Dagger, though, potentially, unless they swap it to something else. They do not want to have to deal with the Terror Cape. The Terror Cape with the Moon Knight, too? Deadly combination, because you could just be in the back line, throwing your different crescents at the opponents as best as possible, and eventually the Ankh will be there in the back line, so they cannot survive, especially once they get Terror Cape. So Daredevil getting locked in now. That's what Light's going to be playing, a bit more of a meta character here for Merlin's Order. So we'll probably see a bit more of a focus maybe on the strategist lineup for the bans for Na'Vi this go around, but does throw them for a little bit of a loop. Maybe we're expecting it to come out because they don't have as much footage on Merlin's Order, but getting rid of the Jeff potentially so they don't have to worry about that. No, it's going to be Vanguard pool one-sided. They don't want to have to worry about that. Trust Me, he's going to be rocking it this time.
Aura. That's Aura. I'm sorry. You get Vanguard pool banned against you? You're that good? Yeah. I mean, Merlin's Order, right? Like you said, Daredevil and Loki save for themselves. No Gambit, no Groot, no Mantis, nothing like that here. I'm really interested. That's funny. That's hilarious. But Groot being available is really interesting. One-sided Groot is really tough to play against. Also, with the Daredevil coming out, right? Now I expect Thing to come through, because that has been the quintessential counter here, despite even stuff like, Punisher and Hela and Phoenix being in play, Moon Knight as well. A lot of people opt into the Thing just to completely shut down the Daredevil. So Light definitely going to have to contend with some anti-dive here, potentially a Winter Soldier, which we didn't really see a lot of in round one.
We saw at the start the Winter Soldier, and then they realized, oh yeah, I could just play one of the Hitscan sisters instead. And then they realized, yeah, that's probably the better option. We do see that more of a dive style from Merlin's Order. We're probably going to be witnessing that throughout most of the day-to-day. Shout out to our production crew, by the way, who are the ones keeping everything up on the ones and twos there and giving us your beautiful fly-throughs and everything else, all the information that we've been supplied with. Shout out to them. Also, shout out to Megan Mulani, who helped put this event together. But here we go. The fastball special available. They have the jetpack for the special delivery kidnap if they want to use it.
Yeah, and Fate's already going to take down Lobob, though. I think he got pushed across the map into the abyss here. Terra gonna be on the Wolverine. This is the one map where you want to see Wolverine, right? Because you can take them into the lava, but unfortunately not able to kidnap a Vanguard here, but it doesn't matter. Raharo is gonna take down Zex, and Na'Vi already coming in potentially with this first team fight win as Monster goes down, and we potentially will see Merlin's Order switch a couple things up.
Yeah, I love Terra on this Wolverine. The kidnaps, the section offs from Trust Me on the Groot. It really just makes it so that they can dissect and decimate anyone at a moment's notice of Merlin's Order, and not much more difficult for them to really focus on keeping them alive and sustained on the objective. First team point does go to Na'Vi. They want to lock things down as best as possible. Of course, they were trying to go for the Jeff ban because you do see a Lobob laser as the one who typically rocks it. We've seen this Zootopia backline work out pretty well in the past, but not have as much prominence recently, as Nuck is going to be on the Rocket Raccoon.
Yeah, and damage boosted Ensong Inferno will be available to them eventually, but Monster immediately swaps away from that Venom, says, Terra, you're not allowed to play the game here, but it doesn't matter because Jerky on the Winter Soldier. Strangling Prison lands onto multiple members here, and that's just going to be an easy cleanup. Na'Vi looking like a well-oiled machine. And Vaudable, I have a question. Is this Terra's technically his first professional series with Na'Vi against other professional teams?
No. I mean, they played at MRC, right? So we got to see them in that specifically. There was a couple of the pro teams from EMEA during those matchups, but this is probably the most pro teams they've played against recently, because there was more that participated in the Americas side for MRC, where a lot of the rosters were still trying to figure things out on the other end for Na'Vi. And Na'Vi kind of avoided a lot of them too, because they went through that lower bracket run, for those who might remember, after the check-in debacle that happened to them. But Na'Vi, they are here to showcase their skill against the rest of the world and see if that will be enough to cement themselves as a top contender for a potential mid-season back-to-back finish. Merlin's Order, though, they are the first of many to go against them, and they need to turn things up to 11 if they want a chance against them. Kraken Impact does get one for Jerky, looking for a triple if they can manage it, but even with the ultimates coming out from Light, it's not enough to shut down anyone from Na'Vi. It could be 100% to 0. One last second touch from Merlin's Order. It will be a quickly diluting overtime ticker, though.
Portal coming in from Light. Do they have the ability to actually go? No, unfortunately, 1 second too late. We even saw the dash coming out from the Emma, but a perfect victory for Na'Vi on round 1 here. And that's kind of just what happens when you play Na'Vi.
Yeah. I mean, this is great experience and building material for Merlin's Order, right? They know that this is the second best team in the world right now, the second best team in EMEA. If they make a MRC going through that into Ignite and then mid-season, they'd have to play against them, probably scrim against them a couple times too. This is what they can expect, right? And they know how Terra plays. They played against them in 100 Thieves plenty of times, but seeing them together with this roster who has been forged through the lower bracket fires of MRC Season 5 is another beast. They have been in the hyperbolic time chamber to get ready for the next season of Ignite, and they are not going to take a loss to anyone as long as they can manage it.
Yeah, Na'Vi probably looking to go undefeated, or at least expecting to go undefeated, at least in series, right? They already did lose a map to the Beasts earlier today, but so far, Na'Vi coming into this round with a bevy of ultimates, right? Clobbering Time, Invisible Boundary, Last Stand, which I expect to be pretty massive here, as Nook and Lobob gonna have their ultimates available. And nice fastball. He's just gonna throw him right into the face of Merlin's Order. Lobob's gonna pop that Eternal Bond here. We're gonna see Invisible Boundary come out from Fate in kind. And Window specifically gonna throw the Sign of Seduction into the enemy team here. And Terra picks up Monster. Last Stand came in. And unfortunately, the Strangling Prison plus Jerky just firing into it is gonna take down Merlin's Order. Gonna hear that a lot, guys. Jerky is just popping off.
Yeah. I mean, everyone on the side of Na'Vi. This is what you expect from the mid-season champions, with some changes, of course, after the grand finals runner-up that we saw from them at DreamHack Atlanta. But Merlin's Order, bit more of an unorthodox roster. You see Light actually mirroring Terra on the Wolverine, so they almost have their last stand built up. Terra just waiting in the wings for their moment to strike. Fastball special coming out from Monster and Light. See if they can get their own kidnap. I do like Zex on this one too for the Phoenix, but they got to stay alive. Unfortunately for them, the kidnap does come out, but there's the end song Inferno to at least stay on the objective. The lamps do get procced, so gonna at least clear those out of contention for the objective, but they need to win this team fight. And when Jerky's popping off with the Kraken impact, it's gonna make it that much more difficult.
And another one coming in. Don't think he'll be able to get the reset unless he lands these shots onto Monster. Maybe right around the corner. Popped in the backside, unfortunately. Jerky, though, not able to get that last. But, I mean, just Na'Vi playing so well here. And it sucks for Monster because he's got to play Thing into Groot. Arguably one of his hardest matchups here. Not a lot of wall break coming out from Merlin's Order as well. Maybe they can stack some ultimates up, flip this round here. Jerky, though. Raharo combo onto Zex there, and that guy has just not had a fun time. I think it's respawn Elim for the past minute and a half, as we do see Nuts pop that Eternal Bond to at least get them somewhat onto this point.
Yeah, Rajaro doing everything that they can just to hold down that front line for their team. Jerky gets one. Not the best timing of the ultimate here from Light either. Does get a kidnap though on to Trust Me, forcing out the Strangling Prison. Does eventually get the conversion onto them. Zex doing what they can to finish them off. And overtime is activated. Fastball special. See if they get the kidnap onto the Loki. There it goes. Finally, one on the back line, taking it down from Na'Vi. Probably one of the first eliminations against them this entire map. But for now, Portal does have to come through. Last stand from Terra does get them off the objective, and 1v1's happening from across the board, but it seems Na'Vi has the edge in this fight. Oh no!
Unfortunately, Merlin's Order not on the point. The End Song Inferno. That's a Charlie Niner for Merlin's Order, but Na'Vi 2-0 on Hell's Heaven. And yeah, I'm expecting maybe 1 to 0 deaths on a majority of this Na'Vi roster here.
Yeah, did pretty good for themselves. Level 1 Crook, of course, on the back line. One of the best Loki players in the game on the Lady Loki costume. If you didn't know, one of the longer MVP cinematics. Saw someone make a TikTok about that recently, so thought I'd bring that out. But yeah, only a single elimination against them. Probably a similar story for the majority of their roster. You can see Terra didn't go down once. Neither did Fate, and that is the difference maker. Also Jerky with those 12 final hits. Gotta get those eliminations against Na'Vi if you want to put up a fight. And, well, we saw a map get taken against them before, so Merlin's Order, maybe they need to scout that out in between the maps here and see why they did drop one against the Beast, because they need to pull from the Beast within if they want to take down this Na'Vi roster in either Convoy and Convergence for their next map, because honestly, not too much to learn, I would say, from this one, other than Na'Vi got hands.
Yeah, and Jerky and Terra, they didn't even play any of the hit scan sisters, right? I mean, no. No Hela, nothing like that. I mean, that was just Wolverine and Bucky, and they're not really revealing their hand. Na'Vi's not playing anything that they haven't touched before, right? So, I mean, really, really well played. Merlin's Order, unfortunately, they just couldn't get there, and that was the push that I talked about. Yeah, I was really interested. Went for the dive. I think he wasn't expecting to get pushed off so quickly, and that's what kind of won them that first team fight there, and Na'Vi just kind of steamrolled from there, right? Really, really good ultimate usage. I mean, just, you can kind of see that the mark of this team, right? I mean, never overcommitting too many, always being cognizant of how many ultimates they have in the bank. Even when they were at a disadvantage, when Merlin had like 5-3, Na'Vi were just really good at kiting everything out. So very well played from this team, and maybe we go to a counter pick for Merlin's Order, but I'm not sure how much the map is going to change. They've really got to step up here in the second map.
I feel like Convergence might give them the best shot, right? Because they can stop things on that first point and hold as best as possible. But it really comes down to what the composition is going to be for this Merlin's Order roster. What map do they choose? I mean, you mentioned it might not matter too much, but it is Na'Vi that they're facing off against. So any experience against them is going to be beneficial for the rest of the tournament. Merlin's Order, of course, looking at their journey so far, it's been tough. They still have a lot of competitors to go through if they want to come out on top. So I think for now, the big question is what can they do to turn things around, to get those eliminations? And I think a lot of that comes down to their synergy in either going for their ability usages, using their cooldowns properly as a team. We saw, a lot of vulnerabilities used for the side of Na'Vi so they can focus down on one or two individual heroes on Merlin's Order's roster. And that way they were less effective when they were trying to engage onto the objective, and they could just be picked apart at the seams. I mean, a rabid beast is what we saw with Terra, and they could not do anything about it. So I don't necessarily think a specific ban or protect is going to help them here. It has to be a completely team dynamic change for Merlin's Order to come out on top in this next map.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how likely we are to see Terra back on the Wolverine, whether it is a Convergence or Convoy map for Merlin's Order. I mean,
probably more
Hell's Heaven.
Yeah,
it's arguably Wolverine's best map, right? So I'll be surprised. Jerky can kind of just stick onto that Winter Soldier. But yeah, Merlin's Order, I think they just got to force Na'Vi off of something, right? Like, I felt like Na'Vi was never really pressured, even in those kind of tense situations where multiple ultimates were going off. Like, you just kind of saw how good they were. Merlin's Order they're kind of split in focus, right? Like, Zex was getting kidnapped one way, Light was trying to do something else, Low Bob Laser was getting dove half the time. Like, it was really tough for a lot of this team to come together. So maybe dumbing down the composition a little bit, playing something that is a little bit easier to execute. That's usually what helps, teams that are fighting up against some of these, stronger teams, right? Let's keep it a stack. Na'Vi is just head and shoulders really, really good. Top 3 team in the league. So you've got to make sure like you're not making the micro mistakes. You got to make sure that you're not double ulting or you're not committing too much. And I think that's where Merlin Order kind of needs to come together and be like, hey, let's just play something easier. Let's play something simple, try to front to back them and see if we can just at least contend with them mechanically.
I think the big thing too is that Merlin's Order are getting their toughest demons out of the way at the start of the group stage. They had Lunex, lost 2 maps to them. Now they have Na'Vi. Those are the top 2 teams that we expect to see out of this group, right? So once those are gone, you can learn from your mistakes there, take a little bit of a breather before you get into round 3, because that's the final round of at least today's matches. The latter half of the bracket and group stage will be tomorrow as well, for those who are wondering. But they still have their work cut out for them, and at least getting more eliminations than the single final hits that we saw kind of across the board from their team will be a step in the right direction, and figuring out the play style of their opponents based on the map that they are going to choose. Again, it can either be Convoy or Convergence. The Na'Vi will have their pick of side if they want to be defense or attack first. Probably defense to close things out as quick as they can, typically how things go. But yeah, I really want to go back over and like watch how that first series went against Na'Vi and Team B, the Beast specifically. Just seeing that they dropped that map, so they maybe it's they weren't fully awake or who knows what was going on there, but still a great credit to the Beast. These game differentials or map differentials are going to matter so much when it comes down to tiebreakers at the final hour. 5 rounds of the round robin Chivy to play through if they want to make it to the bracket stage. That'll be starting tomorrow. So a lot more matches to be played.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? Maybe Na'Vi just C9. like honestly, like you never know.
It could be, yeah.
It's so common and it happens so often, but yeah, I'm looking to see what Merlin's pick is gonna be here. If we're gonna go to maybe Museum of Contemplation to try to throw Na'Vi off. Who knows how much practice Na'Vi has on that map specifically, right? I mean, there's a lot
of teams have been avoiding it like the plague as best as they can, but you gotta learn it. It's in the map pool.
Yeah, it's in the competitive map pool. I expect to see it in MRC, MRI. Like, whether you hate it, it's like your vegetables, guys. You got to eat it. You have to play the map here. And I think Merlin's Order, if they're gonna try to edge Na'Vi out on a map, it's going to be the newest one. You're not gonna beat them on Hall of Dajalia. You're not gonna beat them on Symbiotic Surface. Like, you're not gonna, Midtown. Like, I'm sorry, guys, you're not gonna beat Na'Vi on any of these maps. So you've got to try and flex your knowledge on the other stuff. We did see Light temporarily flex over to that Moon Knight. Didn't work. Went over to the Daredevil. This is where I really need to kind of, we had those questions. What does his hero pool look like? Is it just Daredevil? Is it Star-Lord? Does he still have that in the bag? Is he willing to flex? It looks like he is, but I kind of need to see him lock in and just pick 1 or 2 heroes and say, hey, we're going to play this condition. It's going to be Groot Moon Knight, or it's going to be, Angela Moon Knight, or Punisher Magneto, something like that, right? And just clear, concise win conditions is what I expect from Merlin's Order.
One thing to note is that they should not allow them to get the Groot again. Navi cannot be allowed to have Groot. And we are going to Museum of Contemplation. You are gifted with Prophecy here, Shibby. 2 series in a row. We get the new map. I love it. I mean, I'm a fan of it personally, especially because it forces teams to get out of their comfort zone when it comes to the typical convoy maps that we have seen up to this point. So again, likely see a lot of holds near that second checkpoint. When you wind the corner, it's a long journey back on the attacking side. And we've seen a lot of teams push up like Extinction were able to do to close things out, to end things off. So putting them out of their comfort zone is the way to go against Team Navi, because this is the map they have the least experience on because it just came out. So we'll see what they can do with the Museum of Contemplation. I'm assuming defensive side is going to be Navi first, unless they opt to go attack, so that can at least control the narrative, right? Make sure that we know where we got to stop the map ahead of time, so we don't have as much pressure on us. Could be that style, but typically we do see kind of the triple full hold style from a lot of these pro teams, especially on the first point of this map. And most convoy maps nowadays, I think since that was introduced in Midtown, people have just been carrying that over to any convoy that they can. And the game is never being played this tournament. I'm sorry, everyone.
Yeah, you know what? I don't think there's that many Gambit fans out there. I think everybody's probably
I like Gambit. I like Gambit.
Like, you like Gambit, but do you like hearing
playing against
never fold? Like, you're hearing,
I like it.
He's never folding. He's never folding. Anyways, I think Gambit will be 100% ban in this tournament. I'm calling my shot here. Let me know if I'm wrong, stats guy.
Now a team's gonna listen to that and say that it's not gonna happen, and they're gonna like actually be like, you know, we're losing anyway. Let's just give them Gambit and see how it goes, and then ban Loki. We actually saw that happen in some of the other creator tournaments that happened recently. But no surprises with what we've actually witnessed here. Again, it's the standard affair: group ban, Loki save on the other end, group ban. Yes, you're not going to give the one-sided group because of how effective Groot is by themselves, and you need at least one to go toe-to-toe with them if you can.
Yeah, and especially because we weren't running any wall break from Merlin's order too. Like, that was the kind of tough thing as well. Like, you're not running Punisher, you're not running Squirrel Girl, right? Which is like kind of more of a niche pick. No Moon Knight to punish and farm those ultimates, at least for a majority of that game. So
Invis ban.
Yeah, I'm really interested. Nice Invis ban. I think they just want to try to stop as much of these stall ultimates. Sure, but like Invisible Boundary versus Soul Resurgence, like if you're expecting like a 3-3 composition like you mentioned, it's a little bit harder to build it up, especially because Invis can just cycle through her autos through multiple Vanguards, right? So it becomes really tough. Ooh. Although we do see the save on 2 Vanguard pool. Yes.
There we go. I'm excited to see that one come out yet again. And it's actually interesting that we've been seeing that more in the pro play than some of the other tournaments that have happened recently. So Deadpool is going to be represented. Going for the Daredevil ban, I get it. You'd want to limit the options for Light on this map, especially as the captain, the one who assembled this Merlin's order for this tournament specifically. Potentially MRC if they stick together. Who knows? As I talked about, Secret Wars, we don't even know what all the rosters will look like a week from now, let alone after this tournament concludes. Yeah. But what we do know is that we are back on Museum of Contemplation. This is going to be a great fight between these teams. Let the music as well on this one. Shout out Production, who's been doing a great job for this as well. And hopefully everyone who's been watching at home has enjoyed some showcasing of this new map.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what strategies certain teams win. We already saw Extinction, right? Like throw down a couple different stuff. Got a lot of value out of the Moon Knight. Maybe we see more Moon Knight here. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe Terra has that in his back pocket. Again, he is the flex DPS, so you can see him, play a lot of different things. Although Monster is gonna actually be on the Vanguard pool here. Trust me though. And Terra. I think Terra on this solo Namor is very interesting. Typically, you see 3-3. They are running the triple strategist, but Navi are going to opt in for Mag and... sorry, I'm so sorry. The thing here, so the bubble is going to be really valuable for Trust Me here, especially if he can kind of get in, slam those haymakers, and really limit Monster's mobility.
Well, it could all come down to this, Shibby. One final map might be all we have for our stint on the broadcast here on the Marvel Rivals channel, but Navi are wanting to make that a guarantee to deliver against the competition and prove that, that one map they dropped earlier on was a bit of a fluke. Merlin's order, though, I like Light on this Moon Knight, building up that ult charge as quickly as they can. Also focusing on those squids so they can't get as much value out of the utility of the Namor. Already has the Hand of Khonshu available, even the sleep against them and not able to do as much, but they're holding on to it for now, waiting for their time to strike.
And Light flying in, potentially gonna use this Hand of Khonshu instead. Gonna wait out the Eternal Bond from Crook here, and instead we're gonna match Low Bob Laser coming in. Monster's gonna drop that big test onto multiple members here. Potentially, Monster's gonna look for more, and a big Eye of Agamotto from Window lands onto multiple members of Na'Vi, and that might be the spark that Merlin's Order needs. Hey, Museum of Contemplation doing funny things.
That it is. Makes it difficult for that full hold strategy, especially based on the flanks that we saw Light able to get. That one quarter, you could just shoot through and have free ult charge. And that's why he's trying to get rid of more of these barriers so that people might be expecting to be protected that way. But I like the portal play to block off their entry onto the objective so they can't even get towards it. They have to go from behind, trying to push to the last second. We do have the Meteor M goes through, but it gets blocked out.
Yeah, still gets a elimination onto Low Bob Laser. Multiple elims coming in, and despite having to go through a different way, Na'Vi are still looking to defend this. 1.25 meters for Merlin's Order, and oh my lord, Na'Vi are just actually defending this.
What a hold at the last hour. Unfortunately, they did not put the portal in that second doorway, so it allowed at least a lane of entry onto the objective for Na'Vi, and they were not going to be contaged. Nobody puts Na'Vi in a corner, as we saw happen there. Case in point, and with Terra having free reign and angles, they're eventually going to be getting some eliminations, or at least building up the Goddess of Death to create some more wiggle room for them on defense.
Look at Window. Eye of Agamotto available. Nuck does copy the Eternal Bond here. We might see this layered on top. Big Eye of Agamotto lands onto Jerky, and trust me, but we do see the Goddess of Death coming out from Terra. Hand of Khonshu comes down, hopefully looking to do some damage here, but level 1 Crook has layered his own Eternal Bond on top, and Na'Vi once again displaying excellent ultimate usage, pushing Merlin's Order back.
Oh, nothing they can do to contest them. And the stagger here on the Vanguard pool makes it that much more deadly and devastating. Less than a minute to go. Na'Vi looking for the full hold strategy to speedrun our second series of today. We've gotten both sides of the coin here, Shibby, so far. A map 3 stunner, and now maybe a potential map 2 finish for Na'Vi if they can close things out.
Trust me, clobbering time available. Fate as well, Eternal Bond. Low Bob Laser probably going to try to hold on to it as long as possible here. Zex, though, does have the End Song Inferno, and Terra actually wins the 1v1, and no ultimates used. As I say that, though, Low Bob, multiple members go down. You're going to pop the Eternal Bond here. Eternal Bond and Eye of Agamotto for Window lands onto no one. Good lamps coming out, though, from level 1 Crook, and the clobbering time from Trust Me lands onto Monster. Jerky, though, picks up Window in the back end, and it is chaos here in the Museum of Contemplation, but Trust Me is just trying to straggle these guys down. Hey, get back over here, you strategists, as we do see the Meteor M come in, and a beautiful double as we see Na'Vi just gonna wipe Merlin's Order off the face of this map.
Ooh, last second touch so that we see come in from Window on the Venom, but unfortunately they got dealt with as quickly as they arrived towards the bus stop, and they will not be joining the rest of the rotation towards that first checkpoint. It will be Na'Vi stopping them in their tracks and making sure that they will not have an easy run if they try to lock things down here. Na'Vi only need to get past a little bit of a journey at the first checkpoint, and they will be the winners of this series. A speed run, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, 8 final hits on this mag, right? I mean, Terra with this, it's absolutely insane how well Na'Vi are playing here. Some of those fights they won dry, right? They didn't have to use any of their ultimates, and that's just insane. And it's backbreaking for Merlin's Order, who were 1.25 meters away from getting that first point here. And it was a really good portal block from Window as well, forcing Na'Vi to go all the way around, but unfortunate. And now Merlin's Order have a tough task ahead of them. What are they going to lock in here? It looks like it's going to be also a triple strategist lock here. Double res potentially available with the copy, but most of the time we've been seeing double Eternal Bond.
A lot of teams have been kind of struggling, though, when it comes to using the Adam Warlock efficiently, building up that ult charge, especially when they're getting focused down. And I think that is what Na'Vi is going to target. As soon as they see the Adam Warlock turn the corner, Tara and Jerky are just going to pincer maneuver them and make sure they can't even stay on the objective as long as they would like to, and be a moot point in the ledger of their journey throughout this group stage. So Monster, all eyes on them to lock things down on the front line, but we do see Trust Me on the Thor, large and in charge, trying to kidnap anyone that's possible in their way to take them down a peg.
Oh, this is where the bully ball commences. Window just not allowed to move. Guys, remember, this is Trust Me on Thor. You cannot do the same thing in your solo queue matches here, as Jerky and Tara are going to clean up the rest and an instantaneous fight win here. Merlin's Order, though, Window is going to be looking to pop that portal. Are they looking for him? Are they going to try to stop it here?
No.
Diving deep into the spawn. Window is going to get that portal out. Rest of Merlin's Order looking to potentially stall this cart at least a little bit longer here. Tara has picked up Low Bob Laser in the back. Many strategists are down for Merlin's Order. No ultimates available as well. Na'Vi might just walk this in record time. Less than a minute has passed and they're already near that checkpoint here. Although Merlin's Order doing a good job stalling. Nice lamps coming out from Nook here. But we see Trust Me has the God of Thunder and he's going to channel it into the sky. Lands, but unfortunately does not take anybody down. But it doesn't matter. Even though the Atom has rezzed this whole team, even though Light is trying to bring them back, Na'Vi are just knocking them down one by one by one. And we do see Fate has popped their own soul resurgence. Push the point, guys!
Oh no, they gave them so much room to work with. Even with the Horn of Proteus, it was not enough, and they gave them the wiggle room necessary to push towards that final checkpoint that Na'Vi needed for the 2-0 sweep. I like the strategies that we saw towards the end there from Merlin's Order. It was just the execution that did not work out at the end of the day. And Na'Vi will get the quickest victory we've seen so far in the Mega Monthly to move on 2-0 in the group stage.
I mean, just absolutely clinical, right? It was a domination from start to finish, and it looked pretty decent. Merlin's Order got that first, 1 to 2 fight wins on their offense, but I don't know what happened. Na'Vi locked in. We're able to hold them off here. 12 finals, all right, amongst both the Vanguard and the duelist here for Tara. Just beautiful, beautiful play from Na'Vi. Multiple members, and that's the thing, right? Anyone on this roster can take over. Map 1, it was Jerky. Map 2, it's Tara, right? Like, that's what makes this squad so deadly, and that's kind of the mountain that you're facing. Every team pretty much in this tournament is looking up at Na'Vi and saying, how do we deal with this? How can we stop this locomotive that is Na'Vi?
Well, you learned from the one team who has taken a map against them so far, which was the Beast. I recommend anyone in between rounds trying to look back and see how that matchup went. But even then, it could have just been early jitters and just getting it through the motions. And now they have been fully unleashed against the competition. One more round, of course, for today's action. 2 more matches in round 3. Of course, they'll be streamed afterwards. But as you can see, it was just a showcase of skill from Team Na'Vi. Merlin's Order weren't able to put as much of a fight as they would have liked to on domination, and it snowballed into that convoy map. I like the choice of putting them outside their comfort zone on Museum of Contemplation, but that also means they had so much time to learn this map because they know the rest of them like the back of their hands, right? So they were ready for anything once it went to that convoy map, and Merlin's Order unfortunately couldn't execute as well as they would have liked to.
Yeah, I mean, this is just highlights. We call it highlight package. It's usually supposed to have both teams, but this is relatively Na'Vi dominated, unfortunately, for Merlin's Order. And yeah, I mean, we kind of predicted this team, if bare minimum, to make the grand finals, if not winners finals, right? Like, this team, anything less than that, I think, would be a disappointment for them, even when they're playing on, a disadvantage on ping. Tara is playing from North America, but the rest of Na'Vi are playing from Europe here, and they still look so good. It feels like they haven't lost a step.
A great look for Na'Vi to start the day off strong, only dropping a single map so far, and a dominant performance to say the least here against Merlin's Order. And Merlin's Order on the other side of things, well, they got their biggest opponents out of the way first. So now they can potentially reverse sweep their journey through the group stage if they so challenge the rest of the competition in their group. But we still have a lot more matches to go into afterwards, and there's still some more maps happening in the background. Some series potentially going to a map 3 or a longer map 2, just based on the speed that we finish things here as well, Shibby. I mean, we have some of the standings updated based on the matches that have come through at this point, and you can see the obvious ones. Race Car getting the 2-0 themselves, and so did Team Na'Vi.
Yeah, 2-0 here. Race Car taking down Shikigami here. Some of the other matches still going on, which bodes well. At least, as I say that, Dreamland ends up 2-0 here. So that is Ego Death dropping down to 0-2. So yeah, we lost. Intergalactic still locked into their match, as well as Extinction and the Beast locked into theirs. And I believe Flark and Lunex are duking it out right now. Any surprises here? Anything shocking?
Not really. I mean,
for the most part, right? Everything's gone the way we expected.
Kind of expected. I'd say, you know, Extinction, that was a big win for them against Team Flark, and I wouldn't be surprised if they are going to that map 3 against the Beast, specifically because map 3 is where the Beast took Na'Vi before. So not as clear cut in Group A in comparison, and Lunex also playing against Flark. If Flark can get that win, really shakes up the standings for Group A. Group B, a little bit more cut and dry, as you can see. Yeah, we lost Dreamland and Race Car, maybe kind of the top dogs there for now. Intergalactic, I'm really curious on where they will end up at the end of it. But Shikigami and Ego Death have their work cut out for them if they want to turn things around and push into that top 4 for the rest of the series. And round 3, I mean, we could talk a little bit about that on the other side of things here. Na'Vi, they'll be playing Extinction next. Flark versus Merlin's Order, and then Lunex versus the Beast on the Group A side. And then for Group B for round 3 is going to be Race Car versus Yaoi Luz, Ego Death versus Shikigami, and Dreamland versus Intergalactic. So a lot of good matches to look forward to for our final round of the day, Shibby. But any specific ones you think people should keep an eye on if they are wanting to know the best teams to look out for here?
Vaudeville, you asked this question twice now, and I'm gonna say it every time. Guys, watch
I don't
how
know
we
if it's
lost.
changed.
They're so fun. I mean, they're just such a fun team. There's a reason that I'm so hyped into them. I think like any of the Dreamland or Race Car matches, you will be in for a good time. In a weird way, I love Na'Vi, but like we can kind of expect them to win a lot of these matches. I think Extinction has shown us something, right? I think Lunex is a very good team as well. Like if you want like excitement, if you want tension, if you want two teams that are like gonna go back and forth realistically, I think kind of ignoring the best teams in this group in theory on paper and going for some of those underdog stories or some of those teams that you may not be super familiar with. Like we know Terra, we know Level 1 Crook, we know Rajaro, like we know all these guys, right? We know what they're capable of. It's not going to get exciting for them, in my opinion, until they get to that playoff stage, until we get to maybe winners and losers finals and really get to see some of these guys sweat.
I'm excited for our last series that we have of the day.
Yes.
Like the last two. Lunex versus the Beast. Now the Beast got a map versus Na'Vi. Makes that a little bit more competitive, right? And then Dreamland versus Intergalactic. They scrimmed recently, and they had some pretty decent results between both of them there. So as you can see, those are the round 3 matchups that we are waiting on the results from round 2 to get started with. Na'Vi versus Extinction. Extinction have their work cut out for them after seeing how well Na'Vi performed there, right? Merlin's Order and Flark, both of them with kind of a chip on their shoulder, looking for a victory. And then, of course, Lunex versus the Beast. That one, I think, is kind of an underdog story again for the Beast. Most people would probably think Lunex will take that. But honestly, the one matchup to keep an eye on, based on, you know, the team that you keep saying that we should look at, Yaoi Lost versus Race Car. I'm excited to see how that one goes off stream.
Yeah, I'm super excited. Like I said, I think this team has a lot of potential, upset potential on them, right? I think they've got it in their DNA. They had a really good run previously in some of the other tournaments, and I'm just excited for this team. I want to see where they're going to end up, where they're going to go, who they're going to compete with. So yeah, I'm the biggest We Lost fan out here. I don't think anyone beats me. I don't think anyone in chat, nobody. I'm telling you, Jitward's #1 fan is me. I promise you.
Gotta make a TikTok about that afterwards and just have a highlight reel of his plays throughout the tournament. Get those replay codes or something and get things
100%.
going. But again, shout out to the teams that are competing in this. Shout out to the co-streamers who are watching the action as well. And check out all the action that is going on in the meantime. I know there's some other streams happening on that side too, if you want to keep up with round 2 as it is going on. But we were trying to see if we could get into like a map 3 or a map 2, depending on where the progress of some of these games were, but it seems like they are locked in as best as they can be. I want to get things done, go into that round 3. The final round of the day, mind you, will be finishing off the group stages tomorrow, round 4 and 5. And then starting off that playoff bracket, which is going to be great. Best of 3s all the way until the final 3 matches, winners final, losers final, and grand final, which will be best of 5s on Sunday. So a lot of great Marvel Rivals action to give you a little bit of a teaser before MRC Season 6 kicks off next weekend. And then Ignite 2026 coming soon after. So a lot of great stuff to look forward to in the future. Shibby, final thoughts from you, because this is the end of our stint on the channel for now, but we'll be back tomorrow as well.
Well, Laudable, we forgot to do an MVP for
That's
this
true.
match.
We didn't.
So, since you asked me my MVP last time around,
That's
I
true.
think it's only
true.
fair, Vaudable, that you give me your choice. There's a couple members you could look on Na'Vi.
There
There's
is.
a popular choice, but there's a not so popular choice. Again, I'm a little bit biased, but I'm interested to see what you say.
I think my MVP as the Canadian on the broadcast here cannot be anybody else. It's going to be Tara, of course, the MVP duelist himself. Yes, we saw some great looks for the Vanguard and the Strategist lineup, but I have to give it to Tara. They were the one decimating the backline, making it so that they second-guessed Merlin's Order specifically every single angle that they went for and shut them down completely before they could even get out of the spawn room sometimes. So Tara, so lethal, showing that it doesn't matter which team he is on, he is going to be decimating your team every time that he gets on the mouse and keyboard and gets ready for Marvel Rivals. So, I mean, Tara definitely sticking out as best as they can. We saw the Wolverine play, of course, in map 1, and then we saw the Hela play to end things off in map 2. I think they had more than 10 final hits each time as well. So just the consistency that we saw from them. Yes, we had individual great performances from other members of Na'Vi, but Tara was the one who stuck out to me the most.
Yeah, I think it could have gone a couple different ways. Rogero as well. I think just
I was thinking that too, yeah.
Player. Yeah, I mean, that's my bias, but like he was just frying them on Magneto in the Museum of Contemplation. Every single time, like 2-3 elims going up there. But Tara, obviously a very good choice. Still good on the Wolverine. Doesn't matter what season 0, 1, 6, 29, potentially. Who knows? He's still going to be
even the alpha.
Amazing. Yeah, even in the alpha. That's true. Even in the alpha.
He's playing whatever they want then.
Yeah, being able to swap seamlessly over to hit scan and just dominate on that, I think is just kind of shows why Na'Vi made such a big push for him. And like you said, Vaudable, I'm excited to see him and Sparker go at it for multiple weeks at a time. I mean, that will feed families, in my opinion.
It's going to be an EMEA matchup to look out for in the future. But I believe that is all our time that we have here, Shibby, for the show for now. I don't think we've been able to lock in that map 3, unfortunately, for the other round matches for round 2. But it's been a great time. I mean, we've seen some intense action for the first series, right? It was a 2-1 victory for Extinction, basically reverse sweeping their journey in that first 2. And then we got to see Na'Vi dominate as they are expected to do. But we'll be highlighting some of the other teams again. As a reminder, Lunax versus the Beast is up next. Afterwards, Dreamland versus Intergalactic. You don't want to go anywhere because CB and Diatonic will be taking things over after this.
no way this isn't just like a clean 2-0, but it's just not. Let's have a look at the schedule here real quick, and we'll kind of see where we've been, see where we're going. We kick things off with Flark versus Extinction, and that, my friends, was an upset. I think a lot of people did not see that one coming, but Na'Vi 2-0 versus Merlin's Order. I don't necessarily think Apollo needed to bestow the gift of prophecy on you in order for you to predict that one.
No, I mean, one of the best DPS lines in EMEA now, let alone the entire world right now, really, there for Navi. So definitely a tough uphill challenge. But, a couple teams like that, right, kind of taking this next step up, maybe the first time some of these teams have been exposed to this level of pro play and this many pro players in one spot. So, yeah, 2 banger matchups so far and 2 more coming your way for the back half of this broadcast. Of course, we're going to be taking you into Lunex versus the Beasts here very shortly, and then wrapping up the day with a serious banger alert, Dreamland versus Intergalactic. So definitely some familiar names and faces if you've been watching the MRCs as of lately, or if you're a big community tournament fan. But before we get to that one, we do have this matchup here first. Lunex taking on the Beasts, and what a matchup between 2 very well-known teams, at least to myself. And CB, I know you're kind of an expert on our Lunex friends as well.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a Lunex simp. They were my pick to win MRC. I kind of partnered with them and got to co-stream a bunch of their matches. I got to see their progression. I got to spectate some of their scrims, and what I saw was one of the most intelligent teams with a crystal clean backline. And it was like, it felt like they were going to win the whole thing for a while, but then in the second to last day of MRC Season 5, they just have a horrible flop of a day, and it kind of felt like since then they've been trying to recover. They've been trying to remind themselves that they are still that team. They do still have the sauce. They can still win it all, but they kind of have to prove it. They got to get a couple more of these big wins, and I think this tournament's going to be a great opportunity to do that. However, there is one little hiccup with this roster right now, and that is right dead center. You see that man on the Doctor Strange, Dongmin? Well, he's visiting his family in Korea. So Techie, with that previous synergy from the Sentinels era, coming in to fill alongside Crimzone, we're trying to see Lunex make this substitution work.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of Sentinel synergy on this team, like you said. Of course, the dynamic duo, Amazing and Karova here as well. But one of my goats on this team, Yusher, of course, not to be overlooked. But yeah, this team has a lot of talent. And, you wonder about the mental game for these teams, right? Wondering, how do they feel coming in, taking some heavy losses here. But so far, Lunex rising to the challenge here in the Mega Monthly. Their opponents will be the Beasts for this matchup here. And I'm a little bit familiar with this team. I have seen them in action in a lot of community tournaments out there, and some familiar names here. They do have some deadly stuff out there. CWT, of course, on the Garroot, an absolute Garrote there for sure. But yeah, it's another one of those kind of X-Factor teams, right? Don't know how much exposure that a team like Lunex has had to the Beasts. Kind of a lot of question marks coming into this match. So that kind of opens the door for some surprises like we've seen and like we both have talked about here. Surprise map drops here and there. So yeah, I am very curious to see how a team like the Beasts kind of, like we said, taking that next step up, right? Fighting a lot more pro players, a lot more exposure to those top level teams and top level strategies.
And this is a team that, went a lot farther in MRC Season 5 than I think a lot of people expected them to. A lot of people wouldn't have even pegged them as being a top 16 team, but they didn't just finish top 16. They finished in MRC Season 5, 7th and 8th, alongside Flark, technically outlasting teams like Intergalactic, Nightmare Academy, Cafe Rose, all teams that we thought would perform much higher, but no, it was the Beasts that ended up taking that spot. I think this team, coupled with the fact that they got that map win over Na'Vi earlier today, is a team whose stock is slowly on the rise, and I think now is as good a time as any to invest.
Yeah, I mean, cannot overlook the progress for this team. They showed in the last MRC they belong in a field like this. So taking a quick look back at the day, though, of course, for these two teams, kind of a tough road for the Beasts. Like we said, they did take on Na'Vi in that opening round, but they did score a map against them. Definitely a surprise upset there, but, got to build that confidence a little bit for sure. Did take the 0-2 loss up against Extinction in that last round. And, over on the side of Lunex, of course, they did take on Merlin's Order first, 2-0 there for them. So nice start for the day. And then a 2-1 against Flark, too. I am a little surprised about the 2-1 against Flark, but, they did pick up a map win in round number 1 as well. So definitely a more formidable team than I think a lot of people have been talking about or giving them credit for.
Yeah, I mean, on paper still, it is a 2-0 team versus an 0-2 team. The Beasts are still looking for that first win. They are hungry like the wolf. Diatana, can I get you to Awu with me?
You want an Awu from me?
Yeah, I want an Awu. Can you get 3, 2, 1? Oh.
Oh.
Okay, thank you for Thank you for. Okay, I'm sorry. I know that was cringe. Thank you for trying to indulge me, but we're having fun here. We made the attempt. They are hungry for that first win, and against Lunex would be a hell of a way to make your name. And I'm looking forward to seeing if they do have what it takes. And I'm also looking forward to, like I said, seeing if Lunex can prove that they still have the sauce, that they still have what it takes to be that top team that I know they are capable of. And I want to shout out, by the way, their backline, Korova and Flamme. I think they are two of the most intelligent strategists in the business right now. And as a collective, they're able to lead their team in a lot of creative directions that play really well to these teams' strengths. But the problem that I tend to see is that once those plans don't go accordingly, their plan Bs tend to take a little bit too long to formulate. And by then, they're already staring at the lights. And hopefully the Beast isn't going to catch them staring at the lights today.
Yeah, it's not just versatility, right? It's about, keeping pace with the match and not waiting so long to kind of, change directions. It can be tough when you're trying to get 6 people, corral a bunch of cats to follow another strategy after you've already made a game plan. But, definitely a lot of question marks for both teams. Of course, the Beast, this is a kind of a punch-up match for them here, up against a lot of players with Ignite level experience for sure. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing how they stack up here. But, can't count out the underdogs ever. And, the Beast, of course, as you've seen their logo, quite literally the underdogs here. So, I've been looking forward to this matchup a lot. And, this will be my first real time getting to see Lunex kind of in action from start to finish. So I'm looking forward to kind of, what the ban phase strategies look like for them, kind of front to back, what a whole package series looks like for them.
I wouldn't expect it to deviate too far from what we've seen in a lot of our other series today. I'm expecting that pick ban phase to basically, regardless of the map, be insta-ban on the Gambit, protects onto the Lokis, and then a lot of Cloak and Dagger play coming in, and maybe some bans to try and help protect that, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Lunex versus the Beast, we are going to be starting here shortly. Let's talk first about our first map. We're going to Krakoa, and I think as far as domination maps, this is a personal favorite for me, and I think what this means for Lunex is a potential for that triple strategy backline that we tend to see with the Mantis and the Atom, and Korova is one of the best Atoms in the biz.
Yeah, I mean, quite literally the golden support there on the side of Lunex too. So, obviously a team like the Beast, they're going to come in knowing some of these things. I'm curious to see, do they want to try to get the jump? Do we try to ban Atom, or do we focus a little bit bigger picture? It just kind of depends on, I suppose, their threat analysis for Lunex. But yeah, definitely expecting to see some triple support here to start things off. Maybe not my most favorite domination map, but I think people would disagree with me that Hell's Heaven is a wonderful map to play on.
I also like Hell's Heaven, but everyone always gives me guff when I try to say that Hell's Heaven is a good map. There's some people who just despise that map, but here's an interesting layer to things. I'm already wrong about one thing. We're not actually going to get the Loki Protect coming out from the Beast. Instead, we're going to get a Groot Protect, which is very interesting. Groot is in a very strong place. I saw someone in the chat earlier today saying that Groot is D tier, and oh, my sweet summer child, how wrong you are.
Yeah, I mean, Groot, a lot of these heroes you want to pick for the synergy, right? Not just in terms of team-ups, but how do their ults work together? How do they collaborate? And Groot's kind of a pick that is just kind of good in general, right? So I love the save here for the Beast. Definitely big pickups here. Lots of strategists coming out back and forth. Of course, that Gambit ban to open things up. No Loki on the table, but a one-sided invis for Lunex, I think, is going to be huge. In spite of the...
Lost connection for a second there, but I think we are back. I mean, so yeah, we were just in the middle of talking about the picks and bans there. I want to kind of pivot real quick. You were talking a little bit about the one-sided invis being huge for Lunex, and that's an interesting one because, we were talking earlier about how strong Cloak and Dagger is, but you kind of need to ban the Magneto in order to really make that work. If you're not going to burn the ban on the Mag, you might as well try and go for that invis, but there is going to be that Cloak and Dagger ban that ends up coming out from the Beasts as both sides protect Phoenix, and I think we're getting a pretty clear picture of what it is we're going to get here.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at 7 strategists being banned so far. Maybe they're going to float the hella at the least here at the end. But, not a big surprise, I would say, to see a lot of these strats banned out here. The saves, Phoenix for both sides. And, of course, Beast got that Groot save. Lunex locking in the invis. So I think both teams have gotten some strong pieces here. Nobody's really lost outright for the ban phase, I wouldn't necessarily say. But, I mean, yeah, definitely interesting on the hella ban there at the very end. I'm curious to see where Lunex is going with it. But solid start for both teams here, at least for map number 1.
Yeah, and another thing I kind of want to talk about for Lunex is the fact that with that Mantis being banned, you know, you were talking about, do you ban Kurova's Adam? Well, if Mantis is banned, a lot of that triple strat is just not going to happen, so you're more than likely just going to have to see the Invis paired alongside a Rocket or whatever else might be available, but I'm thinking it's going to be 2-2-2 for both sides. We've effectively cut away one of Lunex's chief strategies that we see them leverage that very few are capable of mirroring them on, so overall, I'd call it a pretty good ban phase for the Beast, and doubling down on that is the fact that you get CWT on that signature group pick. That's something that I love to see, and something that you're going to have to be holding those invisible boundaries for if you are Kurova.
Yeah, 100%. Definitely a top tier threat on the side of the Beast here. And yeah, like you said, you know, when you ban out that many strategists, it does take away triple strategist options. It is going to at least stop Kurova from taking the Atom for now. We'll see how that pans out here. But Lunex versus the Beast, map number 1 here, Domination, Krakoa to start things off. And yeah, this is really going to push the strategist hero pool depth here to see, you know, a lot of the common choices have been banned. We're going to be busting out a Rocket from Flamme, and then Kurova obviously on the Invis there. Beast will get the C and D to start things off here, and a Luna as well. So yeah, you definitely called it there. 2-2-2 and an atomic fastball from the Beast here. They are going to start hard and heavy here as they're going to converge in on a capture point and wait for this thing to unlock to get the ball rolling.
It's going to be very difficult for this Wolverine to really pin anyone from Lunex's composition down, and you can already see struggling, but does find Techie on low HP and should be able to confirm that KO. It's going to be res right back up, courtesy of some incredible BRB placement there from Flamme, and Lunex looking to try and flip back control of the point, and they're back at a full 6, so hey, why not?
Yeah, very, very sneaky, at least able to stay on the point and contend here. It is the Beast that'll take first cap, but Lunex looking to make the flip very quickly here. Yusher on the Namor here overhead, finding a KO for himself to start things off here. So kind of just looking for some picks here, looking for an opportunity to step onto point and at least contest here, an inch away from the retake for the Beast here. Couple stuns coming out. JRP going down though. Yusher finding another one there on the King of the Seas there. Namor finding one more. Crimzo on the Angela as well to start things off, finding one, and that'll be the flip here for Lunex. So stop just shy of 30%. Not a bad opening for the Beast, but a very quick return fire from Lunex.
And because this playstyle from Lunex is so squirrely, I guess that's a pun because they have the Rocket Raccoon. Like I said, that Bacon is going to have a really tough time pinning anyone down. And for that matter, so is IJRP on that thing. And have a real tough time trying to pin down Crimzo on that Angela. That's the whole reason that you play the thing, is to counteract these heroes like the Daredevil, like the Angela. But, I mean, you can't really do that and be the front line at the same time. So right now, he's going to be doing the latter, trying to make it happen, facilitating that fastball special yet again. We'll see if that Bacon can find what he's looking for. Nearly finds the Yusher, but Yusher gonna be able to get away with that Dirge.
Yeah, looking to try and eliminate the harassment from above there on Yusher, but can't quite take him out here. Techie and Ryan Amazing, though, picking up some KOs for Lunex here, getting the ball rolling. Techie with a huge 3-piece there on the tank pool. Deadpool already making some big action there. Make that 4, in fact. Almost complete ace onto the Beast here, and still holding 4 ultimates. Flamme, 91% charged on the CYA as well. So lots of resources for Lunex to try and hold this thing. You know, they are holding a lot of the cards in this situation. The Beast, not too far behind. They've got several at 90 and 80% all charge, so they will have some tools to use here, but so far Lunex taking control and in the driver's seat.
And they're able to do it with the most economical ult possible, because you know as soon as that 30-second cooldown is over, Techie will be getting another ult there. Huge Horde of Proteus coming out from Yusher. Sorry, Fohis, you cannot withstand that with that Fate of Both Worlds. Amazing with a nice little cleanup KO there onto CWT, and it's looking real good for Lunex, and the Beast are struggling to even get themselves in the front door as Crimzo, the bouncer, is going to force out the Eternal Bond there from the side of the Beast, and now they've got no choice but to commit. They've got to try and play this one out, and at 94%, the later strat ult coming out from Kurova. John Porky forced to pop this Endsong Inferno just to get a second lease on life, but again, Crimzo, the bouncer, denying entry into the atmosphere there, and Lunex haven't lost a man yet, but that Bacon is going to finally find that single fatality that will be permanent, but Amazing with that Goddess of Death is just raining down the crows from above, and with a single force physics, Kurova denies any more captures coming out, and Lunex will handily defeat the Beast on the Grove.
Yeah, clinical stuff from Lunex to start things off. And yeah, massive block there for Crimzo. Absolutely intercepted the end song. Beautiful stuff there from them. And, you know, taking a quick look across the stats here, Lunex already jumping out to a big early lead there. Techie, the ace, leading the charge here on point number 1 with 8 finals already on the Deadpool. So big stuff there. Ryan Mazing and Yusher as well, picking up 11 and 8 elims each. John Porky over on the side of the Beast, though, a little bit slower of a start, shutting down that Phoenix. Very early is a Lunex here. So already kind of in control, exercising some serious pressure to at least maintain control of the first point here. They don't have a lot of ults coming in to this fight here. The Beasts already have 2 online, so I'm looking for them to get a little aggressive here, especially because last stand already up for Dat Bacon. They no longer have the atomic fastball, but I'm expecting a hard and heavy Wolverine at least to kick off point number 2 here.
Honestly, I like high key. I would have liked to see the Beast even go for like a Doctor Strange to just try and catch him with like an early last stand or an early like strangling prison. Like you have these 2 tools, you can totally catch Lunex off guard with it, but it looks like they're going to try and play for point and just bait Lunex into their trap. But nevertheless, they still have to try and take the initiative with these ultimates. And now swapping Burrito Tito over onto the Jeff, they do have the means to get more aggressive, especially with that symbiotic shenanigans team up with the Wolverine, or sorry, with the Venom.
Yeah, trying to take things a little slower pace here. Like you said, play for a point there then. But Dat Bacon gonna go ahead and make the dive here. 1 KO slice and dice through Lunex to start things off here. C-Dub as well as John Porky picking up an Elim and getting on the board here. Lunex does return fire, not unscathed for the Beast, but they will take first cap here again, and a couple ultimates almost ready to be online for them. Of course, Deadpool ult offline for now, but you know, that thing charges so fast, not really a factor here. And they will have a Horn of Proteus as well. So Lunex gonna look to battle back here, but so far again the Beast first cap once again here, so early aggression for them seems to be a strong point.
Look for the combo, though, because Crimzo is also going to be coming up on Heaven's Retribution. You can combo that with a Horn of Proteus, and you have a guaranteed whale slap straight to the forehead here. And if the Beasts don't do anything about it, if they don't scout it out, they are going to be in big trouble. So where is Crimzo lurking? You know, Burrito Tito is going to have to be trying to scout that one out. Crimzo eyes the target and catches onto 3, and there is that Horn of Proteus coming in, but good dodge from the Beast using that. It's Jeff to be able to keep everybody alive. I think Burrito Tito might have even swallowed up the teammates just to keep them safe. Good strategist play, but it's not going to be enough to save the Venom, so the Beasts are nevertheless still down a man. They're going to have to try and invest in order to make up for that loss in manpower, but they've now lost a bit of tree power as well.
Yeah, I mean, solid dodge for the Beast here. They were ready for it, but now the question is, how do they hold this point? Lunex quickly building some ults here. Plenty of tools in the back pocket, and Korova will find the Phoenix as well to start off this fight here. Dat Bacon back in the mix here, slicing and dicing one more time onto Lunex. Overhead, though, got us a death for Ryan Mazing to rain down some darts onto the Beast. Will find his mark there onto Burrito Tito. Jeff offline. Yusher will take JRP out in the background as well, but Dat Bacon trying to hold it down for the whole of his team. 78% capture to the Beast, finally flipped back to Lunex's control. They have 3 ultimates yet again, so it looks like on the retake, Lunex is prepared. They've got the resources, they bring those ultimates, so once they have control, they've got plenty of options to hold on to it. So better first hold for the Beast this time, but Lunex, of course, got a long road ahead here. Plenty of fight left for both teams.
There is one kind of fly in the soup here, though, because in order to get that 78%, the Beast had to invest the Strange TP, so they have to essentially, at some point between now and Lunex hitting 99, find a flip to buy themselves more time to have that Strange TP if they should need it. Otherwise, overtime is just not on the table. But a Strangling Prison for Ryan Mazing indeed is. It will be rezzed up, and Korova is going to be happy to trade that one out, so Lunex coming out ahead in this exchange. But there is still a bit of an opening for the Beast if they can try and find something. Crimzo, you saw him for a frame, try and go up to block John Porky from landing this Endsong Inferno. Can't do that, but nevertheless, it's not going to find what it's looking for. But Crimzo and Yusher getting active in the KO feed, finding 2 key limbs, and the Beasts have to abandon ship.
Yeah, at least putting enough pressure on him to whiff the Endsong Inferno and not be able to land it as direct as they wanted to. The Beast coming into that last fight very low early on. JRP was already out. John Porky at half health. A couple of members already taking some damage too. So Lunex is finding ways to make the incoming fight a lot harder for their opponents around every single turn, it feels like. 3 ultimates ready to go for both sides. They both have a 70 to 80% ult charge. 1 hero in the background ready to go as well here. So the Beast trying to take it a little slow, but the cushion has run out here. Lunex now catching up and surpassing them in capture progress as the Deadpool ult coming out now from Techie as well. So Lunex gonna try and converge on this. Burrito Tito on the It's Jeff trying to find their mark, but can't quite do it. No targets found for the Jeff ult. They're not gonna let that affect them too much though. They will at least take out the Deadpool here, but it's gonna be a 1-for-1, excuse me. Flamay resing Techie off the BRB, and Rymazing up yet again for another Goddess of Death here, and one more that'll find some targets here. Almost all of the Beasts going down. We are in OT. Almost everyone from the Beasts sent back to spawn here. Lunex still holding 2 ults as well as overtime ticks away, and CB, your prophecy came true. No strange portal for the recontest. Lunex will take Krakoa.
If you saw it the last possible second there, John Porky made the swap over to the Doctor Strange, but realized, oh no, the teleporter is not online. The cooldown is still active, so made the swap over to the Captain America. But by then, it was too little, too late. Ain't no way on your left was going to be happening today. And Lunex handily take it. And I feel like the Beasts are trying to take some of these real slow engages on some of these odd angles to try and set up for like the Jeff and the Venom dives. But Lunex are just beating them to the punch. And even when it feels like the Beasts are getting a couple KOs to their name, even when they win, they're still losing, right? Because you still have the advantage of the BRB on the side of Lunex. Techie and Crimzo are clicking right now in that front line, finding some KOs of their own whenever the rest of the team is still going down. It's just never clean on the execution from the Beasts.
Yeah, I was going to say, I like that they're waiting for opportunities. They're looking for angles, but I think they're waiting too long. And Lunex will find a pick here and there. They'll get some damage down. And then by the time the Beasts are ready to engage, they're already down on resources, down on health, down on bodies.
Look at the healing numbers. Look at the healing numbers right now. There's like, bro, Flamay and Kurova didn't even need to heal the team. They were just, fragging out. You don't even you ain't got to heal if everyone's dead.
I was going to say 6K healing on the Invis is wild for sure. And, big numbers from both Tito and Photius on the side of Beast there, but just not enough to keep the team alive. So, I did notice, like we said, a lot of cold feet, it feels like, from the Beast here. Maybe some nerves here and there. It is day 1, of course, of the Mega Monthly here, but plenty of opportunities for them here. They just could not deliver on those. Rymazing, of course, on that Hela all game long. Clutch ults, especially on that second point, just to keep the ball rolling for Lunex. And Crimzo, of course, big saves from him. A couple of Insong Infernos intercepted, or at least one there. Big stuff from him on the Angela here this last map. So, yeah, masterclass from Lunex here on domination to start off the series.
Yeah, and it also kind of like I was saying, with Lunex, they tend to have really sound strategies, at least initially, but it gets a little bit shaky once they get forced off of that, but that just never happened. We never had to fall back to plan B because plan A went off without a hitch, so the Beasts are still going to be looking for a way to try and get their foot in the door, try and make Lunex a little bit more uncomfortable, but right now, they are sitting pretty, and it doesn't feel like they even broke a sweat that match.
No. I definitely feel like point 2, maybe the Beasts were starting to come around a little bit, but just not enough time for them to lock in and come back here. So Krakoa goes over to Lunex, 1 map down and 1 to go for them to take the series here. And so far, 2-0 on their previous series. So definitely got some momentum going. The Beasts, of course, still looking to get up on the board here. So, got to take the small wins here and there. Got to find a couple team fights just to get, whet the appetite a little bit and start taking maps. But yeah, so far, Lunex able to convert in many situations there on map number 1.
Every map does count in these group stages. So that one map win that they got against Na'Vi, and I will remind you, the Beasts do own a map win over Na'Vi, regardless of whether that was troll or not. It still happened, all right? The history books are going to say 2-1. If you can get another 2-1 over Lunex, or even manage to beat Lunex 2-1, you are going to be sitting pretty from here on out. But I gotta be honest. The Beasts are one of those teams that I think could go either way. They could either pull up some incredible upsets like we've seen Extinction do, or they could end up falling a little bit more behind. It's all about getting the punches in if and when you can. And, they only have one more chance today to get a good one in.
Yeah, of course, we're going to go back to the pick ban phase, and that's kind of where my question marks are for the Beasts. What do you do from their angle, right? They banned out the strategist. They stopped the triple strat line from Lunex, but it just didn't seem to change much. They only needed 12K healing total for that whole first map. So, I'm wondering, what do you change up going into this if you are the Beast to try and poke some holes in Lunex's strategies?
I mean, I do like the line of thinking to try and protect the Groot and also ban out the Mantis so that you are, you know, protecting yourself against Lunex's triple strategist look, and you are playing one of CWT's best heroes in the Groot and also a extremely strong hero in the meta, straight up S tier. We're gonna go to Museum of Contemplation for our next map, and to your point on the picks and bans, I think, you know, you're gonna see a lot of picks and bans that we would see on Midtown, so expect to see some things like the Groot again being protected. Also, the Moon Knight, I think, could be a good thing to look at, especially on a map like this.
Yeah, I mean, you know, this map, very interesting. I've played it quite a bit so far myself, and yeah, there's a lot of Midtown-ish notes there, especially in the very beginning. Kind of hard to break out a spawn there if you are on the attacker side. Very brawly, especially the first half of this map here. So, you know, I expect to see a little bit of that. You know, there are some flank angles on Museum of Contemplation too, so maybe some dive coming in here. Of course, you know, Gambit banned straight away. I don't have to say anything about that, really. Loki save, though, for the Beast will be the first one. C&D banned by Lunex. So, again, we are really focusing on the strategist here. Not a lot of change so far this ban phase.
Yeah, but both teams now going for the Loki Protect, so Lunex will have the ability to double dip on whatever strategist ult they go for, and I think with the C&D potentially coming out from the Beast here, that ban going to be coming out, it's probably going to be a double dip on the Invis most likely, as, yeah, you know, I think C&D has overtaken Invis in terms of power level, but if you ban it out, Invis is going to be next in the pecking order. One thing about Museum of Contemplation, I'm going to go a little bit of a tangent here, that I think is interesting about this map is that I think it does have very strong potential as a dive map, simply because there's a ceiling over like 90% of it. You could have Venom walking around, lurking up there and getting any angle he wants. But I think until some teams crack that, you're going to see mostly this kind of front to back play style, a lot of poke, a lot of brawl, a lot of Groot, a lot of Moon Knight, but not a lot of strategists, as Lunex has now banned out 3 of them. You can't have the Cloak and Dagger, you can't have the Invis, you can have Loki, sure, but are you really gonna Loki clone on a rocket? Like, I don't think that's the play, Chief. And then a Protect onto the Invis just for, you know, an extra little bit of salt in the wound.
Yeah, I mean, we're going down in power level, right? Lunex, they banned Gambit first, now we banned C&D, now we banned Invis, and yeah, it does kind of hamstring the Loki save for the Beasts, of course. They did ban out Mantis on their side, and they're hovering the Phoenix ban here to wrap things up, and yeah, that'll be their last ban for this one here. Invis save for Lunex, like you said, 1 save left for the Beasts, 1 ban, and then we are ready to go here. Potential match point for Lunex, as the Beasts will get Mantis for themselves here. I am curious to see if that's going to be the game changer here. So they changed a little bit here, but again, lots of strategist focus in picks and bans here for sure.
I'm predicting a group ban because it feels like you see the Protect on the Loki, you see the Protect on the Mantis. There's a pretty powerful team up there, but covering a mag ban. Okay, interesting. Interesting mag ban there. So they are willing to tank that Loki Mantis Groot team up, and again, still even gives CWT the benefit of playing on that Groot. Again, Moon Knight also making it through. So I really do want to emphasize that I want to see that combination come out from the Beast. I think it's one of the best combinations in the game, especially for these convoy maps, and especially those like Midtown or Museum of Contemplation, which is their map pick. And I think that might play a little bit into it. They're trying to play to their strengths, play to what they think will work. But I'm curious about this mag ban, because you did ban out the C&D and have the C&D banned out on the other side. It might just be to try and stop, you know, like Mag also does kind of soft counter things like the Star-Lord. So there's layers to this. I'm not quite sure what Lunex are doing. They are a more intelligent team than I can tell you that. They're a couple steps ahead of me, but I'm looking forward to seeing where exactly this goes.
Yeah, you know, I was going to bring it up here. One thing that I was going to point out about the Beast is that I'm expecting something here from JRP. We've already seen him break it out. I've seen him play it in the past. And having that Mantis on the table, you know, Mantis plus some Yancey Street Haymakers is some serious damage here. Beasts on attack first, so they're going to be looking for any way to dig themselves out of this opening here. You know, Midtown can be pretty brutal on attack at first, but I feel like this map even more so, because now you've got a giant wall in your way too. So can be like a funnel here for the defending team if they are able to lock things in there. But Lunex, they are going to go for some triple action. Korova on the Adam Warlock this time, and not banned out. So curious to see how they're going to react to those big reses here. But to start things off here, Beasts do manage to get some space here. Of course, JRP up there in the front lines, already trying to put the pressure on here and give them some breathing room here. But the question is, if the Beasts get KO'd, do Lunex want to push up and block them from getting back to the payload here? Lots of low heroes on the side of Lunex here, and the Beasts on a roll to open things up. John Porky already got a hand of Khonshu ready to go.
I'm just going to be looking for the right opportunity to use it. I think Lunex have scouted that all that damage has come out, so they don't want to group up here. They're going to try and split and wait for CWT's ult to come out. If it does, a good early KO there from that Bacon, but a Cosmic Yarn Amplifier and a BRB to keep Lunex alive in the fight. So John Porky not getting the opportunity to pop that just yet, but now that CWT has the Strangling Prison, you got to be looking for that 1-2 wombo combo. They call him John Porky. Let's see if it's because he's got the chops.
Yeah, I mean, huge burst damage potential here for the Beasts, and, you know, over halfway to that first checkpoint here, if they can clear the way, they might be able to get some progress going. That Bacon, John Porky, and JRP, half the team getting some KOs here. Kurova, though, big res here already, so Karmic Revival off the table for now, but Lunex is already up and rolling here, taking down that Bacon. Storm shot down out the sky here. Focius will pick up one onto Techie as well, but again, BRB on cooldown there from Rymazing on the side of Lunex for now here, so a lot of trading here back and forth. Nobody climbing the mountain quite yet here, but Lunex is staying in the fight here as they look to just grind this thing to a halt. The Beast did get some progress very early on, almost a little uncontested here, at least to the 3/4 point, but now Lunex got a leg up, and now the Beasts expended their ults for now, so curious to see what they're going to do here once they take some time to regroup.
You can pretty much attribute all of that car progress to the fact that Lunex played back to get the double Karmic Revival off. Kurova popped his, and Flamme wisely used the God of Mischief to get a second one, and now look at Kurova's ult charge, 91%. That's going to be back online, as well as Rymazing's BRB, so more reses, and now Techie with this cheeky little angle for the Sonic Seduction trying to set up for some frag power coming out, and John Porky is going to be filling the full brunt of it, and Yusher with a Meteor M hitting that Bacon, though, square in the mush, and this is going to be Lunex reclaiming all of that space that they gave up in order to facilitate those reses. And just like I said, they're all going to be back online for this next fight.
Yeah, I mean, delivering huge off of the CYA, delivering huge off of the Psionic Seduction here. Lunex now firmly in the driver's seat, quite literally, of the Batsmobile here, as the Beast trying to regroup here to figure out what to do to get back to the payload. I mean, now that is a long walk back with a lot of resistance on the way, as all of Lunex is standing tall, still holding on to that Karmic Revival as well. Clobber in time from Crimzo will find 3. JRP returning fire for 2 here, and it'll be the Beast capitalizing on it. John Porky finding a couple, and that Khonshu ult still in the inventory here as he finds a 3-piece there for the Moon Knight. Kurova forced into that Karmic Revival yet again here, and Lunex already low once more here. Devious Omega Hurricane coming down from Dad Bacon here as Flamme copying the Adam Warlock ult. Another res here, so double Adam Warlock used. Huge damage from the Beast, but mega sustain from Lunex to stay in the fight here. Now just a little bit away from that first checkpoint, but only 30 seconds left on the clock. Yusher overhead with a Meteor M, dunks down, but can't find the mark here as he will go back to spawn here, courtesy of Burrito Tito on the Mantis here. So big plays from both sides here. The Beast putting down some damage, but Lunex playing right on through and still holding them with 15 seconds to go.
Clobber in Time's going to be online for IJRP. Yusher going to be strange TPing back onto the point to rejoin the rest of the squad, and Lunex still at a full stack despite everything. Psionic Seduction from Techie just to try and stop the approach. Is that Bacon? You can even see the picture-in-picture there, going for that strange TP to get the team back on the point. IJRP with that Clobber Time going to be a little bit late to the party, and I don't know if that connected exactly where you wanted it to, my friend. Now Lunex in full control here, but IJRP just Goomba stomping on top of Flamme, but born again. If it's worth saying once, it's worth saying 7 more times. Kurova with that Karmic Revival. Flamme doesn't have access to the God of Mischief, so maybe the Beast can find something here, but it seems all they are finding is an early exit as Lunex do such a good job throughout of stretching the resources thin and putting the Beast to bed on point A of Museum of Contemplation, and that is just about the easiest win condition I have ever seen.
And here I thought Bucky was the only one that loved the word again. But yeah, Lunex, lots of Karmic Revivals here. A team that just won't go down. The Beasts do play through quite a bit here. They do pick up lots of KOs here. They try their best to fight through. But, you know, one Karmic Revival is bad enough for a lot of teams. And when you get the Loki copy onto it, I mean, huge stuff from Lunex for that sustain here. So, yeah, they have definitely set themselves up here.
It's a skill check, too, though, because you know that the team is going to be, you know that the Beasts are going to be trying to prepare with their ultimate ultimates for that Karmic Revival. They're anticipating it, but you have to be able to burst through all of it and make those KOs final while still having ultimates to deal with the next one. If you overexpend on the first or even the second, you're not going to be ready for the third fight that comes through, or even, you know, just one single BRB that just brings Crimzo back, and you can never really have that man advantage. So the Beasts, I mean, try as they might, they just can't get it done in the neutral once all of the dust has settled, all of the reses are off the field, and all of the ults have been expelled.
Yeah, I mean, that's the real challenge. You know the ults are going to be able to carve through a lot of those res teammates, but it is like you said, the neutral game where it really comes down to it here. Both teams kind of swapping roles here, of course, after halftime. Beasts on defense now. They're going to bring triple to the table, and John Porky on the Adam Warlock here, so maybe going to look for a bit of karma there for the Beast. Lunex, of course, they are going to go for a pretty rapid push here. They do have the Moon Knight Storm combo here. Groot, Crimzo on the Groot here. Techie taking the Emma Frost into this one. Karova and Flamme in the back line as well. So they're going to look to just carve a path straight through and call it an early day at the office here for them. So Beasts on defense now. C-Dub there on the Doctor Strange. And it's a very interesting, I mean, this is going to be a big hold, right? I've seen crazier things before, but already out the gate there, Yusher with the hand of Khonshu taking down the Adam Warlock on the side of the Beast. They have already made some serious progress here in just 30 or 40 seconds.
And John Porky hasn't been able to build up that Karmic Revival, but Burrito Tito has the God of Mischief, so there will be a res coming out for the Beast, but a lot of ground has been given up just to be able to facilitate this, and now Lunex, all they really have to do is try and focus down John Porky, but now that second revival is going to be up. Burrito Tito, I think, I don't know what happened, but we're now down a key member there. I think died in the middle of the cocoon while trying to res there, but Yusher with 2 more off that Moon Knight. There is another huge res, but now Rymazing is making you feel the wrath of the God. And the cart rolls right in to the checkpoint there once again with ease. Lunex, much like Na'Vi, they don't get paid by the hour. They are in and they are out and they are on to the next round with 3-0 as their record.
Yeah, Beast throwing down that Karmic Revival at the last second, but they just can't get up and moving fast enough to outpace the Moon Knight ults for sure. Yusher coming in huge there at the very end of that map. But yeah, untouchable here, it feels like, for Lunex in this matchup against the Beasts here. And yeah, across the scoreboard, big numbers for a lot of the members there. But again, Yusher MVP on that second map, coming in with most damage, most elims, 9 finals. I mean, big stuff for that Moon Knight here. Of course, the back line for Lunex doing some huge work there. Karova and Flamme, massive reses across the board. I mean, it is a huge wall to try and overcome for the Beast. You know, I have to give them credit. They tried their best, but yeah, it is a lot of sustain for anybody to try and overcome.
And speaking of walls, I want to talk a little bit about the strategy, because I glaze Lunex and how smart of a team they are. It's that mag ban that actually comes back to rear its ugly head, because you don't want to have C-Dub T playing the Groot, because you know those walls are going to get ripped to shreds like paper against a Moon Knight Storm combination, especially when it's guys like Yusher and Rymazing manning those heroes. You know you're going to be in for a rough time. So C-Dub T has to play the Doctor Strange, so you can't use the Strange TP to try and get a recontest unless he is the first to die. He also can't play the Groot. The mag was banned, so you have to try and play this double shield comp with the Emma and the Strange, and then you can just brute force through it. Once the shields are broken, there is nothing to impede your death march, and Lunex march all the way to the end.
Yeah, at a very, very short end there, held just short of that first checkpoint there. So definitely set themselves up for a layup here to close out the series. And on the warpath, Lunex here, 3-0. I believe maybe so far only 1 map dropped in those 3 series. So I mean, huge stuff for them across the board. But it is Lunex taking the day here against the Beasts, and in a very, very dominant showing, especially there on map number 2. Full power, kind of the strength of the compositions they're able to build. Like you said, a very, very intelligent team. You can tell in the pick and ban phase just how smart they are and how much they're thinking ahead, right? Several steps. You know, with the Adam Warlock and the Loki copy, they knew, okay, we're gonna have to play through some ultimates, we're gonna lose some people, but they were ready to go. It felt like once the Beast had kind of got a foothold, they just pulled the right back out from under them. So, I mean, very, very impressive stuff from this Lunex squad for sure.
And for their sake, I'm glad it was decisive, because, you know, at the top of the show, I said this is a team that is still trying to recover from that one no good, horrible, very bad day that they had at the end of MRC Season 5. They're trying to figure out what went wrong, how do we correct it, how do we show that we are still that team. You gotta have dominant showings against teams like the Beast, you know, against these scrappy underdog teams that are looking to try and make a name at your expense. You can't let them, and Lunex don't even let them have an inch.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, great stuff from them all day long. And in this match, too, take a quick look at the standings here, how they hold up after that matchup, at least. Not everything is in the books quite yet, but Lunex, again, like I said, Warpath here, Path of Destruction, 3-0, and just a single map dropped. And in fact, I believe so fast here that they're the only ones that have logged the finish here. So Lunex really looking to speedrun this thing and go enjoy their Friday night, it feels like.
I imagine, Na'Vi are probably also going to speed run their match. I think, like Vaudable and Chibi said, I think Lunex and Na'Vi are expected to be your top two out of this group here, Group A. For the rest of the pack, it's going to be trying to get above that cutoff point there. 5th and 6th, I'm sorry, but you're not going to be making it to the playoffs. So these group stages, every single map matters. Extinction and Flark aren't a good place to make it the rest of the way, but let's have a look over on the other side of the screen as well, as we see Race Car Dreamland and Yeah We Lost, all with 2-0s. Group B is starting to heat up over there.
Yeah, across the board, very, very strong teams on either side. I am curious, though, 0-2, -4 map differential. I wonder, maybe it takes 3 wins in a row here. No maps dropped for the rest of the day, but I'm curious to see if any of those teams can kind of claw their way back into contention for the playoffs. Of course, still one more round today, and I believe a couple more tomorrow, too. So there is still some time, but yeah, when you get to this point in the tournament, it starts to become a question of, do we really have enough time to make the comeback here?
I think that's a very good question for you, and I've got an even better one, and I think I know the answer, and we might be on the same wavelength. But if you had to crown a personal MVP for this map, or for this match rather, who would you pick, and does it rhyme with Shusher?
Yeah, I mean, there are definitely a couple of contenders in my head for sure, but I think we're in agreement there. I do think MVP for this one gotta go to Yusher. Love to see him leveling up here, but yeah, I mean, big plays from him. Of course, can't overlook the rest of the Lunex squad as well. Backline doing business for sure, but yeah, I give it to Yusher. I mean, insane numbers on that Moon Knight map number 2. He kind of just owned the entire museum for himself, so curated a big win there for Lunex at the very end.
I concur, Doctor, because, yeah, Yusher, I mean, I could potentially have given it to Amazing as well, kind of the linchpin when it comes to this duelist lineup, but sometimes you just get awestruck by the raw fragging potential, and Yusher is the fragger of this squad. Homie knows how to click heads, and he knows how to do it well, and whether it was on the Namor or on the Moon Knight, which, you don't really click a whole lot of heads in the Moon Knight. Hero kind of plays itself, but some people still play it better than others. I gotta recognize game. Maybe he's an easy hero. Maybe he's a little bit busted. Doesn't matter. He's twice as busted when you got Yusher on the sticks.
Yeah, all about that resource management. Gotta know how to build that alt so you can ult, every 5 to 10 seconds.
Yeah,
definitely comes into play
bro
there.
Sneezes
for sure.
And he's got a hand of Khonshu. Like, bro, wear a mask.
I mean, they did really well at enabling him, giving him the space to be able to build those ults that came in clutch, like you're seeing here. I mean, just multi-KO after multi-KO, especially there on Museum. And yeah, I was gonna say, can't overlook the Namor plays on Krakoa either. I mean, Yusher came in warm. Of course, this is round 3, so these guys definitely locked in and got some momentum behind them here, and you can tell very confident plays from this team. They feel very, very comfortable. So yeah, beautiful stuff from Yusher. I've been watching him for a long time now, seen him since I started paying attention to competitive rivals. So love to see things come full circle here.
And Yusher, when the squad first formed, for me was kind of like the odd man out, because you had all these other synergies from the likes of previous iterations of Intergalactic and previous iterations of Sentinels. You have Kurova and Crimzo
By the Eye of Agamotto!
Hello, rivals, and welcome back to the Mega Monthly, hot off of a matchup between Lunex and the Beast. Lunex taking that one 2-0. We've got one more matchup for you here on the broadcast very shortly. But before that, thank you so much for joining us here for this broadcast. My name is Diatonic, joined here by my co-caster, the legendary CB. And CB, big win for Lunex. They're 3-0 now on the day. One more matchup for them. But we do have a Group B matchup on our hands here. Dreamland versus Intergalactic. How are we feeling about these two matching up?
Oh, I couldn't be more excited for this matchup because this one has the potential to be a heater. Even if you look, though, at these teams' previous map scores, Dreamland currently sitting at 2-0, Intergalactic at 0-2, a bit of a struggle bus over there on the Intergalactic side of things. You've got Dreamland among the favorites to make it out of this group, and I'm looking forward to seeing if Intergalactic can live up to the potential of their roster. And we'll have a look at that roster here in just a short second. We got a couple more beats to hit on this pre-show before we get there, but I feel like there is a ton of talent and a ton of potential across the board here, and I just can't wait to see these two teams throw down.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Explosive entanglement here on the way between these two teams. Dreamland, Intergalactic, names that have been around in competitive rivals for a while, but not the only matchup here happening in round 3 across the board. A couple of Group A matches already wrapped up for you there. We did see Lunex versus the Beast. Of course, Lunex taking that one 2-0. Race Car and Yeah We Lost also wrapping up in pretty swift fashion there. Race Car taking that one 2-0, so speeding into the winner's circle on that one. Still some matches out from this round 3 here. Navi and Extinction, of course, Flark and Merlin's Order, Ego Death taking on Shikigami as well here. But over on the Group B side of things, we are going to bring you every beat of Dreamland versus Intergalactic. And beats indeed there from Dreamland. They are still undefeated on the day. No maps dropped for them so far, so quite a tsunami of momentum for this team. Intergalactic, like you said, trying to get on the board here. They still are above the cutoff line as of right now, looking to get on the board here, take a map win here at the very least, if not the series to stay alive here. But yeah, dire straits for them so far, but looking to turn it around here in round 3.
I mean, they are still in that top 4, but it's on a technicality because you got a 3-way tie down there between Intergalactic, Shikigami, and Ego Death. So even getting one map on Dreamland would mean the world to Intergalactic and their chances to make it over to playoffs. That would tie them up with Yeah We Lost there and potentially even put them at risk of falling if they don't have a good performance tomorrow. So a lot of implications going to be coming out for these two squads, Dreamland and Intergalactic. There is a lot on the line for this one, even though it's only round 3 and even though it seems one-sided if you look at it on paper. Once we have a look at these rosters, it's going to be anything but. And let's have a look at some of those rosters. First and foremost, Dreamland, another one of my favorite teams to watch. They were among my favorites in past incarnations of MRC, which they won, by the way, and then went on to become Team Guilty and finished 3rd in the most recent MRC, but it was a highly competitive one for Season 5.
Yeah, I mean, extremely skilled players, extremely experienced players across the board here on Dreamland and Intergalactic too. But, of course, Dreamland making their way around. Plenty of Ignite experience on this squad here. 3 members of this team, when we first saw them here in the competitive rival space, of course, Stinkers, Chime, and Chuckles back in action here, but adding in Madara, Renko, and Velocity after their stint as Team Guilty. And yeah, top 3 MRC, nothing to sneeze at, especially this last MRC where so many pros were competing. But yeah, a lot to look out for on this team. My big Madara fan for sure. He has come a very long way, even since the Dark Zero days to now, a very strong Vanguard player as well. So yeah, beautiful roster here. Definitely threats, and they have proven themselves a threat here today. Again, 2-0 so far, but their opponents in this matchup going to be Intergalactic here, still looking to get on the board here in the Mega Monthly. Of course, very skilled players in their own right, and a very zoomed in Doomed there.
Yeah, but Matt, back up a bit. You're out of focus, my friend. I mean, look at my lawyer, dog. He doesn't even realize he's like standing right in front of the camera.
Oh, man.
This Intergalactic roster, I mean, look at the names on your screen right now and just realize the sheer breadth of talent that you have from top to bottom, from the likes of Fidel, who filled in for Chopper Mag at Marvel Rivals Ignite Grand Finals and put on a hell of a showing alongside that squad. You've got Month. I want to give a special shout out to Month, by the way. Since the unfortunate demise of Envy at that same event, there's been a couple of members of that roster who have still been making the rounds, trying to prove that they're still that guy. guy. They've still got that sauce. They've still got what it takes. And Month has been one of those grinders out there making that name for himself once again. And I think has done an incredible job. But alongside the likes of Nectar, Doomed, Impunity, and Necryze, this roster, the sky should be the limit. But somehow it seems like when it counts, they have a tendency to fall short. And it cannot be that same old story today.
Yeah, it does kind of seem like a coin toss sometimes with Intergalactic. Depends on what Intergalactic shows up on the day, but so far not able to get off the launch pad yet, and a tough matchup here in Dreamland for sure. So obviously, again, kind of same situation we saw in that last matchup here on broadcast. Team trying to build some confidence here, trying to build some momentum. So gonna require, a couple of small wins here and there that they thread together into a complete series. But you can never count Intergalactic out. It does depend on what team shows up for that fight from series to series. So I'm definitely looking forward to see what they're bringing to the table here up against Dreamland.
In the immortal words of Tool, I know the pieces fit because I watched them fall away. That's a little Schism reference there for you. I can.
Wow.
You caught that one. You caught that one. But like when you have pieces this strong, they should be able to be world beaters. But as of late, they just haven't really been. We talk a little bit about the MRC performance of some of these other teams like Dreamland and Lunex finishing in the top 4. In Dreamland's case, top 3. Intergalactic, they were among those that got outpaced by the Beast finishing. The Beast finishing that 7th, 8th. Intergalactic only just barely making it past top 16. An underperformance for a roster like this. And again, it did kind of tighten up towards the end there of MRC Season 5, but you would have thought this would have been a team that would be among the summit with the rest of them, but it just didn't happen that way. And now is as good a time, Vanny, to get your feet beneath you, start running, start climbing, get yourself back to that summit that, frankly, you should be at the top of.
Yeah, I mean, clearly the tools and the talent are on this roster for sure, and just trying to figure out how to leverage it to put those series together. And, this is a great opportunity to do that, right? This is like the preseason here, a look ahead at what the 2026 competitive season is going to look like. So great opportunity to work on that chemistry and work on figuring out who do we need to enable here? Who do we need to rally around to start picking up those wins? And, of course, Dreamland, they've got 3 members that have been there since the beginning of that roster, played together for a long time. So a lot of chemistry to go up against there on both sides of the board, really. But I really think that Intergalactic, it just depends here, right? I know the mental game's got to be strong here too for them. They got to be wondering, what's going on? Can we keep up here? So you want to look for them to just find something here to latch onto in this first map between these two teams. They got to build something that they can lean on and say, hey, we're doing okay. We can keep up. Let's do this.
Well, just to add a little bit of extra sprinkle on top of the stakes right now, is we got some info from Prod. Na'Vi and Lunex have both locked top 4 in their respective groups. They're guaranteed to be joining us for the playoff bracket. Over here in Group B, Racecar have also managed to clinch their spot over in that playoff bracket. And if Dreamland beat Intergalactic, especially with a 2-0, they can do just the same. So Dreamland are looking to punch their ticket. As it stands, no one has been eliminated in either group just yet. We're only in round 3. It'd be pretty unfortunate to see someone bow out already, but if you're Intergalactic, you're starting to go up into that danger zone where, sure, no one has been eliminated yet, but you are on the chopping block, and on the other side is a team that could just punch their ticket and have an easy day tomorrow if they should so choose, and they're looking to do it at your expense.
Yeah, I mean, it does kind of feel like time is running out, right? But we're a few issues out from it truly running out. So still some time left to go. Nice Avengers reference for you there. Still some time left to go here for all of these teams. So, expect to see all out brawls here. Nobody's throwing in the towel. Nobody is out of the running here. So there is a chance, but it is going to take quite a run. But, I've seen crazier things even in, recently, like the MRC, for example, saw a crazy run from Na'Vi in the lower bracket. I mean, it is not impossible to string together that many wins.
I don't know if I'd call that a crazy run. All right. So for those who don't know, and I'm sure they told this story several times, but Na'Vi in EMEA MRC got sent down to the lower bracket because of a DQ, because I think they lost like a coin flip because neither team had their full stack there. So they were just like, coin flip. All right, Na'Vi loses the coin flip. They go to the lower bracket, and then they just beat up on all of these like for fun teams pretty much all the way into grand finals. And sure, it's still a lower bracket run, but they really didn't actually have a challenge in front of them till like lower semifinals. Like, wouldn't call it, like, it's not exactly the miracle run. They're not going to make a sports documentary about that one, I don't think.
Yeah, you never know. I mean, yeah. So ultimately, I've seen teams do it. They're not out yet. Definitely not worth giving up on for sure. But, it is going to take some discipline here. They are kind of on the edge of the cliff, just not quite ready to fall over yet. So I want to see Intergalactic get on the board here. I want to see a map 1 win from them, something to build the confidence and challenge Dreamland here, because so far no maps dropped from them. So definitely need a little bit of a dust up here for sure.
I believe we should be getting our first map here relatively shortly, assuming we have everybody here in the lobby. But before they pick the maps, I want to hear what your pick is. Judging by some of the playstyles of these two teams, you have a pretty good feel for Dreamland and what we saw from the Team Guilty roster. What do you think is going to favor them the most out of the Domination map pool?
For Domination for them, I mean, I know Chime's got some Bucky and Moon Knight in the back pocket. I've seen Stinkers play a little bit of Wolf and Psylocke. I mean, for Domination, Hell's Heaven, maybe not bad for them. I'd like to see a little bit of flank, a little bit of dive action out of them. But I mean, that's just from what I can recall of them playing. That's where I feel like.
I kind of agree. I think if you're Intergalactic, you probably don't want to be going to Hell's Heaven, because I mean, it's hard, right? Because a lot of things right now are very similar. There's not a whole lot of teams outside of we lost that are really breaking the mold right now, and a lot of the things that Dreamland are very good at are what's strong. Like you said, the Moon Knight, heroes like the Groot, even sometimes the Captain America coming in from time to time. Even though he's not the strongest, it's another thing that Chuckles brings to the table that I'm not so sure Intergalactic are going to be able to tango with should it come out. And that's just like Hell's Heaven, baby. That's just how that map works.
Yeah, I mean, and I believe it is random dom, so it could go one way or the other. I mean, I think that would benefit them the most. I feel like, Intergalactic probably don't want to see that come up here on the map reel once we get things rolling here. But, I guess that's the question is in terms of map versus ban phase, right? I'm curious of what Intergalactic is going to want to focus on to try and clean up here going forward.
I think their meal ticket might be the Daredevil, because both Doomed and Nectar are really strong players when it comes to that Daredevil. And I think that despite the nerfs, he is still quite strong, especially in the right hands. And who knows, Nectar very well might be the right hands for this. I've known, pretty much every team that they've been on since then, been trying to make the Daredevil work and getting a ton of value out of it from top to bottom. And I would love to see them try and come out with that. So maybe you try and play for a Krakoa and try and play something around that Daredevil, try and let the devil out at the expense of Dreamland. But on the other side, that's something that I think, you see this Doomed Nectar frontline and you're like, no, we're not just gonna let you have that for free, right? Like that's gotta be a ban, surely.
Yeah, I mean, Daredevil, it feels like after some changes, it feels like he's not necessarily pick or ban vital in the draft phase, but I could see coming into a match where who your opponents are, a little bit about them. I could see it being a high priority target. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, you don't want to give over high priority targets. You don't want to give over those pocket picks to the players that are going to pilot them efficiently, like both Doomed and Nectar. I do also kind of think that Wolverine might be something that could favor either team, and if we do see like a Daredevil ban, we could see it potentially go either way with the Wolverine, because I know Stinkers loves to play it. Yes. I know that Nectar they also got hands when it comes to that Wolf. They got hands when it comes to a lot of different heroes. I want to also shout out Nectar, by the way, because Nectar was on that Sentinel squad in the mid-season last year of Ignite that didn't perform up to expectations, and then tried to make it to Ignite Grand Finals again and fell just a little bit short. And since then, similar to Month, has also kind of been on that grind to kind of rebuild the image, remind everybody, hey, I am that them.
I'm them. True.
Trying to use correct player pronouns. I am that them. Now,
Very, very true. Yeah, something I kind of wondered about with Intergalactic, I feel like Fidel and Month have a bit more overlap in the hero pool than I see a lot of other strategist lines. Like I know they both like Invis and Luna, which is not a big surprise, right? Pretty common choices, but I'm
Everybody
curious how
Invis
that's. Yeah. I was about to say kind of back pocket for any big strategist main. I'm just curious if that's kind of been an impact for them. Like if they align a lot more than other teams, it makes it easier to be like, okay, we can just decimate the back line. I do
think they both have a pretty solid Loki though, so you can like in a sense double dip with either of those. As long as you can get the Lokis to the ban phase. That's been for most teams, in this MRI ban system, that has been the go-to for that first protect. And I imagine if you want to keep your back line playing to their strengths, then that might actually just be the go-to. Make sure that you have two really good strategists, Cloak and Dagger alongside the Loki is what a lot of people are trying to go for, and maybe even banning out the Magneto just to try and facilitate that Cloak and Dagger and stop Madara from having access to that on the other side, because he is nasty with those meteors.
Yeah, if you leave it open for him, he's gonna take it. I mean, especially knowing what he's up against the backline, no doubt in my mind. I just feel like in the waiting room for these teams, it's a lot of the same conversations. Like, okay, obviously we're gonna ban Gambit first. Keep an eye out for the mag, but it seems like a very, very heavy strategist focus in the draft phase has been kind of the go-to for a lot of teams here. And yeah, like you said, other kind of tangential choices like taking out the Magneto. I mean, that's kind of I'm curious what those conversations are like going into these matches.
Speaking of the Gambit, when I was sitting in some scrims with various teams, there's a code word that some teams use to describe the Loki Gambit composition. Back in the day, they would just call it slop. They're like, you want to play some slop this round? Because it's just it's just spamming the Raging Royal Flush over and over again, and it at the time was the single most busted thing of all time, unless you went for that first ban on the Gambit. But in the MRC ban system, you couldn't always afford to do that, because then you risk giving up a key protect. But in MRI, both teams are just like, no, we will not be having any more slop today. Put something else in my trough.
No more slop.
It's funny slop.
Because I've heard a couple of comps now get called slop. I feel like when triple first became a thing, people were like slop.
I mean, slop has just kind of become the internet thing. They just reduce everything to slop. This comp is slop. That show is quality slop. You only like it because it's good, or things like that. It's just it's Twitter. It's how it all works these days.
Yeah, I mean, whoever can have the race to the bottom of the slop, how fast can we label something as a slop comp? I mean, one thing, we were talking about Captain America, right? I don't see him as much. I feel like Dive has always been around. It's always been a thing, and probably always will be. It never dies. But the Truckles on the Cap. How likely are we to see that with knowing the players that are coming up from Intergalactic? Because I love some Captain America. I want to see some Cap.
I wouldn't say it's the most likely, but it is something that is very much so possible, because we've seen a couple teams try and play Cap Emma as a form of kind of a brawl composition where you don't really play him as a dive hero. It's just a very aggressive frontliner, whereas Doctor Strange is normally just kind of holding up his shield and holding the S key to back up. Cap does the exact opposite. He holds up his shield and he runs directly at your face. But speaking of things coming at your face, we got the first map coming at you. We have finally picked. It is Celestial Husk, where we're going to be kicking things off. And Celestial Husk is also what I tell people my rank is after the reset sends me back to GM2. I am a husk of my celestial self. I am so much worse than I was a season ago.
Playing this map makes me feel like a husk sometimes. Yeah, it is one of the maps of all time. Lots of pillars in the middle of capture points. Lots of opportunities to split teams up. I mean, it feels like this map turns into a scramble a lot of the time.
Yeah, I mean, especially on, there's two that are very similar. Celestial Hand is kind of the outlier, but Celestial Vault and Celestial Codex tend to play very similar, like you said, with those pillars on either side. One thing that has not changed and is very similar is Gambit is not going to be joining us today. Loki Protect, pretty much right out the gate for Intergalactic. You could probably predict that Dreamland are going to be looking to mirror that, unless they want to be a little bit cheeky. We saw Lunex not reach for that last time around and still be able to come out ahead. Groot ban going to come out, and this all feels familiar. It's like a flow chart for these first three picks and bans every single time.
Yeah. I mean, you do kind of get to see the repeat notes for sure. These teams know what they're up against. They know what each other are capable of, right? And they've played this enough to know, hey, we don't want to deal with Groot. Mantis ban coming in from Intergalactic, so damage boosts off the table for Dreamland, at least for now here. Dual bans coming in, Phoenix for Intergalactic, and Dreamland responding in kind with that Mantis ban too. So, it feels a little familiar. I remember when Mantis was kind of the go-to ban choice.
Oh, Dreamland looking to get the one-sided Groot here, though. Instead of going for that Phoenix ban like Intergalactic did, they're going to secure the one-sided Groot, and I think that does mean that we may potentially see Moon Knight come out to play. That's another thing that we've seen a fair bit on this map. I've seen a couple teams scrim and play that very composition. But even if not, Groot and Moon Knight, they're two independent girl bosses. They don't need each other. They're successful on their own. They're both very strong, and, getting that one-sided Groot, I think, is going to pay dividends for Dreamland. There is a Namor ban going to come out from Intergalactic, and I think they're trying to shut down some of the other things that might combo well alongside that Groot, and also shut down that Helena More team up that it's kind of like a Swiss Army knife. You can put that in any composition and it's fine. You know, you just have that front line, you're like, you're good. We can just frag out.
Yeah, if you're comfortable with those two picks, because that does basically set your whole DPS line for the comp. But yeah, 100%, not a bad option to go for. And yeah, I mean, you know, I know Chime has a Moon Knight that's kind of deadly too. So I'm very curious. You know, I have to think maybe saving the Groot for that combination for sure here. But Mag ban potentially, yeah, is the last one for Dreamland.
I like
that.
Magneto
for Intergalactic. I do too. I like it a lot.
I like the Mag ban because not only have we managed to dodge a Cloak and Dagger ban this whole time, it means both teams are going to get to play that double dip on the Cloak and Dagger, but only one team is going to be able to shut it down with that Magneto Meteor M. And it also works twofold because it does shut down things like the Star-Lord, which are again very strong on both Celestial Codex and Celestial Vault.
Yeah, and I mean, we said it earlier before, you know, if you leave Mag open for Madara, he's gonna take it here. So expect to see some Master of Magnetism action from Madara on this map. But map number 1 here, Celestial Husk for some domination between these two teams. Dreamland sitting on a 2-0 record. No maps dropped today so far. Intergalactic 0-2 have not picked up a map win yet, so they are looking to turn the tide here. As we mentioned earlier, you know, no teams have been officially eliminated from contention yet. Top 4 teams from each group will move on to the bracket. So, you know, still some opportunities here, but gonna have to play strong for the rest of this group stage for sure.
Yeah, no one been eliminated, but you definitely don't want to be the first. The Intergalactic are in that danger zone as we have established, and something else that we haven't established is Dreamland's composition here. Likely going to go for an early play. We see Dreamland go for this kind of play a lot with the Doctor Strange TP just to try and go for an aggressive kidnap play. And now with Velocity on that Cloak and Dagger, you're going to be able to catch someone off guard with the Terror Cape and should be able to just secure an easy KO off the back of it. You can already see picking their spot, looking for their man, but only going to find a Groot wall, and Fidel will get taken down there just with a little bit of extra tickle damage from Renko.
Yeah, troops move through the portal here. Madara opening it up for Intergalactic here. Fidel already taken out, so Dreamland picking up first KO here as we get underway. Mission area unlocking, and Madara's already backed up to the capture point here, so they are going to take first cap up against Intergalactic. They are going to wait. They've got plenty of time here. They want to muster a full squad to get into this fight here. Stinkers overhead with the Star-Lord to kick things off for Dreamland, and yeah, very early opening capture for them, so just a little bit of poke here and there as we play out some neutral to start.
I'm liking Stinkers on the Star-Lord just because, A, it makes me feel right. Like when I said, hey, Star-Lord's pretty strong on these maps, and without Mag, you don't really have to worry about a whole lot of opposition to your Galactic Legend, especially if you can force out some of these Strategist ultimates on the other side. That said, Intergalactic are coming up pretty close to them, but Impunity might not be around to be the beneficiary of any of that sweet, sweet healing, and Stinkers is going to let Doomed join his pal Impunity back in the spawn room as Dreamland effortlessly able to repel this first assault from Intergalactic.
Yeah, a couple of straightforward picks here and just buying themselves some time. Already 40% captured and still on the move here. They will push up to put a little bit of pressure here, just buy themselves even more time. Already halfway to this first point here. 2 ults online for both teams, but plenty of heroes sitting in that 80-90% range. So definitely looking for an explosive fight. But so far, Intergalactic, no answers yet for this opening capture for Dreamland. They've already got the Groot Moon Knight combo online. They've got a Loki ready to go as well. Nasty stuff there. Song Inferno, Invisible Boundary, and of course the God of Mischief as well online for Intergalactic here, but trying to find an opening to get things rolling here. Nectar overhead holding on to that Song Inferno here. 5 ults online for Intergalactic. Necry's on the Psionic Seduction to try and open this thing up here to get some movement. Doomed on that Hand of Khonshu as well. Gonna force out that Invisible Boundary from Brinko, but already down and out back to the spawn as Dreamland approaching some serious last fight territory here. Almost 90% capture, but it's going to be Intergalactic that finds a breakthrough here. Nectar on the Phoenix, taking at least 1 down, but sent back as well here. So maybe Dreamland going to push for a very early OT, but not quite yet. Intergalactic will make the flip here at the last second.
It's possibly a little bit too slow and controlled, but I do like Intergalactic's split approach onto the point here, though, because you understand that Groot Moon Knight combo is lurking on the other side for Dreamland, so you don't give Chuckles the opportunity to go for an early Strangling Prison, because you know you just wouldn't be able to react quick enough. Somebody would fall. You would be able to burst through that with the Hand of Khonshu from Chime. So instead, they have a couple play high ground, take that angle, put Nectar up there alongside Doomed, and then just farm the damage and corral Dreamland into an uncomfortable position. But now, Nectar looking to try and get a couple of stagger KOs, a Clobber in Time and Endsong Inferno, both coming out in kind, but Dreamland able to weather the storm. And Chuckles, that one went a little bit wide, my friend. Nectar's got the schmoves, and now we're down a combo.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of commitment from Intergalactic, but yeah, they do draw out that one at least. So Groot Moon Knight safe from that for now. Big opportunity for Intergalactic to move in. Month will copy the Invis ult here to get that boundary on the board here. Nectar will find one in the background as well here. Fighting on the ledge here is Nectar and Chime battling it out with some help from Madara as well here, but handling himself quite well there. Another KO on the Phoenix here. Intergalactic, you know, I felt like it was pretty risky to play as slow as they did, but they are very quickly catching up here.
Yeah, I mean, Dreamland's still looking to try and threaten the flip here. They're about halfway to it. Invisible Boundary with the Hand of Khonshu looking to try and burst on through it. Impunity is going to fall. Velocity with a little bit of cleanup damage there onto Doomed, and nobody from Intergalactic can get there in time to touch. So, like you said, I mean, they played a little bit too slow, and Dreamland able to just sneak on in, find the flip, and Intergalactic just aren't on the point. I hate to say it, but it's a little bit of a C9.
Yeah, I mean, I see the logic. I see the 9 idea. Yeah, I see the 9. You know, I see what they're going for here, taking their time. But again, they kind of put themselves in a last fight territory situation almost off the rip here, and it just does not pay off for them. So, you know, obviously got to play a wide berth around, again, the Groot Moon Knight combo here, some of the synergy from Dreamland. But I think they just took it a little too wide here.
And now they don't have any ultimates carry over onto this next one. Dreamland once again have the opportunity to take the initiative, and Madara, again, on the Doctor Strange, so maybe they just go for another early TP play, and if they're able to find even a single KO off of that, then Intergalactic are already going to be on the back foot. So it looked so good for them for a short period of time, but now you're left wondering, what exactly does Intergalactic have to do in order to buy their way back into this? The only answer that I can see clearly right now is you have Nectar frag out again like they were doing before, or you have Fidel get this invisible boundary, but bro needs it yesterday. Madara already dropping the TP, and Dreamland gonna pour right on through it. Good scouting though for Intergalactic. Nobody falls, and Dreamland effectively just flipped the map.
Yeah, I was wondering if they actually had the Strange Portal back online yet when we started the second point, but proven wrong here. They do at least manage to get on the point very early here, so they're able to shore up and get some contest rolling. 3 ults for them and already letting it fly. Stinkers goes overhead with that Goddess of Death. Still on the ground, Chuckles and Velocity holding ult. Nectar as well. Fidel's invisible boundary going down here, and one member of the Intergalactic falls to open things up. That is Stinkers on that KO here as Velocity copies that boundary yet again here. So lots of invis targeting for the Loki ults. Not bad shouts here as Chime picking up a 2-piece at least on the Moon Knight here. Dreamland will have first capture on this one.
They do just such a good job with map control and the ult economy. They understand that that invisible boundary from Fidel was going to be built up too, so they don't engage on any sort of even ground where that invisible boundary can actually get any sort of benefit. It ends up being popped just to try and keep Intergalactic able to approach the point. But Dreamland, they don't really need to take the fight off the point. They can just bide their time until they have the ults, play smart, and then strike while the iron is hot. And now it's really heating up now as that ult economy on both sides is starting to stack up. 5 for Intergalactic, 3, soon to be 4 for Dreamland. But Dreamland in control of the point and seemingly trying to bait Intergalactic into a move they don't want to make.
Yeah, you know, we saw it on the last point too. Intergalactic playing very smart, trying to avoid some of the traps Dreamland is looking to set here. They're going to activate a lot of ultimates here to try and commit to this thing. Endsong Inferno from Nectar. No KOs off of that one. Not enough value out of the ult activation there. Impunity on the ground as well with some Clobber in Time. Doomed overhead will find one on the Moon Knight along with Nectar here. DPS line for Intergalactic. Awake here on point number 2 as half of Dreamland sit back to spawn, holding some big ultimates here. Impunity, Nectar, and Necry filling up your KO feed there, and Intergalactic will have the flip here. So a lot sooner here. I like this position a lot better than 97%.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. There's a lot more wiggle room right now. And speaking of wiggle room, Doom saw a little bit of wiggle room between the strat line of Dreamland and the front line and dropped the hand of Khonshu right in between it and essentially locked the strategist out of the fight so they couldn't help the front line, then just dropped and just took down Chuckles with one swift Moonblade. And now you're already down to the man advantage. Dreamland, though, they can make up for that. They've got the time and they have got the ultimates. God of Mischief already coming out, but Doom taking down Renko means Velocity is going to have to pop this ultimate, and Dreamland are going to have to make the most of it.
Yeah, big early pick onto Renko here, sending one strategist back, so healing a little low for Dreamland as they're looking to try and recontest this thing here. They will at least make it 1-for-1. Mud send back to spawn as well here. Nectar and Doomed following him there to the grave as Stinkers goes overhead. Goddess of Death yet again finding their marks here as Dreamland will make that flip just short of 50% for Intergalactic. So a lot better of a look here for IG, but Dreamland now still riding that momentum wave they built up on point number 1.
But they're only going to have the Meteor M to be able to hold on to this the rest of the way. They theoretically could get it to 99, but Intergalactic, again, they're coming up to those other 5 ultimates they used 2 fights ago. And again, the key one, that Hand of Khonshu. If Doomed use it to split off Dreamland again, you're going to be looking at Madara potentially forced to use this Meteor M just to be able to live. In fact, he might even pop it here now just to be able to live through the Sonic Seduction. Root Walls from Chuckles are going to be good. Let him save that resource until he really needs it, but you can see so much pressure, and he's forced to pop it. He has no choice.
Yeah, big shield usage from Madara. He's able to stay right in the mix there and throw the Meteor M immediately in the middle of the fight here. So Dreamland able to maintain control here. Going into overtime, Intergalactic still not able to make the flip here as half the team is sent back to spawn. Nectar goes overhead with one more in Song Inferno for the road here. Gets some damage down, but can't find the KOs. They need to turn this thing around. OT ticks away, and Dreamland will take Celestial Husk and both points of it.
I mean, it was a good fight there for Intergalactic, but they used so much to try and burst down Madara there that even when you force out that ultimate, you're not able to find the KO off the back of it. Dreamland stay at a full 6 and end up finding all the KOs they need. You saw Nectar trying to make something happen with that Insong Inferno, trying to burst down Stinkers on that Hela, who was in critical HP range, but the healing was good. Renko just popped the Guardian Shield, healed him up nicely, get him all topped up, and suddenly you're no longer vulnerable to getting one shot with that burst damage there. So Dreamland's just firmly in control all throughout Celestial Husk, and Intergalactic seemingly still trying to find their footing.
Yeah, it kind of feels like they were picking up some steam there. I feel like if point number 2, how they fared on the second point, was point number 1, I feel like maybe I could see a slow turnaround of the map over time. But that first point, they just got blindsided so quickly there. I said it before the match, right? Trime, on the Moon Knight has a pretty nasty one and put in work there. Most elims and damage in this game overall. MVP goes to Velocity on those Loki copies. Lots of healing there coming from the invisible boundaries he stole several times. So solid stuff here from Dreamland, already on match point here for their 3rd series.
But I don't know if that I would count Intergalactic out, especially as we go towards their map pick. I think, in this best of 3, you don't risk trying to go to a convergence. I think you just take it to, like we've seen a couple times today, Museum of Contemplation or maybe a Midtown and try and play into this Moon Knight composition. Even though, like you say, Chime's got a nasty one, Doomed had some moments of brilliance on the MK here as well. Not quite as brilliant as the shots coming out here from Nectar. Mwah, beautiful stuff coming out here, but the front line of Intergalactic, I think, is where your bread currently is buttered the most. You need to play in a way that is going to enable them.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, a lot of it is them, like we said at the beginning of this match, trying to figure out who do we enable, who do we rally around to help bring us those wins. And like you say, they do have some bright spots on this map here, plenty of big plays for Intergalactic here, but they have to thread those together for the map win here. So it's not just about these spikes of success that they're seeing, it's about the whole map holistically, and that is where Dreamland is succeeding. So they do take the leg up here out the gate, and just continuing that dominant streak. 5 maps won on the day and none dropped so far.
And one away from securing their seed in that playoff bracket, and also one away from potentially putting Intergalactic in danger of not making it, barring some heroic performances from the likes of Ego Death and Shikigami still in that group, still currently playing right now, looking to try and make their way up towards the rankings there, get in that top 4. If you're Intergalactic, going up against Dreamland right now, I think where you're already kind of on the chopping block, it feels like an insurmountable hill to climb, but you better put on your climbing shoes because you got one more shot to try and turn the tides in your favor. Get at least one map on the board before it's too late.
Yeah, I mean, that really could kind of turn the whole situation around for Intergalactic going forward. They just need something to latch onto, and right now they just don't have it. No maps picked up yet. So, I feel for them. It is rough. And again, the mental game, we've been talking about it all night, is huge for sure. That momentum really does count in a game like this. It's not always about just the numbers in game and the plays, but sometimes, you have to remind yourself that, we're here for a reason. We're on pace with these other teams. They just haven't been able to show themselves that yet. So, I think there is some serious opportunity here for map 3 in this series. I think Intergalactic can take it that far, but again, they gotta be a little faster off the rip. They identified the threats in this matchup very well. They knew what to watch out for and what to avoid, but you just have to find a way to deal with it, or you have to play through it. You can't just completely avoid it, otherwise you give up those objectives like we saw on point number 1.
And speaking of objectives, again, I think you have to go to Convoy, because in a lot of these best of 3 series, especially in like the MRC, we tend to see maps like Museum of Contemplation or Midtown be that kind of like momentum shift. But unfortunately, we're going to Central Park, or maybe I shouldn't say unfortunately, because this is the kind of pick that I do still have trust in Intergalactic strategies, that if they're going here, there is a good reason for it. We'll see what that reason is once we get to the pick ban phase. But I want to ask you, do you think this is a smart map pick, or are you kind of on the same page where it's like, I kind of would have liked to see Midtown come out from the IG squad?
Yeah, I think something Convoy would have been nice, but I think you're right. There's something here that we probably don't know that Intergalactic's going to pull here. I don't know if we're going to see it right away in the draft phase, or if we're going to see it in composition, but yeah, I think that signals to me that they've got something planned here.
Yeah, I mean, we as the casters unfortunately lack the critical information that only Intergalactic have, but one piece of information that has not changed is Gambit first ban, Loki first protect, water is wet, the sky is blue, grass is green.
No, I had no idea. Yeah, I mean, you just can't let him go through. It makes perfect sense. Dreamland going to stick with the Groot ban as well right out of the gate here. Save Loki for themselves too. Definitely came in clutch, of course, as we saw, MVP Loki. So no big shock there as well. So I don't know. I'm kind of curious. I thought maybe Central Park would signal something to me, but I feel like Gambit ban, Loki save is kind of like the to-do list. Like, we just got to get these things done. But now what do they ban here? It is going to be Groot. So no tree on the table for either side here.
Deforestation does claim 2 more victims, and looks like we're not done with that deforestation, as Mantis is also going to be banned out on both sides. So taking a lot of your triple strategist options out, and one triple strategist option I do want to highlight that is still on the table, and I don't know that it's going to be something that either of these teams reach for. I think I've seen Dreamland reach for it in the past, though, with that Loki Protect is going to be the Loki Atom Rocket, kind of like what we saw from Lunex on Museum of Contemplation. This is another map where that can be very, very strong, and I think that if Intergalactic try to leverage that, they could potentially come out ahead. I do also think, though, that of the convergence maps, this one does also kind of favor that front-to-back play style that Intergalactic seemingly want to try and facilitate, especially with the Moon Knight, and maybe they are thinking a step ahead as well. We do still have Museum of Contemplation and Midtown on the docket here. We do also have, Yggdrasil in the map rotation, or Spider Islands. Any of those maps that could also play well to that strength. Maybe you're just trying to take out the possibility of being forced to play Hall of Djalia if we go to a map 3.
Interesting that they banned out C&D and then took the Magneto. I guess I would have thought maybe you can do one or the other. So, I get it. But yeah, one last ban on the table for Dreamland here. Trying to decide they are going to take the Phoenix, though, as the last ban. Magneto and Loki saved for both sides. So, again, the Madara Magneto coming in on this map here as well between them. So, I don't know. How do we feel about this ban phase? It's a little weird to me.
I mean, you're banning out the Cloak and Dagger, but still protecting the Magneto. Is, like I said, the Magneto is just such a strong hero that you even kind of deny Star-Lord from being playable when you play him, and I do think it's wise to always play. Like, Magneto's just an S-tier hero. Like, let's be real. Bro is just one of the best all-arounders, and you can't go wrong having him in your lineup, and having him in your lineup does deny a lot of other things. Maybe it does feel like a wasted ban, but maybe, again, you just don't want to risk them taking away Madara's Magneto, because it's that dang good, and you need to leverage it to the full extent.
Yeah, and I mean, being an S-tier Vanguard for sure, I could see Intergalactic wanting to take advantage of him too. So, I can't fault them too much for it, but very interesting kind of choices there at the very end. We'll have to see how it plays out here. Map number 2 between Dreamland and Intergalactic. Dreamland on the cusp of securing their spot there in the top 4 of the group, and Intergalactic looking to get on the board.
And Dreamland on the exact comp that I called out, the Atom, the Loki, and the Rocket. It is going to be Res City. and Intergalactic, unlike the Beasts, are going to have to be efficient with their ultimate usage in order to try and break through this, or at the very least, try and force these reses to happen so far off the point that you're able to get capture percentage on that point and essentially make this composition null, because teams will abandon this after they lose point A. This is all in on this point A defense.
Yeah, looking to just close it up early here, get a full hold, turn things around when they go to offense, and just end it very quickly here to get that that top 4 spot they're looking to lock in here. Madara on the Rogue this time for now here, but they've already picked up first blood. Stinkers on the Magneto, taken down Doomed, so Moon Knight walking it back here. But yeah, I think the res comp here definitely helps with the long walk back for defenders. It is going to be hard to really lock in some holds here for Intergalactic, as they are just up and down like clockwork here. Impunity and Nectar both getting back on their feet here. Dreamland, big hold here so far for them.
Yeah, the res comp is going to be a bit redundant if Intergalactic aren't able to find any elims to res up in the first place, though. Cries trying to force Chuckles back, but, I mean, Chuckles here on the thing is just lurking so far forward and ready to just take this brawl so far forward. Early God of Mischief from Month, but Nectar is not going to be there, so Month has to try and make this one stick. Velocity going to fall, will be rezzed back up, but Intergalactic, this is their moment.
Yeah, big Eternal Bond there in the back rooms, and Impunity there, double KO with that Yancey Street Haymaker. The thing is so well known for. Doomed also on cleanup, triple KO for the Moon Knight here. Necrise will finish off the last of Dreamland, and they will have the point here. Stinker's already over onto the Doctor Strange here, so Portal gonna try and recontest here at the last second. They'll make it just in time there, but 2 ticks secured for Intergalactic so far, so good shouts for them on that fight here. Can they do it again? Velocity on that God of Mischief, copying the CYA here for that sustain to get the team through the portal here and start pushing Intergalactic back. Necrise on that Psionic Seduction there. Doesn't really find too much of a mark here, but Intergalactic push off the point for now, but they do manage to get 2 ticks out of it with 2 minutes left to go.
Yeah, but the third is going to be a tall task, because now look at the ult bank for Dreamland. Sure, the God of Mischief didn't exactly go the way you wanted it to, but the Clobber in time definitely did. Catches onto Necrise there. Nectar trying to trade it out with that Kraken impact, and there's Fidel now with the second. Eternal Bond now coming out, but Stinkers with an Eye of Agamotto, and the Maelstrom of Madness just pops Doomed and Nectar like balloons, and suddenly your front line has disappeared. Stinkers, like David Blaine, just drops the cape over them, and they are gone before you know it, and Fidel will be joining them in the afterlife. And Intergalactic, 1 minute and 30 left in the time bank to try and get this third tick, but Dreamland are marching forward and reclaiming all of that space once again, and the Strategist ultimates are starting to come back online. Renko has the Karmic Revival, Velocity has the dupe for it, so you can get that double res online. Month trying to open things up with yet another Eternal Bond.
Yeah, 4 ults ready to go here for Dreamland, so they've got the econ advantage here, but can they make it count? Heartbreaker coming out from Madara now as well, trying to suck away the ult charge from Intergalactic just to try and buy themselves some more time. Less than 60 seconds to go here, and an Atom ult coming in from Renko onto Dreamland here, so they are just trying to stay in this thing as long as they can. Eye of Agamotto coming Dreamland's way here in just a few moments as well, but they are all still standing tall here in defense of this third and final tick, but Intergalactic clearing the way here. Big Kraken impact coming out from Nectar now. 4K and looking for even more here. Madara returning fire for Dreamland, though, not giving up on this defense here. 30 seconds left to go as Nectar trying to sweep up the last of Dreamland here to get some more progress. Just a hair away from unlocking the payload and staying alive on this map. But Stinkers on that Doctor Strange trying to change the future here. Just 15 seconds left to go.
Well, there may only be one future in which Intergalactic get the full cap here, and it's going to be the one where Doom pops the Doctor Strange TP. Again, you saw the picture-in-picture. He's waiting for the team to be back at full strength, and there we go. Now everyone going to pour on into the point here, but there's not a lot of ults on either side. The Cosmic Yarn Amplifier from Chime is going to come out, and that should be enough for Dreamland to sustain until they have a little bit more fighting power, but Impunity wants to take the fight right to them, popping the Clobber in time, aiming for the backline, but doesn't land onto anything that can be followed up on, but still some good damage overall, still forcing Dreamland onto the back foot. Now as the Eternal Bond comes out from Fidel, we might have found a win condition, but Necrise will not be there to join us for it. We need to try and find something, and we need to make it stick.
Yeah, pick onto Necryze is huge there. Angela back to spawn while Dreamland is trying to finish this thing up in overtime here. BRB does get popped here. All ultimates from Dreamland coming out. Eye of Agamotto finds several stuns here, and they'll follow up on it too, sending most of Intergalactic back to spawn here, but they are still on at this point, brawling it out. Every last second of this map being drawn out by Intergalactic here, not looking to give up so easily in the face of Dreamland here, but they are out of resources and slowly running out of heals there. Chuckles over onto the Venom, coming in with the two-piece and looking for even more. He is hungry, wants the buffet of Intergalactic, but can't quite make it happen here. Nectar again, another devastating Kraken impact here, finding a two-piece, continuing to look for even more again and again here. Chromic Revival coming in from Rinko now to get the team alive. Just a second of overtime left here, but it finally ticks away, and Dreamland will find that hold they are looking for. 90% is what they'll have to cap to close out the series.
3 times Diatonic, 3 times Nectar comes in with the most heroic play of all time, with those Kraken impacts going back to back to back to back, again, but it's just not enough to burst through the res comp. You just can't find those final KOs, and even the one time they do, Dreamland are still able to buy themselves another crack at it with the Doctor Strange TP, and Intergalactic, they're all out of resources for that second fight. It's a skill check, and Dreamland just checked them right at the door. And I mean, I gotta feel bad for Nectar there. 7 final blows, 11k damage on that offense. That's the epitome of just can't do more, right? Like, if you're in ranked, you're flaming your teammates, because you just put everyone on your back and you still just can't get the full cap. That is crushing.
Yeah, gonna be seeing the chiropractor after that one for sure. I mean, you know, beautiful, beautiful Winter Soldier plays for sure, trying to keep the team in the fight, and definitely helped extend that thing as long as they did. But yeah, I mean, it is a testament to how powerful that res comp is. Like you were saying, you know, it is such a mountain to try and climb, and even when you feel like you've hit the peak, you look up and realize there's another one in front of me. I mean, it feels like it's so hard to overcome here. So I have to give Intergalactic props. They really fought hard there on offense. They do have a little bit of breathing room here. They didn't capture any checkpoints, but they've at least got a couple of ticks to work with here. So, you know, it's dire straits, but it's not impossible.
It's a win condition, but it's a very thin one, and it's one that I think if Dreamland play their cards right can burst through quite easily, and they do have a fair bit of burst damage. They also have the Wolverine and Phoenix team up, so you can send Stinkers in there to just try and get an early KO. What a dive that comes out there from Chuckles. You've heard of the dive thing compositions? Well, Dreamland, they wrote the book on it.
Yeah, I mean, again, they are just trying to clock out as early as they can here.
There's that one from Stinkers.
Aggression. Ooh, big play there already. 1 KO. Necryze on another one here, though, for Dreamland. So, you know, a shorter walk from spawn for the attackers here for sure. But Dreamland not as successful on that first dive here, though they are still standing on this point here. Chuckles there, soaking up the damage for the team while we wait on the return members of Dreamland here. But yeah, there's not a lot of breathing room here for Intergalactic. I mean, it truly is almost like one fight territory.
Those thing dives from Chuckles, like it really feels like he just turned on no clip and just like went all the way back to the team. But that's exactly where he is going to be sitting right now as we hear the God of Mischief coming out from Month. You know they're going to commit to this ultimate. Something fun about the Cloak and Dagger duplicate, though, off the God of Mischief. You can see Month turning right back into Loki form. You don't actually get a reset on the timer of the ultimate. It expires when it expires, and that's all you get. So that ultimate is gone, and now Dreamland have a heavy ult advantage, and to try and stuff it, Necryze wants to be proactive with the Sonic Seduction, but for Dreamland, the reaction is there.
Yeah, I mean, both teams pretty snappy here in the back half of this map, but Dreamland looking to get aggressive with it. Doomed overhead, Meteor M crashing down. Can't quite find the mid-air strike. You wanted Madara, though, gonna try to attempt something similar there. Goes up for another dunk, but again, 2 missed meteors here so far. Rinko throwing down the invisible boundary as well, trying to keep the team sustained long enough to find those KOs here. Nectar with a CYA and Chime overhead again in Song Inferno, but just can't find the damage either team to really consistently break through here. Month, I believe, drops to like 1 HP there at some point, but still alive as we pass the halfway point of Dreamland's timer, and so far, they have not confirmed a tick yet.
Yeah, but I mean, there's no reses for the side of Intergalactic. They don't have that composition. They only have the BRB, and now they don't have Impunity, so that BRB is going to be burned right away. So there's no more second chances now for Intergalactic. They have to win this fight. Month once again gonna dupe the Eternal Bond, but Velocity can't answer it with that invisible boundary. So the backline for Dreamland is going to be nice and safe. No final KOs on them, but Clobbering Time, I think, does catch on to one of them, and Impunity is able to take down Stinkers while the healing is caught sleeping. But Doomed gets traded out, and again, there's no BRB for that. Doomed, if he wants to get back, he's gonna have to make the Strange switch, and it might be too little too late, and Impunity can't get the Clobbering Time, and Dreamland are going to find the full cap. The Strange TP from Doomed can't get there in time, and Dreamland send Intergalactic from whence they came. A 2-0 for Dreamland, a 3-0 record, and it's gonna be the very opposite for Intergalactic.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think Intergalactic, they held that a lot longer than I was expecting them to, right? I mean, almost 3 minutes of a hold with just 2.5 ticks to really hold. I mean, a lot of progress for not a lot of breathing room. But again, it's just another instance of time running out for them. They lose the wrong people at the wrong time. They don't have enough to muster to try and hold again. And you see the result of it there. Chuckles putting out some huge damage on the thing, by the way, on that last map for sure. Velocity, yet another Loki MVP for Dreamland as well. But man, just so unfortunate here. They just did not have the space, didn't have the resources, did not have the time to try and secure that hold. I thought maybe we were going to see it at the last second, but just Dreamland coming in clutch here, continuing the warpath for them.
And again, it's that skill check of the res composition, right? And it was still on the table for Intergalactic, but I just don't think that they had the confidence in their hero pools to be able to leverage that to the best of their extent. So they were just like all in on the Cloak and Dagger. And like, that's fine, but you do need to be able to win those fights. And you do also need to have a decent enough offense to where you give yourself some wiggle room. There was just none. There was basically, if you lose point A, you lose the entire map. And it was just, you know, kind of setting yourself up for failure for Intergalactic. But I mean, the front line, Doomed and Nectar did all they could. I gotta give my heart to Nectar for that performance on the Bucky. Bro really, really wanted it. And you can even see Doomed with that 3K right there, nearly sealing the deal there for Intergalactic on point A. But then Stinkers just comes back in with the Eye of Agamotto, and as quickly as they came, they are gone.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned it after map number 1. It feels like they kind of have these moments of greatness or these spikes in success for Intergalactic, but moment to moment, Dreamland has them beaten. You know, it's kind of a cliche, but winning the battle, but not the war. Intergalactic finds some small wins here and there, but they just can't string it together, and that's where Dreamland has seen a lot of success here. So yeah, I mean, huge props, big Winter Soldier stuff from Intergalactic, but 1-2 plays there, just not enough to take the map win for themselves.
And it's really unfortunate because, we talk about how Intergalactic needs to start getting some of these wins. They need to start getting their mojo back, live up to the potential that this roster has. But at the same time, there's no shame in going down to one of the best teams in NA. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Dreamland are one of the best. The last MRC shown that, at least as of right now, they are at the very least top 3. And as we go forward, there is a chance that they could stake a reasonable claim for even being top 2 or top 1 if they manage to best some of the other teams in this region. Hey, they can maybe even fire a shot over towards EMEA if they ever get the chance to square up with Na'Vi. And we'll likely see that in the playoffs because they have secured their ticket. And that's a date I want to see. I think I want to see those two teams throw down, because if there's one team that I think can beat that res comp, it's going to be Na'Vi. If you thought Nectar was going silly mode on that Bucky, just wait till Jerky gets his hands on that Winter Soldier.
Yeah, I think Vaudeville said it earlier, but dream matches here is a lot of what this tournament is. And yeah, Na'Vi versus Dreamland, definitely one I'm wanting to see. But here's your spread here for round number 3 across the board here. Na'Vi picking up a 2-0 against Extinction. Flark winning against Merlin's Order 2-1 there. Of course, we saw Lunex and the Beast 2-0. Race Car, we did see them before the break as well. They have secured top 4 here with a 2-0 win over Yeah We Lost. And then Ego Death 2-0 win over Shikigami, the new Shikigami roster. roster as well. So a lot of 2-0s here in round number 3. But yeah, you know, of course, Dreamland punching their ticket here into the top 4. So they are chilling in that bracket slot here. But there are the 4 teams that have locked it in so far. Group A, Navi and Lunex both undefeated so far. They will lock it in. And in Group B, the Demon teams here, Rayscar and Dreamland, no maps dropped so far. They will lock in their spot here. I do believe no one is still completely eliminated from contention yet. There are still opportunities for these teams to turn it around. But again, time quickly running out. So, you know, Extinction, yeah, we lost. I think they probably need another big win here to lock it in. But yeah, you know, pretty interesting spread so far after one day of group stage.
Yeah, Intergalactic are going to be kicking themselves for losing this one to Dreamland there, because yeah, Ego Death versus Shikigami, you know, with that matchup, one of them's got to win, right? And whichever one is going to get the leg up over you. So currently, as it stands, Ego Death above that cutoff, Intergalactic falling below it. All 3 teams still on the chopping block, but right now, Intergalactic, they look up, they can see the knife, and they want to get out of dodge before it's too late. They're going to have 2 more chances, 2 more rounds to try and get a couple of dubs under their belt here. And I'm hoping for the best for this squad, because I know what these players are capable of, and I know how far they can go. Over on the Group A side, though, like you said, I don't think we have a whole lot of surprises. I think this is kind of how we expected things to shake out. I would still want to give a nod to Merlin's Order, because like we said, no one has been eliminated, and I think Merlin's Order does have some strong pieces and maybe could get the better of the Beast when we see those 2 teams square up. So there's a lot of matches that can still decide things. You know, there's more shakeups to be had, more shaken than a Cardi B music video, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, still plenty of questions to be answered here. Not everything is secured, but 4 teams now walk away feeling pretty good, feeling pretty comfortable here. But of course, expect to see more of the same tomorrow. But I do think maybe we skipped a step here. Dreamland versus Intergalactic, CB. I want to know, who do you think is the MVP of that matchup?
Ooh, that is a tough one, because it felt like, I mean, I hate to say it, it felt like kind of a team gap, but if I had to give it to just one in particular, I think I kind of want to give it to Madara. Like, I know that's a little bit of a like, who could you even pick? Like, it's so hard. Like there wasn't a whole lot of standout performances from the side of Dreamland, because everyone was just firing on all cylinders. So I think the reliable front line makes the difference, and I want to give it to Madara, and I'm standing by it.
I can get on board with that. I think I'm tossed up between Chime and Madara. I think Chime had some very big bright spots there with the Moon Knight, especially map 1 for sure. But yeah, I agree. You know, Madara, very solid performance, somebody that you can lean on there to support the team, really, to soak the damage, but also be a threat in of themselves. So big stuff from him in that matchup. Love to see the climb upwards from Madara. Come a long way in competitive rivals. But yeah, you know, definitely the team overall, very, very solid performance for them there. And yeah, you know, even right out of frame number 1 from this matchup, Madara had the portal ready to go. They put that pressure on right away, able to just secure that Celestial Husk, point number 1 at least, right off the bat. And, you know, of course, Intergalactic, they're more prepared for the portal on the second point. But yeah, and you know, the Rogue swap, definitely interesting. Love to see some Madara on the Rogue as well in that match. But again, you know, Evan Shuckles, that Vanguard line for Dreamland, just up in the mix as well. Not just there to be sponges for the team, but be serious threats. And they just could not find the answers for Madara and for that Dreamland squad. So beautiful performance.
They're both just so strong and so versatile. Like, you know, you wouldn't have expected the Rogue pick to come out. You would have expected, even with that Magneto protect, to have him on the Magneto. But bro is not a one-trick pony. He's got a pretty good Doctor Strange, and he's got a couple more tricks in his bag. And I think this is also an investment pick for MVP. I think we're getting in kind of on the ground floor. And once we start to play up against more teams where, you know, Chime and Stinkers are kind of meeting their match when it comes to the duelist lineups, I think the Vanguards are going to continue to make the difference. And that's where you're going to be looking to Madara to be the difference maker for this team, just like, in my opinion, he was today.
Yeah, 100%. And that's kind of what it's about, right? Finding who that you can rely on, who to kind of build up and focus on, as, you know, we need to play around this person. And I mean, Madara, excellent choice for sure, but there's so many options for Dreamland going forward. So for them, 3-0 on the day, can't beat that. Already locked in the ticket to the bracket here. So looking for them to play for some big prizes. But yeah, I believe that is all the matches we've got for today. So let's give you a quick look at what we've got on the docket for tomorrow, day number 2 here, as we wrap up the group stage. Going to be opening things up with those last couple group stage rounds. Race Car taking on Ego Death to open up the broadcast. And then, yeah, we lost, and Shikigami will round things out for the group stage broadcast there, 4:30 Eastern, before we move on to the playoff bracket. Of course, top 4 teams out of each group will make it. 2 teams being eliminated from both sides. So plenty of drama still left. Of course, as we've said several times, nobody's eliminated yet. So if your team is right now under the bar, there's still a chance for them to make it out tomorrow. So yeah, I expect to see explosive matchups all the way to the end of round 5.
And no one's eliminated yet, but before my eyes, I see 3 teams that are at grave risk and 1 team that is at no risk whatsoever. It's going to be an insurmountable mountain to climb for Ego Death. We'll see if they can get all their ducks in a row and overcome Race Car. But for Shikigami and Yeah, we lost, that is going to have heavy implications, because to my eyes, I think that one is going to decide who goes home and who has a chance at going on to the next round. Of course, no one's fate out of those 3 is still in their hands. There is still a chance that anything can go awry, anything can go wrong, or anything could go their way, and they could still sneak in to that playoff bracket. But there's only one place to find out, and there's only one time to find out, and that is tomorrow, and that is right here on the Marvel Rivals channels.
Yeah, plenty of group stage action left, and you'll get to see some of those early playoff matches starting from tomorrow as well. And then, of course, plenty of action for you over on Sunday. All playoffs, all money matches, everything on the line. But before we get there, we'll find out the last 2 teams from each group that are going to be qualifying in tomorrow. And I personally cannot wait for it. We've seen some surprises, some upsets, some things we weren't expecting to see here. And, I think we'll see much of the same tomorrow, too.
Oh, I am absolutely counting on it. I'm looking forward to some more upsets. I'm looking forward to some things getting shaken up just a little bit more, and I can't wait. Diatonic, I think we might be good to wrap here. So, anything else you want to say before we say goodbye to the chat? Who, by the way, secondary pick for MVP. I want to give my shouts out to chat. You guys are also the MVP. You guys can all each take home a little trophy of your own.
Yeah, and that's really the prize that matters here. Not the $9,000 on the line for these teams. No, it's that. But no, I mean, it's been an amazing day. It's been incredible. Always love working with you, CB. And yeah, great matches on display. So day 1 of the Mega Monthly in the books. Day 2 coming up tomorrow. It is do or die for several teams on the bubble, and we will see you then. Vaudable and Chibi will be back, as well as us. We will see you then and see who makes it to Survival Sunday.